Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
fucking all coming right up. Big fucking all coming right up.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to EU League. Another Playday. We're so happy to have you with us here, live from very rainy and very dark and gloomy Paris. Don't worry about it. We're going to bring you all the action live. I'm Most Dominic, your host. With me are two beautiful faces here on the EUL analyst desk. Miss Anne, she's pretty quick on her feet, pretty fast. As says, how are you doing?
I'm doing really good. Yes, not so fast. I mean, yeah, I'm still excited for today. I hope I won't be talking too fast. I'm gonna keep that a little bit out of the occasion today, but I'm good and ready for some exciting matches.
I think you'll give Jack a run for his money.
I can speak pretty fast if I want to.
Your London is very best, Jack.
My London?
Yes. Today,
I don't know which language I'm speaking today, Milos. I'll be honest, it's not English. It's definitely not London English.
You know, it's the language of love, Siege.
True.
There you go. That's a very lonely love. Anyways, let's talk about things as we move on with our stage here. It's Playday number 6, so there's 3 more Playdays after this one, and then we are done. Playday number 6 is instrumental alongside the next one. 6, 7 is usually when things are more locked in for number 1, 2 position, and we're going to talk about that. Speaking of which, a team that I think has snuck in between the lines over the past couple years, Outsiders, which, look, I think we need to be honest for a moment. Jack.
Mm-hmm. Great teeth.
You've been, let's say, a bit of an ass about Outsiders.
Okay. Well, yep, you're throwing it onto the table there.
A bit of an ass.
A bit.
I would say I've constructively criticised. In an ass way.
There you go. There's always a backdrop to it, but there is always more to Outsiders than just meets the eye. So we want to talk about that and bring up certain plays that they've done, certain setups that they have, because there is a gem under all that, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to... If you've seen the pre-shows, the pre-games that I talk about Outsiders, and I say that they frustrate me and I love watching them at the same time, I wanted to quantify that, so I've got 4 images and a clip that I want to run everybody through. So when the image comes up, when the first image comes up, we will show you. And essentially for me, it's just that Outsiders have such a unique playstyle in their passiveness on the defense. So I've got an image from every single defense that they've played so far in EUL. Now, there's 2 things that I wanted to clock throughout, and it's a constant theme throughout these images. So this is the first image, first play day, going up against Wolves on bank, 2 rounds down already. And look, 20 seconds left, but look what operators they're bringing. They want to play this execute late round, almost 20-second meta-esque siege. Smoke, Warden, Echo, Goyo, Denial. And if we go through to image 2, we'll see that the same thing happens in image 2. 23 seconds left, they're in a 4v4 scenario. And this is Outsiders' key win condition. This is when they're good on the defenses, is when they get the teams to this late round execute, and if the team isn't all over and absolutely perfect on the execute, Outsiders tend to win. So you're seeing very similar here, where they're all hunkered of insight, 20 seconds left, 4v4. That is like the maximum they will go in terms of kills. If we go through to image 3, so that was Playday 2, we'll see image 3 going up against BDS. They've actually got it to a 5v3. Poor BDS in this scenario, by the way, because they're trying to attack Jim with no walls open, frost mats, Goyo canisters, all of these ops that are completely ready for the execute. Still 3 C4s on hand, by the way, for Outsiders. And this is Outsiders' world, and this is what I talk about when teams are playing into their world. Now let's move through to image 4. Then this was against Secret. You can see 20 seconds left. Has anybody died? No. What's happened for the round? 2 minutes 40? Who knows? Because Outsiders were just on the bottom floor, and I know Kendra does start getting the plant down there. And I've actually got a clip, not just 4 images, I've got a clip, so we'll run through to the clip, which was from last week as well, where it's basically Outsiders they're on site for the whole 3 minutes. They don't leave. They just turtle. And when teams, and it was their clip of Heroic when it comes up, is that Heroic just took their time, cleared the top floor, cleared the middle floor. So it's actually in 2 times speed here, right? Mm-hmm. So it's going to be a little bit distracting because the lights are flickering all over the place. It's in 2 times speed. And as you can see, all 5 of Outsiders players, what are they doing? They're just turtling up in sight. And look at the operators that play. They've got an Oryx actually for the retake, but they're trying to play for the denial. They're trying to play for that late round. And that's exactly what happens with Outsiders. And this is why I get so frustrated at times with Outsiders, is actually because if a team plays into their way of playing, the team generally struggles, whereas the team dictates and goes direct against Outsiders, they generally do well. And that's the biggest thing for me, is it's never in terms of the way Outsiders play. It's never them determining who wins the round. It's always on whether the other team dictates it or not.
You talked about the consistent theme of them staying alive very late into the round. I'm seeing another theme, and that's all these maps that you've mentioned with the pictures are very big maps. Maps that will allow you to roam, maps that will allow you to also turtle onto the site and then have the attacker team clear the entire building before they get to that site to execute. What we saw last week as well, we saw Heroic actually play into this really good. In that first round, it was June with a very explosive take. All of a sudden, he was in lockers. He got 2 players on the side of Outsiders, and well, then your roamers are in such a difficult position because either you have to go back to side, or the people on side are just lost because their defense isn't as strong. So that is what you'll need to play against such a passive and almost annoying playstyle coming out from Outsiders.
It must be so frustrating.
Does that make them predictable though, if you think about it? Like, they're gonna play the same thing every time.
You said like, you have a map where you can roam, but they were turtling in that clip. That should be predictable, but then because they were roaming before, you'll think, you know what, we have to clear the entire building. What if someone's lurking in an open area? So it's never going to be predictable in that case.
It's such a unique playstyle as well because there's only really them. They're on the very far end of the spectrum of the way that they play. Most teams are quite aggressive, play a front line and a back line, whereas Outsiders is the default strat is to turtle on site and really play it slow and passive. It's not really working out for them because they're currently bottom of the defense league table in terms of their defense win percentages. But it also is very frustrating when teams can't play against it. When teams, if your attack's not on point and you want to play the execute-based siege, Secret fell to it, M&M fell to it. These teams that, in my opinion, probably got the game plan a little bit wrong. Maybe should have just been aggressive direct to site. They actually fell into the execute-based siege and Outsiders punished them.
It really is odd to think about because Outsiders have really adopted the why do it yourself when robots do it better kind of vibe, right? You bring the Echo, bring Go. You have a lot of things that are just passive. They will do the work for you. And most of the time, we'll just slow things down, slow the game down for it. I'm thinking, okay, is there a team that can really crack this? And that seems like it has been cracked very often. But like you're both describing, if teams play into them. But you can't, set yourself up against teams that have big support staff behind them that will read into all of that, can they now?
No, I mean, talking about the team that are taking on this week, Rogue, for example, we've seen them have a little bit of a struggle with attacks over the past few weeks, but they are starting to come back in that case with attacks. And also thinking about the defenses, they don't, Outsiders in that case, don't only play passive and slow on their defenses, they also do it on attack. And we saw Heroic, for example, play into that really well too. They had a lot of information because if the attackers take it so slow, it's going to have to be a guessing game as to where their main focus will be eventually. And we saw Heroic consistently play with that pulse. They got so much information through hatches, were able to play with C4s and everything. So, we've seen Rogue do that before. Play off of information on defense really well with the Echo, for example, with the Mozzie. So I think they'll have some things in their books to be ready against Outsiders.
I think we're used to seeing Rogue set the template for how Siege should be played.
Fair enough.
And I think potentially we might see a template for how to beat Outsiders today. I'm hoping when we see Rogue, we see a lot of direct takes, we see a lot of fast takes, we see a lot of team play, and we might, in my opinion, if I was playing against Outsiders, I would be getting rid of that Goyo. I don't know if Rogue will. I don't know what the map's going to go to. Obviously, it's later on today. But I think we might see a template today because, like you say, they've got a lot of support staff. They will be ready for this.
I mean, they were ready against G2 and BDS.
True.
2 Playdays in a row. That was pretty exciting. So the amount of support staff there should be able to take through it. But again, that's what we always look for is how does Rogue, this championship team now, can actually fit in changes of meta against teams that you don't always have the ability to adapt against in the game itself. But from Outsiders, I'd like to move on to our next topic, which is specifically what has happened in our last Playday. Now, for those that are just joining us for the first time, Anne is joining us here for the first time in the stage. Of course, we've had Ollie and Demo, which are joining us today. So I'm very excited for that. Everybody will be here. We're all having fun. What?
That was a leak.
Well, I mean, they're going to see them in just a bit. Hey, you should be happy. This is in here.
That's true. I'm very happy.
Celebrations.
Thank you.
We'll get easy claps for that. But let's look at our last Playday and what happened there, just to fill you in on Playday number 5. First up was Heroic versus Outsiders. Really went the distance. Outsiders dropping the ball there at the end with 8-7 Heroic, beating them out for 2 points. 7-4 M&M versus Navi. Classic UK game, and that's what we got. It was a pretty cool banger there. Match of the day, though, was Rogue versus BDS, a 7-2 washout. Rogue do it again against another big team in BDS. 7-3 G2 versus TT9. They recover from their loss against Rogue the week prior and collect all 3 points against a Russian team. And finally, 7-4 Wolves versus Team Secret. Had a bit of trouble carrying it over the edge, but that's usually the modus operandi of Wolves if we're really looking at things from Berlin to today. There we go. That was our schedule. And before we talk about our rankings, for those that have missed the action, don't you worry. We got it all narrated for you and condensed in just a couple minutes.
Thank you, Milosh. I'll be running through the recap for Playday number 5. I'm going to get straight stuck into it. Game number 1 saw Outsiders versus Heroic. It was played out on bank and it was largely attacker-sided. Both teams seeing 4-2 splits. End result, maximum overtime, 8-7. Heroic narrowly edging this one out. MVP has to go to Always for keeping Outsiders in it and guaranteeing that they walk away with at least 1 point. Game number 2 saw Eminem versus Navi. The playground, well, should I say the abandoned one, was Theme Park. Eminem ended up walking away with a full 3 points here after a very convincing win. It wasn't through lack of trying, particularly on Skiddy's part. He looked to get his team in it in round 1 with a huge 4K clutch and to keep his team in it with later multi-kills, but it wasn't to be. Solotov, he also had a lot to say. 5 opening kills, Neo and Tyrant not too far behind him. Great recovery here from Eminem after those first couple of rounds. Now, game number 3, another match of the day, another match to watch, and another 7-2. What's going on? Well, it seems that if Rogue are the match of the day, they are going to get the job done quite quickly at the minute. This is the second week in a row they've achieved a 7-2. This time it was against BDS, and they dominated BDS on Oregon, particularly on that attacking phase, picking up 4 rounds and then closing things out on defense. Crying, big pop-off performance for him, 13-4. Game 4, G2 versus TT9. G2, they must have spent their week doing their homework because they went back to Clubhouse, a map that TT9 played Navi on in Playday 4, and G2 knew what to expect. 7 rounds to 3 was the end result, with Alamau and Doki both having great standout performances on the side of G2. This not only is an important 3 points, but it also keeps them in the conversation for the major. And finally, game number 5, Wolves versus Secret, 7-4 on Chalet. Wolves, what a team performance. Shinka, 11 kills, 4 out of 5 plants. Great performance. This win for Wolves gives them number 2 in our leaderboard as of the end of Playday number 5. And that's the recap. Stay tuned today for more Siege. We've got some bangers on the way.
Thank you very much, Ollie. And yes, that was it. All the action that you caught up with now and that you're ready. Here's what our rankings look like in EU League. This is all after Playday number 5, which means that all of our teams have a total of, 4 times 3. That makes 12 points that they can make by the end of the stage. Rogue sitting at 11 points at the top, but then 10 points for Wolves, BDS, and Heroic tied in those positions. 8 points for Eminem and Outsiders, 7 for Navi and G2, 4 for Team Secret, and none for TT9, sitting all the way at position 10 here in EU League. So any surprises for you, Anne, when you're looking at the rankings?
I mean, can we call the biggest surprise the fact that the middle teams are so close to each other, and that by the end of this day, it could all be different again.
Sure.
I think it's maybe a surprise us a little bit of ahead of ourselves, but that is one of my biggest surprises. It's also good to see Rogue back on the top after they had that little bit of a fall after their major win. So seeing them back on the top of the leaderboard is good too.
Well, good to see in that way. Jack, for you?
Surprises? Probably that it's more competitive. EUL last stage felt very clear cut in terms of the top teams, the very bottom teams, and the kind of middle pack that just existed. Now there's more teams in the middle pack, and genuinely, it can all shift, like Ken said.
In general, the gameplay itself has kind of improved. I know Fabian pulled all of his hair, what was remaining of it, on this desk here, trying to talk about it all. So, yes.
Very interesting. So Fabian called out the quality of the gameplay, and the quality of the gameplay from all the other teams went up, but G2's went down.
Oof.
Hey, it was pretty bad stage 2, up to Playday number 5. I'll remind you, the 4%.
Yeah.
They've got another nice run of... Sorry, just to sidetrack this. They've got another nice run of fixtures coming up, though. There's a very similar deja vu feel to it.
So I wouldn't be surprised if that were to happen. It wouldn't be a long trip for Fabian to make it to the next major for the first time ever. But moving on from kind of the rankings of specifically EUL, we want to talk about all of our sister regions here in competitive Rainbow Six, starting off with our favorite Tier 3 region, the North American League. At the top, well, they're done, really. They have all 4 teams. So, Anne, can you clue us in on what's going down?
Well, will you look at the 4th spot? That is some big surprise. Can we say that? Mirage, hello. They went up 6 places in comparison to their end position of last stage. So they finally made it to a major after making some player changes. That's a really good thing for them. Unfortunately, due to that, Dark Zero barely missing out on the major by just 1 point, so that must feel really, really painful for them. Good to see, though, however, that TSM is back on the top as well. They had a little bit of a pitfall as well after their SI win. They're back, leading the charts now too, and well, we have Sonics and Space Station as well, confirmed to go to the major. On the other side, Parabellum, Beast Coast, I think the biggest fallers of this stage. They've gone down a few spots in comparison to their position in stage 2.
It's crazy, the Mirage story. That's to quantify this in EU terms. This is TT9 making a major. Which
no, that's Beast Coast making a major in that case.
Good point. Well, I feel bad.
I
feel bad for Parabellum especially because probably more so Blaz with a European kind of bias hat on. Is he dropped incredible numbers. And they just couldn't close out games. It was just as simple as that. The amount of 5-7s and overtimes and whatever else. But yeah, I'm looking forward. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Mirage get on at the major, and North America's full of Titan teams as well. You can make a case for 8 and 9 of these teams to be good and competitive internationally.
Look, I don't care what anybody says. I'm just looking forward to a major where I get to see Bolo versus Point.
Whoa.
I'm just going to put it there. Anyways, moving on from NAL, we go to the Brazil division, which is also pretty much all donezo fresh.
There's a new team on the block again in this league, Black Dragons. They've been competitive inside of BR, but only just missing out on the top 4. Now, it's worth saying these aren't teams going to the major. It's worth saying the top 4 of Brazil do go to Copa Elite 6 to play against the Mexican and the Sudamericano teams. However, Black Dragon up there again, FaZe Liquid making it through on another final day banger, where both of them, actually it was Liquid who missed out for Berlin, both of them made it through on the final day, going up against each other on the final day. W7M, again, continuing their dominance of this region domestically. It's very likely those are the 4 teams that we see from LATAM to the major, as it has been during the whole year. The Brazilian teams that have got to Copa Elite 6 have generally gone to the major. Or not generally, they all have.
They all have.
Yeah.
All right, let's say you've been sleeping under a rock for the last year, right? And you look at the scoreboard, you think like, wait, that is weird. Why is Ninjas and Pajamas all the way at the bottom? That is something, I guess, the odd one out as well. We haven't seen that, for example, if you compare it to last year. Yeah, that's definitely a hard fall for them, and that's very sad to see.
I'm just going to say, I'm just happy that Julio has moved on to something bigger and better. Furia at 6, that's a surprise for those that have been watching over the past 6 months, but there have been some pretty big changes. The fact that Team 1 are in 5th is actually a pretty good surprise, given how tough the competition is.
They're doing very well. They lost Lagonis as well, right? And it's... it's been really rough for them, but they've still managed to show a lot of character to stay competitive.
Lagonis to G2, I'm just saying it. Anyways, moving on from the Brazil division, we go to APAC South, which is a sister region to APAC North. Now, Anne, what's been going down in APAC South?
Well, Elevate's going down. Yeah,
Ouch.
I'm sorry to say it. They've fallen 2 spots in comparison to the previous Playday. Very unfortunate for them to see. Obviously doing pretty well at the major in Berlin, having a lot of fans behind them as well. Well, at this moment, it's looking like the major might not be possible for them. It's going to be a really tough battle to get there. We have Direwolves and Gaming Gladiators that have to take it up to again. So it's the number 2 teams in the league right now. Gaming and Wildcard have both gained a little bit, despite that Gaming only won in overtime against Knights. And well, on the other side, we see Fury and Knights fall down further.
This league doesn't get nearly enough the love that it deserves because it's such a competitive and enjoyable league to watch. What I will say for Direwolves, if Direwolves do make it and they do get that top 2 out of APAC South, keep your eyes out for Reaps because he is having a field day by all accounts in APAC South and domestically for Direwolves. There's going to be a nice little fight between Gaming Gladiators, Fury and Wildcard all coming up. Obviously, it's a 7-team league as well, so less fixtures, and they've got every point matters even more than it does in APAC North.
It's only the top 2 teams that make it from APAC South, and next up APAC North to make it 4 to represent APAC at the next major confirmed in Sweden. Let's move on to APAC North. Of course, our own region here, APAC North, best pack, as they say. Cyclops at the top, fresh.
Yeah, honestly, don't get Demo started. I know he's coming, but I will leave Cyclops to him because he'll probably talk about them through the EUL cast anyway. He loves Cyclops, says they're going to win Invitational, so there's all you need to know about that. There's a really good fight forming between Sandbox and Reject. Sandbox currently in the Ascendancy, 3 points in front of Reject, but Reject play Fav, Spear, Talon coming up, and Sandbox have got, I think it's Cyclops and I want to say Damwon Kia and Fnatic. It's really hard fixtures for Sandbox, really somewhat easier fixtures for Reject, and that's the big fight for second place.
How cool would it be for them, for Reject? I mean, last year Challenger League, going to the major now?
It's the same story of Damwon Kia. That was only a year prior. So moving on to our schedule for today, we'll go quick on that so we can talk to you about one specific match, set you up for it. Oh, that's Spear versus Damwon Kia. That's our next one in APAC North. Let's make sure to come in on Wednesday. Actually, to have all of you here for just a moment, remember to tune in on Thursday because we have a second Playdate Super Week here in EU League. So second Playdate, 2 of them in 1 week. I think that'll be quite swell, if you ask me. But first up, TT9 versus BDS is up first. Secret versus M&M right after. Our match of the day, though, is Heroic versus Wolves. Probably determining who gets to be in the top 4. Maybe both of them will be there. Who knows? Rogue versus Outsiders is one that I'm really looking forward to as well. Finally, Navi versus G2 to see if Navi can break G2's hopes into tiny little pieces. We'll talk about that match of the day for just a moment here. Heroic versus Wolves. And honestly, I'm very much looking forward to it because Heroic, they seem that they have a lot more potential, but unrealized then.
Yes, it's going to be a difficult match for them in general today. I mean, even looking at the standings, there are so many teams that are close to each other, and Heroic and Wolves are both on 10 points. The one who takes, for example, the full points today really sets himself apart for that major battle. So, I mean, anything could happen after this game, really.
I was expecting Heroic with the changes they've made, and I'm not just talking about player changes, I'm talking about play style changes, the way that they want to operate their team. I expected it as 1 step backwards, 2 step forwards in the long term. I didn't expect them to be in a conversation about top 4 this stage. So to an extent, they're already overachieving, but they're playing very well. You know, I know it's been a little bit clunky in a few games, but they've got themselves in and around the mix.
All right, and to compare these teams in an extra way, to see how they've been doing since Stage 2 and Stage 3 over the summer, and now in Stage 3. So here it is, Day 5, and just comparing the same play day. Jack, what can you read through here?
I am seeing Heroic with a BDS. Trying to figure it out. So Heroic are in and around the top 4, basically, is the big context of this. And they were in that conversation and I said that they were in that conversation last stage. And they basically, I wasn't expecting them to be there, and they are. So that's very good. That's very, up and above expectations from myself. Wolves, they were top this time last stage, and they've dropped down to second, but they're still in the top 4. And both of these teams traditionally were outside the top 4, so they're kind of breaking that mold.
I'm curious to see if you would have had this matchup in the same last stage, if it would have been considered a heavy-weighted match as well, considering it was a little bit more decided back then in Stage 2, and right now the teams are all a lot closer to each other, and there's probably difficult fixtures for both teams coming up after this one as well. So I think it's a little bit more tension in this game, and well, tension, we do know how Heroic sometimes tends to play around that. So, yeah.
Falter under it at times, but it is a big game for both of them, and to talk about kind of chances to make it to the major. This is kind of the big headline for this match today, what we're playing for. So, good friends, Wrath and Sprabuni, have put together a graphic that they post regularly on social media. I highly recommend you check them out. They're also on the subreddit over there. Here it is, and we're reading into Heroic versus Wolves, and look at that percentage given the regulation win.
Yeah, it's also close to each other. I see two dark red spots on the top of the board, and apart from that, all of it is still so close. Like anything can happen. You're not even confirmed if you have if you have a relegation win. You're not even close to being confirmed, for example, because there's so many difficult fixtures coming after, and so many things can happen still. I mean, Rogue being the closest to being confirmed with 93% today is quite insane.
I think from Heroic and Wolves' perspective, like you say, is there's pressure, and we talked about pressure for Heroic. There's pressure. If they win, there's upside. There's a lot of great things. Obviously, if they win 85%, probably going to go to the major. However, if they lose, it's still only 50-50. So they're not down and out if they lose. We're not talking about this as you have to win it to go to the major. If you lose it, it's not done so. But yeah, it's a big game.
All right, friends, that is our qualifying probability. I hope you screenshotted that to post it, because Hap is going to try to take all of that karma and claim it to himself as always. Look, it's all about the karma points. Anyways, thank you very much. That was our pre-show. We're going to take a short break and hope we introduce you to Heroic Wolves just enough to get you excited for our match of the day. In just a few, we will start off with the first game. TT9 takes on BDS. See you in a few.
The champion himself leads Rogue to their second regulation victory.
Rogue, one more round away. EU winners of the Berlin Major. Bibu manages to get the final kill.
It's an exceptionally hard-fought victory for the #1 team in Europe.
Wow, so deeply. Gladiators shut down. A flawless round from Kanto. He is activating at just the right time. Point button Mowgli. You just cannot stop this man.
It's a team that has the ability to go for a good run into this.
Second, there goes the surely not again. It makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, Des. This is what esports is all about.
Welcome back, friends, to EU League. It's time for game number 1, TT9 versus BDS. We'll kick off our 6th Playday out of 9 here in EU League. Hello and welcome. I'm Mr. Medic, your host. With me, the wonderful Anne and Fresh. Oh, friends, how about we have a chat about these two squads, starting off with one that I guess everybody knows quite well, despite a recent change, BDS. Mr. Fresh?
Everybody might know them, Milosh, but they might not know of the new best player in the league.
Who is it?
Leakfak.
Goat.
Perfect. We practiced that.
You practiced,
we didn't even
honestly.
practice that. Yeah, no, BDS, they've made a play change, and they've looked amazing. Until they played Rogue. They started out really well. They're going to be a top team in this league. They probably will qualify the major in Jönköping. And realistically, they haven't changed too much strategy. All they've done is changed a little bit of player role. They've dropped, Elems and Renji to the back line. EFAC's come in. And basically the way that BDS will play is EFAC has a big opportunity spot. He has a lot of freedom to spot an opportunity, go and play it, go and run into site, do whatever you want to do. High risk, high reward. And then the 4 that are used to playing in somewhat of a 4v5 with Shaiko, put the investment into him, and he spearheads that side of things. And it's made BDS really good. Where I think they're slightly lacking and where they slightly will get exposed, i.e. when they played a team like Rogue, or maybe, the Wolves game was very close as well, is their processes are still a little bit off, in my opinion. And that's where, every team wants to talk about, we can be a great team. But that's where BDS could improve. They improved that. You're looking at one of the best teams in the world. They already are one of the best teams in the world, but you're looking at a team that, you're getting back to kind of BDS takes it territory.
You have that thing with Leakfak indeed, where you say he takes a lot of ground for himself. He works vertically with Natus, for example, but it's a one-on-one. If it works, it's really good, and they might win the round of that. But if they don't, then they'll have to rely on someone else. So you mentioned before when we talked prior to this game how he works together in somewhat way with Shaiko, but also they're on different parts of the map. So in that way, they can't really work together that well. It is like a little bit of play style all together as a team there. We might say that.
Yeah, this is something that you're expecting BDS now to be back in good shape. Very much hoping for them, but they have TT9 on the other side, and we're going to have a chat about that squad. And if you'd like to lead in, what can you tell us about a Russian team?
Yes, indeed. If we look at this team, we have that one player that stands out. We've talked about him so often, but I feel like today we'll have to talk about him again. I'm talking about nothing and no one else than Mission. It seems that the team is relying on him just a little bit too much. However, so far their win rate being 0%, it's not been working out that well for him. We've seen this trend with Mission even coming from Challenger League. With his team in Hellraisers, they all relied on him too. He needed to step up, and if he didn't do that, then well, the team would lose their the game. They're all negative on KD as well, except for a Mission, for example. And well, if you look at their recent score against G2, it was their worst score. It was a 7-3, but arguably maybe one of the better rounds we saw from them. We saw flawless rounds, whereas we see a better trend coming in where they aren't losing as many bodies on the execute as we saw them do prior to that Playday.
Mission is also nominated for, I guess, Esports Play of the Month for this month. For those that haven't seen it, and the Esports Awards, I guess, posted it out there. Make sure you check it out. Hey, Rainbow Six doesn't lose polls, eh? Jack, what do you think about
Look,
TT9?
one thing that I will say is a redeeming quality for TT9 is actually Exodus. And I know we're going to talk about a mission and it being the mission show. However, one thing that I will say for Exodus, he's on 97 EPS. He's very close on his KD. He had simply an awful stage. I'm just trying to find it. Where is it? Can't find it. Anyway, he had an awful stage 2. And he was playing Finker. He was being the front line. And he really had a bad individual stage. What TT9 have done stage 3 is they put him next to a mission, played off the back of a mission. And the mission's performance has slightly dropped, but Exodus has increased. And that's what they want. That's a big kind of key win condition for them. Hopefully they can get that running a little bit more. Because like you said, they're putting in okay performances most of the time, just not getting the points.
Yeah, it means you don't have to rely on someone just as much as you would do with just one player popping off all the time. One positive thing for them, though, they don't have to worry about relegation this year. They're safe from that. There's nothing going to happen in that regards. This should give them that grace period of 4 games where they can try out new things, where they can test new things, even though they don't seem to do that often so far. But this should be their period where they learn and hopefully start the next year fresh.
Speaking of fresh, what did you predict for this series?
Clubhouse.
Clubhouse.
But neither team bans it. BDS will just never ban Clubhouse.
Yeah.
And for the Russian team, they don't have the map pool to not ban it.
But you don't take BDS to Clubhouse. It's really risky.
They're only unbeaten in a year or so.
Easy
I wouldn't
peasy.
dare it.
You know, let's see exactly which map we're going to be on. It's a 9-map pool for those that are just joining us here in competitive Siege. 8 maps are out in a best-of-1 series. We'll be left with... Okay,
Right.
Clubhouse banned out by TT9.
Yeah.
They did not... They left it till the end, but BDS will take us to Bank. They start off on the attacking side of TT9, have picked up defense. Does that make sense numbers-wise, Anne?
Yes, especially talking about the Clubhouse ban. The last 2 stages, they actually played against each other in Clubhouse. Stage 1, it was a 7-5 for BDS. Stage 2, it was a 7-2. If you would follow that trend on Clubhouse, this would be a very fast game.
7-2.
7
Yes,
minus, yeah.
exactly. So that's something that TT9 obviously don't want to go about. The decider eventually will be Bank. It's a map that BDS haven't played in a long time, though, as you mentioned before when we talked about this game, they're not uncomfortable playing on this map. It does not get banned a lot against TT9 either, so they're fairly neutral about it, I would say.
Two things from me. First of all, TT9 Bank was a map that they was in their pool that they didn't play. Historically, over the course of the year, there was 4 maps that they had to permaban. Bank was one of them. They're finally playing it. And the second point is, actually, last time BDS played Bank, we saw some really weird stuff out of them. We saw Shaiko playing Osa. It was against Rogue last stage, and it was a really weird game strategically. So I've hoped that they've gone away and reworked. I would still expect them to win. I just hope they're not using as many funky strats as they did.
Well, we have a small second here before our players are ready in the lobby. So, okay, it seems like TT9 have to go up a hill here to take down BDS. What do you feel is their biggest strengths going into this now that we know the map, Anne?
Well, we talked about them having a small map pool. They don't show that many maps to us during this stage. This could be that they're hiding something. We've talked about them not really showing a lot of different or new things. But, I mean, seeing as, for example, on Villa, within 2 playdays from each other, they haven't changed the strats that much. It makes it easier for a team to read into you and kind of see or expect what you'd be doing. And with a map that they haven't played yet, there's everything open, and BDS might not know what TTS will bring to the table.
It's a true point, is that if you look at how TT9 got beat last week by G2, G2 took them to the same map as Na'Vi, did the same bans as what Na'Vi did, the same starting side, and just countered them and just beat them because they did the same thing. And I think that's a big problem, is that dynamic kind of team that the TT9 don't have. So, like we said, they've gone to a new map. The BDS probably won't know what's coming. And then, if TT9 feel free from the pressure and just kind of play whatever they see, whatever they feel, however they want, they might be able to exploit some weaknesses. I think we'll probably see a Nook ban coming out of them as well. Specifically, just they don't like Nook, but also we've seen how good EFAT can be on that operator as well. It's kind of a double whammy. You've got to get rid of it. And Bank as well.
What is it? The classic Echo, Goyo, Malusi. You know, you have the alibi on the side just in case you want to get a bit, different, I guess. But can we liken this to Outsiders, where it's like CIS shooters in general, where they just huddle down and wait for something to happen?
I mean, maybe it could work. We've seen Outsiders do it, for example, where they A, roam really far on the map, or B, they play very turtled onto the side. And, well, BDS won't know it, so it's going to be interesting for them to see what they'll do with it.
Jack, what do you see?
I think TT9 exhibit the same behaviors that Outsiders do, but just to a less extreme. So I would still expect them, particularly on the basement side, if they start out on the defenses, I want to see them roaming. I don't want to see them turtling. I want to see them play in open area and really being quite aggressive on the defense. I think, like I said, that Mission Exodus kind of duo, now they've got them closer together, that's got to be a key win condition. I think for BDS, if you just run through your basics and keep your basics on point, you probably, on the balance of things, will beat TT9.
Who's holding TT9 together? Really, like a support player that really pulls everybody in.
Well, if you look at the stats, for example, it is Scyther on the bottom. He's playing a little bit more of the back role right now. And Mission and Exodus, as you mentioned, very much on the front line. And I think them two together, not even being the support role, but they're holding the team together stats-wise.
True. Any operator bans that could absolutely cripple TT9?
Oh, cripple TT9? I don't know. They've been playing a lot of Iana. I think one thing that Rogue did against them, actually, is when Rogue played them, was to ban away nades. Because of the nade changes, I think Rogue got rid of, I want to say Sledge. And it takes away a set of nades, and it's specifically for that because, still, we talk about the Russian, especially the Russian teams, we talk about them being like kind of 6 months, 12 months, 2 years.
You're right.
Behind the meta, thank you. Behind where the meta's at. And especially with the recent nade changes, a lot of TT9 strats, like we said, we've not seen them on Bank. We don't know how they'll play on Bank, but could involve kind of 6 months ago's meta of going in below, working those vertical nade kills. Take away Sledge, take away Iana, especially if a Nook ban's coming, because TT9 banned Nook, you could be looking at a completely disruptive ban like that could cripple them.
I think for me personally, the storyline of this game is that you have a team that has nothing to win because they can't get to the major realistically and they won't get relegated against a team that has a lot to lose. Because if you look at the standings, BDS and Heroic and Wolves on the same amount of points, and if BDS get the full 3 points here, they'll set themselves apart. Especially with that game, Wolves versus Heroic coming on later today, they need all the points they can get here. So it's a team that has a lot to lose, but well, on the other side, TT9 don't have anything to win nor to lose.
That's true. If this is pressure on BDS, it's a question of can they handle it, because going to OT would be kind of a loss anyways, right? No matter how you look at it, even if they were to win it. But, Anna Fresh, thank you very much. Sorry for that slight delay, but our lobby is ready. Players are set. Let's toss it then to our casters. It's BDS versus TT9. And guess who it is? Stem on extra trick, I enjoy.
Milosh, thank you very much indeed. It is, of course, us two. We have managed to infiltrate our way in once again.
We're on the desk. And we're casting.
We're off the desk.
Well, we're casting on the casting desk. We've done it.
You're very excited, aren't you?
Oh, I love casting.
Demo's been insufferable this last, I guess, 12 hours since I arrived. Yeah,
you missed me.
He's been a little bit insufferable.
I
think he's missed me a little bit more than I've missed him. But we are ready to be getting stuck into some Siege right about now. We do have BDS versus TT9. And as the desk has sort of gone into for us, it is a game that on one side means a lot for BDS. And on the flip side, it doesn't really mean too much for TT9. No relegation this year inside of EUL, so there is no fear of being in that 10th place spot, which is where TT9 currently occupy.
Where do we begin? Where do you want to start, Ollie? Do you want to start with a map, first of all?
I mean, the beginning's always a good place to start.
It is. Usually, that's how it starts, isn't it? The beginning. You don't skip to the end.
Unless it's... I don't know, what do you skip to the end to?
Any good films that start at the end and then work their way back?
You know when you get some of those sweets and they've got like a good bit in the middle, like a bit of a chocolate bit in the middle, you'd skip to the end of that, wouldn't you? So or maybe an ice cream with chocolate in the bottom of the cone.
The Cornetto, classic.
Other ice cream
brands are available. Bank. It is a map that we don't see TT9 play. It's a map that BDS, they'll play it, but it's not always one that we see them on. If you were to look at TT9 at the start of the season, and I think BDS again have done very well with their bans, they got it down to either Bank or Clubhouse. TT9, they had the choice. I think if TT9 were at the start of the season, they would have went to Clubhouse. But look at how the season has went for TT9. The Clubhouse has not been good. It's not been working for them. The map that we've talked about, Jack has obviously talked about a lot, being that 4-map team, really, they can play 4 maps and that's it. Clubhouse would be one they would always play. I think mindset have shifted away for TT9, and I think they probably went into that banning phase thinking, what do we have to lose? It's Bank, we'll give it a go, we'll see what happens. You know, it's not as if it's BDS's top performing maps. You never know. I think that's the mentality that TT9 went in with today.
Looks as though BDS are actually in boot camp for this one. We can see all the players in each other's backgrounds there in the little camera pictures that we've got up. So, boot camp for Super Week. Seems like a good idea, doesn't it? Especially with things being so tight at the top. TT9 going to start things off here on the defense. The bans. We got the Nook ban that we were expecting. We also got the Azami ban, which is a great ban for Bank. There are so many good places that you can lock down with Azami and those
open area
barricades.
Is a good one.
You think about beepers. We've seen some fantastic keeper barriers played in and around the beepers area, and of course on this top floor as well. Dokkaebi and Mira as the
Dokkaebi's a bit of a preference, isn't it? It's very, very annoying. I think everyone knows the Dokkaebi call goes off, and especially whenever you would assume BDS, whenever they get in the defense, they'll be having a bit of a roam game. It's just going to help those players out, isn't it?
Strange to see top floor pick straight away. We saw Bank last week. We saw Outsiders versus Heroic on Bank, and we didn't see CEO a single time. It's fallen out of preference as a bomb site.
Yeah, it's the windows. Windows really hinder a lot of bomb sites, isn't it? You think a Consulate back in the day, Ollie, you know, the attacker win rate for the top floor was just so good because realistically, attackers, they don't have to do much. You sit in a window, which basically cuts off the majority of the bomb site play at all. There's not much you can do, and that's whenever we start to see sides in Bank, they have to go for the jump outs. They have to play aggressive. Valkyrie being brought in. You can have a bit of info. You can maybe place them inside lobby, see if anyone's watching flanks, for example, and then go for those routes. Look down towards lobby. Look to fire them off the windows and those metal grates that you have and some of the lobby windows that you have. So, yeah, it's what you expect to see from TT9 if they're going upstairs, is that aggressive playstyle.
Exodus going to be playing inside a front desk here. He's conscious of that front door. LeakyFact was showing in and around there, playing on the Twitch. BDS seem to be taking their time to set things up here. A lot of drone work going along. We can see drone there inside of stock. Shaco's drone just got taken at the top of elevators as well.
So I do worry a little bit for BDS, just looking at their lineup. Lack of nades is really what they're missing. Sure enough, you have obviously the Flores drones, which will hit the shield, but how are you going to move them out of the position now? You know, you need to get those nades fired in if you're trying to jump in through that double window on that office. So, I mean, for a mission, he just has to sit tight. If anyone tries to push him through Janitor, you've got Cypher holding that cross. So right now, they're set up nicely. Sure, the shield's there, but unless you can physically remove him, he is going to be a pain in the backside for BDS.
Nice smoke there from LeakyFact just to cut the cross and allow him to take control of the top of these square stairs. Can look to drone out a little bit further. He's starting to get a bit of assistance now as well. Cypher feeling the pressure here inside of Janitor. Knows that the windows are an ever-present threat on this site as well. Just going to activate the glasses now and see if there's anything that he can find. Opening kill there going to come in favor of BDS. Shaiko and LeakyFact, the two big hitters, knocking a couple down.
Yeah, they've been able to remove that man of mission, who was going to be the issue. Cypher now knows he has to play aggressive, knows that he's in the man deficit looking for a freebie, and he will get that on to Playday, but then there's the refrag very swiftly from Renshi. Good partnership there from the two support players, just working in motion.
Plenty of time to recover that diffuser now, 30 seconds. There is a bit of information here for WTG, but he's got the SMG-11, does pick off the first onto a Lems. That's huge. Didn't give him a chance to get refragged immediately either. Got plenty more info to go at as he locks this down into a 1v1. How has he separated those two players, Demo? He's got a sliver of HP. He's going up against Renshiro. 10 seconds left. No time to plant. You can forget that. A bulletproof is going to feed all the information that WTG needs. Renshi, he's going to attempt the plant. There's not a lot of time left. He's got no opportunity but to stick it. What a misplay. WTG with the clutch. There we go. That's the TT9 we wanted to see today, kicking things off.
Oh, WTG out of nowhere. No right winning that. No right winning that. There is still, what, a good 25 seconds there for BDS in a 3 versus 1 just to move in and find the final player. What's going on with the communication from BDS? Those are rounds that you never see them lose. What has happened? A knock-on effect from last week still, perhaps? Because I have to take in consideration, Ollie, BDS, they've shown that they could bleed last week.
They certainly did. They bled today as well. WTG, what a great job of separating these up. There was no chance of Alems getting refragged there. We already saw that Shaiko was inside of meeting, or at least on his way to meeting, so he wasn't there to be able to pick up that kill. And look at how much information TT9 had there in the dying few seconds. They had constant pings on Alems jumping into front desk. They had constant info in meeting for Shaiko. Every single one of those kills was a pre-fire and off information. Now, WTG still hit his shots. He got the SMG-11 for goodness sake. He's done a great job. But so much info was just overlooked by BDS. Renshi looked at the bulletproof and then decided to get the plan down.
Referencing again that boy Jack in the desk. Give him another reference. He mentioned at BDS, they play a weird bank. What was weird about that to you? I'll tell you what I thought was weird.
It was a lot.
Where's the window gameplay?
Yeah.
I mentioned windows on that top floor. It's the reason why we don't see that, because you can bring the Aussie, you can bring Sens, for example, and just be a complete nuisance. Where was the window play from BDS? There was a severe lack of it. They tried to play it very old school Siege, where you have to try and move into square, you have to try and open up the wall, you open up the Kanto position. But then as we've seen WTG, he would have been neutralized by one guy in a window. That's all it takes is one person just to give WTG a knock in the shoulder. Clutching up in bank whenever you have the information is a lot easier whenever you know that you don't have to worry about the windows.
I mean, Scythe was even worried about the windows. He kept looking over there, but there was just nobody there. Certainly strange. Let's see if BDS can redeem themselves here with an attack onto basement.
Good pace already inside server, opened up that wall, but as we know with the way Bank has developed, teams, if you're defending this basement, they will always look for that extension inside of open area. I'm sure people are thinking, oh, well, couldn't you just ignore those players and move into the site and plant? No, you cannot, because the defenders will open up the hatch and you can see a clear angle onto anyone wanting to plant towards that reinforced wall. With no Ossa on the side for BDS, it means that they can't do the kind of cheese plant where you go to the other wall and you can plant safely where the hatch cannot see you, but of course then Red can see you as clear as day. So there's going to be pros and cons, of course, and it's always the risk for attackers. Do you want to try and chance the Ossa plant, whether a C4 or impact grenade can really hinder those chances?
BDS seem to have jumped a few steps here in the checklist. They've got the wall open downstairs, they've got control of server, but they still need to flush out these top floor players. Leaky Fact going to get an opportunity, but misses the shot. Exodus finds an important opener here this time for TT9. That's going to alleviate a lot of this pressure for the roamers inside of open, and they're going to be a little bit more confident to wait just a tad longer. WTG picking himself up another kill here, but a pant is going down here by Playday. He's looking to nail that diffuser to the floor and will do so. Look at what BDS have got away with in the chaos here. They are still 2 versus 4. There's still a chance here for TT9, but Breeday's not finished there. Already picks one up onto Nico, looking for his second here onto Exodus, and will find it. Breeday, go on, son. He's going to pick the final kills up as well at this rate. No, eventually gets shut down. A mission sees to it that he will be no longer for this world. Vincere now has got to try and keep control of this planted diffuser. He's not got long left to go. 13 seconds left on the clock, and a mission no health to speak of. Can Oryx dash as much as he likes, start to try and disable that diffuser? I think he just got on there in time, but it is not going to matter. 2 rounds, 2 plants, and both teams picking up a round. This one's exciting, Demo.
What a round from BDS. I love that. Obviously, things did not go to plan. I think EFAC missed it there. Should have been an absolute free kill. Just wasn't holding a tight enough angle, so it did allow the slip in from Malusi, and then he wasn't ready for Malusi being that close to appear in his vision. But if you looked at the way BDS took hold of that, they knew they were upstairs in open area. Obviously, they had that very swift server entrance. TT9 are happy enough to give them server because as long as you have open area, the plant's not going down. But look at then what BDS did. They then adapted. Generally, at that stage, whenever you take an early server, you will then try and attack open area. Perhaps from upstairs, open up the hatches inside of open area and just flood out those defenders. But that takes a lot of time, and that's whenever we start to see a sides just lose down to echo drones, for example, smokes that can be brought in as well. But BDS then went for a tellers and archives kind of clear because there wasn't really anything going on for TT9 on that side of the map. They fully reinforced that triple wall, they opened up the Thermite, and as soon as that Thermite charge went down, BDS were in the position just to go for the plant. Because if that wall gets opened up, there's no way anyone from TT9 is going to think, oh, I have to peek the hatch now and stop that plant going down. So it was a whole ruse. It was just a distraction. There was hardly really any pressure from BDS. Somebody could have easily have went into the hatch and killed the player planting, but they just didn't catch on. Brilliant from BDS. Bait and switch.
The bait and switch. I mean, you can call it brilliance. You can call it, you know, being mad, being crazy, but sometimes it's a fine line, isn't it, Demo?
It's making the best out of a worst case scenario for them.
Is it almost making the play, or the play will make you? We've seen 2 rounds and already we've got that one in.
Get on a t-shirt.
One of your favourites.
Make it a quote. Well, it's a quote. My quote.
What a lineup from BDS this time.
I love Siege.
They're keeping us guessing here.
I love this.
So they've recognised that information's a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Leaky Fact's been playing the Twitch. We've not seen any value out of the Twitch. Mirror's banned. We're not playing Goyo. Twitch is a little bit of a weird
Valk's open, get the IQ.
Valk's open,
get it open.
Bring the IQ, start to try and deal with a bit of that info. Renshi's going to be rocking the Lion as well. Really looking to put a lot of pressure on these roamers in the early part of the round. WTG looking a little bit slippy here at the top of square. Going to be gifted a chance onto Shaiko. He lands in his lap.
Just moments like that for TT9, that's potentially can win them games. Those moments where you just take the chance to see if you can find something. Sure, that could have easily have backfired. There could have been somebody holding, he could have died. But I think TT9, again, the mindset, the mentality of this team is, what do we have to lose? Because they are dead last. They have given us no hope whatsoever in this league. You may as well go for it. Ruin the party for BDS. Go for it.
Play spoiler.
Exactly. And they keep doing it.
I mean, it's early days, isn't it? But WTG will get taken out there. Breeday is down but not out.
Look at the time. And there's literally nothing that BDS have really got control of right now.
And BDS haven't really got a lot to get through this either. They've got a couple of secondary hard breach gadgets. Breeday is going to use one of those on the hatch. So you can be rest assured that that cafeteria wall isn't going to get opened properly, which is going to be a little bit of a problem later on. Exodus will be droned out, but he's not going to be too concerned. Should be able to rotate back, but no, Alems is there with that important cross. Holding on to those beepers and doesn't look like he's done but a mission. He gave nothing there. You could barely even see him and he shuts Alems down. Breeday now going to start to try and rip open a little bit of that floor. Can look to recover the diffuser, but in 40 seconds, what can BDS attempt to do here? They're going to be pushing through a single door demo.
Quad wall isn't open. This is an issue. They haven't brought enough of the hard breach. I mean, there's even mute jammer still on the wall. That time, that early bit of engagement from WTG really slowed down things for BDS. And now with 20 seconds, like you mentioned, Ollie, it's going to be doorway swings. It's just going to come down to sheer gun skill at the end of it. But the difference is that BDS, they're not going to know the positions, Ollie.
Well, they don't know too much, but Leafpack doesn't need a lot of information to get the job done. Picks up 2. Nico, it looks like he's going to swing on through here. Has he got the info this time? He knows where the plant should be going down, but Leafpack just comes off it. How does he know, Demo? That must have been a call. There must have been a drone. Leafpack, 3 huge kills there to lock things up for BDS. Every single one of these rounds is going down to the wire.
I must have missed it. I'll be honest, I didn't see where the second player was from BDS. I don't know if he was getting held. I have no idea. Surely he wasn't being held there because he wouldn't have got off the plant. I have no idea. I missed it. Sorry, everyone. I missed it.
See, there was a lot going on.
There was a lot going on.
I think they must have been coming in through cafeteria way. Maybe the cafeteria double.
Can we? I might be able to spot on the replay. We'll see. I can maybe do it. I don't know. Well, let's find out. This can be the moment of truth for me.
Yeah, it was.
Right, Renshi come. Okay, yeah. Renshi could have held that. Renshi could have held that.
The time was ticking, though.
Risky for me, fuck. He's playing a dangerous game. Very dangerous game.
Back up to the top floor we go. Not seeing the 2 mid-floor sites used here, and not seeing a reattempt down at lockers either.
BDS aren't really bringing quote-unquote meta operators that you'd see for Bank. You know, Offset isn't there, Sens isn't there, even, you know, Ying's available. But then again, are BDS really that side that you'd strike you as the crazy team where they're going to be bringing out these operators which are very niche in what they can achieve, but if done well, a lot of play.
I must admit, I like this lineup a lot more. Double hard breach.
It's consistent. It's consistency.
Double hard breach. Leafpack, he's off the twitch. He's on something that's got a little bit more use here. Sure, we saw the smoke grenades used a little bit to cover across so we could move in, but, you know, you can get away with other things there. Bringing 4 nades this time as well. Nades were a big old problem
to see more nades,
in the previous round. So hopefully for BDS, they'll be able to deal with a little bit more of that information.
It helps to pace the nades. Being able to clear out somebody rather than going for the gunfight, you can just do it at a safe distance, do it at a range.
Well, it's not just that, it's the bulletproofs, it's the vault cameras. You know, they need to be found. You could argue you need to squeeze an IQ into this lineup as well.
Which they did bring, but
that info was
Did they get the value out of the IQ last round? We don't know. Nade missed. I would say for BDS, again, the windows isn't really their concern. They're all about trying to gain control of Square. That is where their entire push is kind of coming from. And as long as the mission is here, they're going to have an issue with taking that control. Of course, can just keep deploying those Wamai charges. The shield will go down, but like we mentioned before, that doesn't really hinder him. He can still play aggressive as long as he had somebody covering on his janitor's door.
Flora's drone there is going to be enough to root him out of position, but doesn't really get put in any sort of danger. Does take a tagged shot as he makes the cross. Still, BDS not wanting to commit to this in terms of a gunfight. They're just trying to move him into an angle, and Alems is going to be holding that really long one through Kanto wall.
All it takes is one person to rotate the skylight and a mission is trapped. Because right now he can't move throughout Kanto. He cannot move into that long corridor. And he also can't escape. We know EFAC has been lurking downstairs for a very long time at the moment. But he's actually left the position. So a mission will remain alive. Maybe if he held that for a few more seconds, Ollie, it would have paid off there for BDS. But I think the calls came in that they need to try and get that soft wall open. And it looks as if they're going to have to use a sledgehammer to do it.
Look what he's got away with, though. He's burnt so much time.
He's got windows instead. So that we will see the window gameplay. 2 players in the window. This is better from BDS. This is what we wanted to see.
But with 45 seconds, is this time to be exploiting these angles? We're going to see a C4 sent out. Alems picks up the first onto Exodus. Leakyfax still looking to try and take advantage on this window, but with Alems fallen, it's going to remove those X-Kairos pellets. A little jump out here from Nico is going to see him pick one up. Should be able to get himself back inside with little difficulty now, especially with only 25 seconds left. Shaiko gets taken out as he rushes to try and pick up the outside
All 3 are
player.
offside.
Renshi, he's looking to get the plant down. Can he pick up Playday? No, the C4 comes through. WTG, another big round on this CEO site.
So, PDS, they tried to make the adaptations, they tried to play in the windows, but the biggest issue was you lose Alems. Alems just got pinged from that Valkyrie, He's gone. As soon as he falls, the whole tower collapses. There's no lobby pressure. There's no control to stop out the jump outs happening. Like we've seen, the whole thing just collapsed from there.
Attackers need to locate.
It happens, and I think BDS, that's twice now that they've lost the top 4. Thankfully, they don't have to go there again. They don't have to attack that for them, but still worrying signs, because as we know for BDS, you'd still expect them, even though it's 2-2, you'd still expect BDS to have a bit of a shift, especially whenever we see them on the defense. So I still have no worries about BDS in this game, but I mean, TT9 just showing some weakness from BDS.
Yeah,
which I hate saying. I don't want to see them be weak.
I would agree. I don't have any fears here. I think the social vote is relatively safe. We saw a 6% for TT9. Don't get me wrong.
For this game, it's not so much about TT9, it's about BDS to bounce back. They took a heavy loss, heavy loss against a big club side like Rogue. A 7-2 is not good enough for that side. We know that. You need to see the immediate bounce back. As soon as you have a loss, you're straight back up in it. And that, I think, defines big sides, isn't it? It's all about how you respond.
It certainly is. Leaky Fight's going to be bringing the Jackal this time. Now, we've seen flex onto a couple of different operators so far, but the Jackal is being brought. Now, previously when we saw this site, BDS did a great job of getting into server and getting the wall open nice and quickly, but they had no roam clear to speak of. The players that were inside of open area...
Yeah, it was minimalistic take, wasn't it, last time?
They were allowed to operate there for a long time. BDS somehow managed to get a plant down in the chaos, but it wasn't good enough. It's not repeatable. They're not looking to try and do that again. Instead, they're going to try a little bit more of a thorough approach, and they're going to try and get this open area cleared out, but just look how much TT9 are committing to holding it. Castle barricades, yokai drones, 2 people playing in there. It's a lot to get through.
I mean, the Echo's going to be picked up by TT9 this round just to stop those plants happening, because they get caught out like that whole bait and switch that I mentioned. They're not going to allow that happen again because they have the Echo cams. BDS doing a very similar thing. Sure, they haven't got that early server control, but still pressuring in towards Tellers and Archives. They will open up that triple wall, so it does put a bit of pressure now onto Nico, who looks as if he's going to try and play his life here, although he's not falling back out of position. He is going to hold his ground and perhaps sneak a kill, and it could happen.
Absolutely.
There's the Anaclo just running around site right now. He has a lot of info that Shaiko's just gained.
I mean, there's no real reason for Nico to move here. He'd be better off getting a kill at this point. You're halfway through the round. He's still got a mission playing upstairs with him as well. Shaiko's going to look to try and challenge onto this angle. I don't think he knows that there's somebody playing close.
He's
goes for the nade through. Do see that rotation out, but is Shaiko going to be aware here? Second nade goes through. They're not going to do anything. Like, there's nobody playing in the middle of open. Get some drone info in.
I like this from EFAC. This is good, because this, again, comes into the whole bait and switch scenario. All of the attention for TT9 will be towards that server. It will be towards the hatch. Are they ready for EFAC just appearing on main stairs? If EFAC could slip in and find Cypher, kill the Echo, that could be huge for this side.
Well, Nico's waiting to collect the player that will eventually drop here through gold. Couple of stuns go out and he will be full white. Leaky Fat can now look to try and push down, get some good shots in, but doesn't deal the finishing blow. Concerned about Garage, but nobody's there. Playday is going to be getting the plant down now as well, and no one's in a position to deny. Scyther picks up the kill, but that's going to allow the plant to go down. You might have picked up 2 kills, but it doesn't matter. You've now got to try and retake. They can throw enough bodies at this if they wish. TT9 do have a big advantage here. Playday, he's going to have to play out of his skin here to try and keep his team alive in this one. Renshi looking to hold things down as well. Grabs 2, but gets shut down. 3 versus 1 now as we see Playday eventually picking up one at the top of square, but no, can't do the rest. Loads of time to disable the diffuser. TT9 successful on this ground, on this basement floor.
But again, it nearly happened, Ollie. It nearly happened, BDS. This time they didn't go for the bait and switch upstairs, they went for the main stairs and the lobby drop, because the whole idea was to keep the Echo off the cams. That was where they were headed. They wanted to deny that, so then they could get the plant down, which happened, but just didn't have enough bodies, could not take the clutch like they did the last round, so all credit to TT9. They've actually been able to hold their ground that time.
Imagine if you'd have had a couple of nades maybe to deal with Nico underneath that gold vault hatch instead of just flashing him. You know, those I keep going back to those nades that Shaiko threw into open. They were just nothing.
They're limp. They're nothing.
You may as well be throwing stuns at that rate because you're going to do more. You're going to at least blind them.
Yeah.
Certainly strange from BDS in their prioritization toward, you know, where their utility's going and what they're pushing. It seems like they've got the hard breach and the planting. All that's down to a T. There's no problems there.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a problem with this roam clear. and it is just a little bit slow. It's a little bit misdirected, and it's something that will need addressing because, I mean, TT9, if they come away with a 4-2 split here, it'd be fairly reasonable.
Even the rounds that BDS have won, it doesn't feel as though map control has ever firmly been in their grasp.
No, it's been close. Every round's come down to the diffuser, really.
It just feels that BDS are doing bare minimum to try and win rounds. And it's costing them because they're not respecting the roam game. They're not respecting that TT9. They can still shoot their guns. You know, they're still good in that department. They can still kill you. Sure, the strat work from TT9 isn't the greatest, but we know players like Emission, WTG's having a great game today. These are the moments where you will get caught flat-footed if you do not respect sides.
We saw an Amaru. We saw Leaky Fat get himself straight in upstairs.
Operator roulette with him today.
It really is. I think he's just going for world record on how many different ops he can play. WTG has good info on him, though. He's going to look to try and root him out here of meeting. Is he going to get the chance? Both players see one another, but Alems is there, holding that long window angle yet again. Alems has been pretty solid playing on those windows. He's going to be there again this time, but on the Ash. No need for the Hibana this time. Wall not reinforced, so you can just breach and charge it open, or breach and round it open. I suppose that's job done, really, for BDS here. They've got that opening kill. They've cleared out a little bit of that roam game. They've removed the Mozzie. Still a lot of steps to get through.
Yeah, again, that quad wall wasn't touched last time. But then again, BDS, a lot of their push did come in through the hatch. That's where they wanted to get the plant down, is just dropping the hatch and getting planted in behind that desk. However, Kaid gets brought in, and that hatch now is going to be electrified, and there is nothing that BDS can really do against that, Ollie. Nothing in their lineup that has any EMP disruption.
Instead, going to look for some kills to try and ease the pain a little bit. Exodus, how much info have you got, my friend? Well, you don't need the info if you see the head. Hello, Exodus, you're going to make a play. No, he gets taken out. Lems, he's there to collect. Scyther does take Leaky Fight down. The Lems is going to look to try and trade that one out as well. Damage done to both sides there.
Yeah, it is indeed. Now TT9 have kind of been forced into the bomb site, which is probably where I think this has been the best time we've seen BDS have a bit of map control, actually put a bit of pressure onto the side. You see all of them kind of grouped up. All it takes is a good clutch from BDS. They have more men up, of course, having that kill advantage. It just depends on if they can get this quad wall open, and they will try and slide through some of the nades over the top. Alam's just holding an angle. Will find Nico as he tries to scurry about in the bomb site. And Alam's now rotating himself into another position to hold anyone who may be playing in behind the open area desk right now. Ollie, I think BDS, they should have this one, should they not?
Well, it was looking good until then. Alems is going to get taken out. There's still a chance and still plenty of time, 25 seconds. Scyther will try and keep the players at bay, but doesn't look to be working off too much info. Playday, as ever, is going to try and get that diffuser down. Scyther does it. A great shot there onto Shaiko. He does have a C4 left, but it isn't going to come to too much. Playday plant and the kill is becoming a little bit of a trademark in this game, especially. BDS do manage to recover things somewhat here on these attacks of Bank.
Yeah, that was better from them. Not clean, not saying it was, you know, the great rounds of BDS that we see throughout history, but still, it'll do the job. It gets them the even half. But I don't know, I think TT9 got caught out in the opening engagements, didn't they? We've seen upstairs that Mozzie just gets caught out.
They weren't expecting the aggression, were they?
Yeah, I mean, the Amaru comes in.
Yeah. And the drone work that backed that up as well. Alems in conjunction with that. It was all focused on a very quick and concise clear of that top floor.
Yeah, BDS have been quick to get what they want. It's just they haven't really taken a whole lot in terms of context. The size of what they want is very, very small for what they see, the vision of how they want to attack Bank. Now they're going to be on the defense. Again, generally Bank is seen as attacker-sided. We see a lot more attacker wins compared to defense at the moment. But not in this scenario, because TT9 are a very weak attacking side. So I think this is going to be favored for BDS, even though it is the defense.
This is where things will start to change quite significantly, especially you look at the bans. Good bans for attackers, really. You think about what's available, you've got everything available to you here. You lose the Nook, you lose the Dokkaebi, but so what? You can really get around that. What we're going to see here is we're going to see much more meta operators from BDS. Already, they're bringing the Goyo. Already, I mean, we saw TT9 play the Valkyrie, but the Valkyrie is going to be a mainstay here for Shaiko. They're going to be looking to try and really rinse this time, you know, when it gets onto the site, if we do get there.
just the nades from TT9 are just non-existent, which again, I think is going to cost them. I think you need some form of nades for really any site, especially for the basement. I think you need that to toss them in, clear away any shields that could be up. Anyone perhaps in red is a necessity. You need to get the nades fired in, because generally 9 times out of 10 you'll find some form of a smoke or some form of a C4 operator will be lurking inside of red, ready to get that C4 toss for that plant. So maybe that'll hinder them. I don't really know what TT9 are up to. They've been very heavy focused towards the lobby side of things, and maybe just looking to challenge on to these BDS players. But you have to keep in mind, Ollie, what this does to TT9. It just eats away the time. And this is all about the plants. So the more time you give yourselves to burn through those smoke canisters, to burn through those Goyo canisters, it's going to be great for you.
Absolutely. Alems is just looking to waste time here, and he's done a reasonable job of it. League Fight did get taken out. TT9 have been successful in that clear. They've again exploited that long angle that's available on the window repel. They've pushed a couple of people in and around Banana Desk, and Exodus has got himself into Tellers as well. Can start to work this drone game a little bit. BDS have since fallen off. I do think they lost at least one of the Goyo canisters that was played inside a site as well. I'm not sure if that was a Twitch drone early on that did manage to sneak through and pick that up. It's going to take you a while to search out for the majority of this utility as a mission. It's going to operate now inside of open. Can look to start getting those hatches open as well and start to send a bit of utility down.
It just really comes down to how good TT9 can execute through all of the utility that BDS still have. There's nobody inside a server right now for TT9. That wall remains closed. The Goyo canisters are going to be tricky to eliminate and burn free. And Ollie, it takes about a good 25 seconds to wait for that fire to leave the room. So it is going to be difficult for them, but maybe TC9 have another idea in mind. Look at Nico right now. Look at the position he's in. He's looking for a slip in towards Garage, perhaps catching BDS by surprise. Whenever Nook's off the board, you wouldn't really expect to see anyone else crouch walk in towards Garage, but really any operator can do it, Ollie. We know that.
Well, the game might be up now. Shaiko did spot the drone. He's got a yellow ping to be working from as well. BDS are going to try and take that as a double problem as Lems came to assist, but he wasn't required. Shaiko, he's popping off here. He had a quiet time on the attack, but picking up 2 nice kills here in round number 7. Turns his attention to the hatch, where he will be rewarded yet again. No! Scyther takes him out. Wasn't expecting Scyther to get away with that one. A smoke is not going to do it, my friend. You need a bulletproof vest if you're going to try and make that drop. Couple of kills come in. A TK to good to measure. No plant this time, but still all of the available seconds in the round played, as has been the norm between these two sides.
That happens all the time. All the time. Teams do really well with clearing out the roam game, but then it just hits them that, hold on a minute, we don't have enough time to burn through the smokes and burn through the canisters. We just have to drop hatches. And how many times we see teams drop hatches and you're just slower. That's it. As soon as you hit the floor, you are dead. Sometimes they don't even make it to the floor by the time the kill cam comes up. So, yeah. I mean, this was really good from BDS, being able to assess that, hey, there is a guy in Garage. We need to kill him if we have any chance of stopping a plant going down, because really at this stage, if you're BDS, you have to play aggro. You're a man down, 15 seconds to go. You have to start finding some kills to give yourself a bit of confidence inside that round. You need to kill that guy in Garage. You know, they were not waiting for the Lion to challenge onto them. They were challenging the Lion before he could get in position.
I mean, it's the only way you've got to do it, isn't it? You, every time you see BDS play Bank, you see Shaiko play that position just at the middle of Garage, underneath hatch inside of open, and he's going to just pivot and switch and pivot and switch, and he's going to peek Garage, he's going to peek servers, Garage servers, main stairs, whatever it might be. You put a dangerous player in that spot, they're going to pick up kills for free all day long. Open area, we head to now for round number 8. See if BDS can start to gain a little bit more of a lead here in this one. Nothing too much has changed in terms of the lineup. We've got the castle this time just to give a little bit more added security. The mute as well, of course, to keep that quad wall safe for as long as possible. TT9 going to have to get themselves in upstairs here and again start to root out some of these roamers. Belt and Brace's approach there on the quad wall demo.
It is indeed. They've really hunkered down. What, 2 mute jammers and also both electro claws. There is some EMP grenades. You have Nico with the pocket ones on his loadout. Keep in mind, Thatcher is open. Thatcher's right there, but as we know, it's other than the EMP grenades, you know, Thatcher, what, Claymore breaching charges, is that really valuable compared to, you know, having the Lion Scan, which we know, you know, he has Thatcher's gadget as part of his kit and also his global ability, so that's the trade-off a little bit that you have. As we know, can be tricky though with the EMP grenades. Very precise you have to be to make them work. But I think T9 still a good lineup to bring. I'm happy to see nades. I always think it's good to have them. And right now, this is very nice from T9. Getting Exodus into the position just to clear out anyone who may not be expecting a quick push from TT9. And surprisingly from BDS, they've all left. They've all just switched off and they've decided, okay, have it. We don't want to be dealing with the vertical pressure.
It's a shame that Lion Scan was a little bit late there. That Lion Scan was a touch earlier. Exodus could have seen a little bit more success. Alems has been allowed to get downstairs, which...
He's just wandering about like he's forgotten his eggs at the grocery.
He does look a little bit caught in the current at the moment. Shaiko will pick up a kill onto a mission. Nice little C4 there. But Alems has now entered that danger territory, I like to call it, where you defend in open area. If you get a defender downstairs in
blue flank.
Oh, goodness gracious me, it can be a problem. They can also rotate through and get up main stairs, and typically you would expect that's somewhere that Leakyfat might play, because he's on the Oryx, he can make that transition a little bit quicker. But Alems is going to be just fine.
They have a flank cam, which is good to know. Just make sure there's somebody sitting on it. I see a mission on a cam. I hope it is the bottom blue. It looks as if it's the bottom blue, because we see a yellow ping, and now WTG will try and eliminate the player below. But Alems is instead rotated just onto the staircase. That cam should still be up. I'm just waiting to see Alems's see his name in the kill feed here any second now, Ollie. It should be an easy one for WTG. Take it, kill him. No! Ow, ow.
Well, Alems picks that one up, and with it, the diffuser drops cold onto the floor. Alems, all he needs to do there is be AFK. He just needs to hold the angle. He doesn't need to push. Pushing it is going to be the worst thing to do there. Scyther will grab him, but there's only 8 seconds left. Playday is still on the site. Shaiko's still up. Playday pops up from out of nowhere. He's hiding in and around the tables. He's going to collect that final kill. What an impact Payday's having in these rounds. He has often been involved in that final engagement, and he is anyway. He's the support player. He's going to be putting up those numbers, but it's that consistency that we see from him which is impressive. Tactical timeout here from TT9. Probably a good time to use it, see if they can steady this ship somewhat, because Demo, it's not all going wrong for them. They're doing some things quite well.
They're doing good with clearing out, getting that first kill. I think we've seen T9 now both times, haven't they? They've got
the
that
opener
kill
in 2 rounds, yeah.
But the issue is, it's whenever they start to stall out. For example, you look at the ace. Goes in the janitor, expecting, okay, quad wall's going to be what I'm going to open up. Electrified, mute jammered, okay, I can't do anything there. You need to wait for the lion. Instead of waiting, what does he do? Oh, I'm going to run off and try and kill this guy on blue. Lion comes over, okay, I'm ready to EMP. Oh, you're dead. To be fair, I mean, albeit, Ace should be killing that kite every day of the week. You know he's down there. You know where he is. Why are you not just pre-firing? It is literally a staircase. It's not a big, massive room that you're walking into. He can only be one place. Just pre-fire and you'll kill him.
Put 2 people on it.
Like, Alems, his gun wasn't even up ready for it. Alems was just kind of, again, just wandering about, wasn't he, for the majority of that round?
Put 2 people on it. Solve the problem quickly. You know, drop someone through the hatch aggressively. Have someone peek the staircase, drop someone through the hatch, get a flash in there, do something to try and give yourself the advantage instead of both just swinging it. BDS, 5 rounds to 3. They've started to streak a little bit of a lead here. Are we seeing a panic pick, Demo?
What is a Monty doing out here?
A little bit of a panic Monty, potentially, from Emission.
What's a Finker doing out here? What's going on?
And we do say that TT9 liked to play Siege from sort of 6 months ago. Maybe
Did not get the memo.
Maybe the Finker pickup is akin to that. I worry when I see lineups like this, especially after attack timeout. This is, you know, it's got pocket strat written all over it. And, you know, pocket strat sometimes can be good for a round, but is it just too predictable at this point?
Monty's really only good for one attack that you can go for on this bomb site, and that is just getting up lobby. Yeah. He's really good because you're facing one direction the whole time, and it's just up that staircase. It's good at putting pressure on the Kanto player specifically, which at the moment is going to be that Echo. So as soon as Echo hears a Monty come up, he's going to be trapped. I would say, get your bets on. I would say that Alems is probably going to die in the elevator. Or kill them all. It can go one or 2 ways.
He has got a little bit of a support. We do see somebody playing front desk, and I think that Emission knows that there is going to be a Yokai camera up there, and we've at least heard the bulletproof get locked off as well. Renshi is going to be in position to assist here. Oh, we're actually seeing the wall get open now as well, so that is going to put a bit more pressure, really, onto Alem's position.
That's what I'm saying. He's stuck there now, and he can't get out. He's no way of destroying the hatch, so that's him. Pocket shield, though, hasn't placed it down. Could you set up in the elevator? Who knows?
Also, what that's done is it has removed a lot of the hard breach potential from this lineup.
You don't really need it, though, for this attack. That's the only reason you bring hard breach is just for that counter wall.
But this now has to go right.
Of course it does.
Vincere is going to look to try and play this one a little bit more aggressively. Where's the rest of BDS? Because they could be on the flank here.
There we go. I was going to say, it should be so simple because it's just a basic utility burn with a nade. That's how easy it is. If TT9 could not do that, it really paints the picture of how they've been playing this in this league. They've done that successfully. There it is. Alams, he was always going to die there. No shadow of a doubt. Echo gone. First kill again for TT9. Monty, still more or less full HP. The information he's going to gain is brilliant. Now what I want to see is somebody in the windows. You need to have a rotation. You have all of this information from a mission. Utilize it. Utilize the information.
Exodus is below, so we've still got the chance of an up nade here, especially if some information can be exchanged. Renshi C4 in hand. We do see somebody playing
Cypher.
below. Scyther.
It's on the windows.
Can get himself onto the windows and try and assist a little bit here. He's got a couple of targets waiting for him.
Pick.
In fact,
Big
will
pick.
take out Exodus. That removes the nade from below. WTG will be able to take Vincere out though, so that clears up this front desk somewhat. The job still isn't going to be done. Emission. Does he know that someone's right there? Oh, he nearly gives it all away, Shaiko. Gets an opportunity, but will be taken out on the windows. Now we're seeing the synergy. Now we're seeing a little bit more here out of this TT9 squad. Leakyvac, he's in the 1 versus 4 here, and the plant's going down. 19 seconds left to go. And it's very unlikely that he's going to be able to disrupt this. He's being held from just about every angle imaginable. Going to give himself away here. Doesn't know that there's a player at the top of main stairs. Nico, going to pick him up. Great round from TT9. Yeah. A pocket strat, it did work. We saw the Monty pick. We joke that it's a panic Monty pick, but it really worked there. They had a very clear idea of what they wanted to do with it. Timeout, it's great for a round.
Yeah.
Do more with it. What are you going to do this round that's different?
I enjoyed that round. Great round from TT9. A lot of the basics being done really well. Good opening, using that burn, using the nade to eliminate the echo. I mean, whenever you lose the echo for BDS or you're up against the Monty, that's a big issue, isn't it? Because obviously we've seen echoes work really well. Monty walks in and you kind of lay a trap. Okay, as soon as you hear a stun, you swing this Monty with everything you have. And we've seen that be very successful for sides. You lose that echo, Monty just becomes such a big issue. And realistically for smoke, you know, we've seen the smoke was being picked. There's a lot of room that Monty can just avoid it. You know, there's multiple ways into that bomb site. You can go down long, you can go through the double door, you can go through banana, which is where he went to. The smoke grenades are not going to be a hindrance to you. Because if he smokes off one way, I'll just walk around the other way.
10 seconds to insertion.
We need to see a little bit more out of TT9 attacking this locker site.
5 seconds.
They were able to get the wall open last time, but it all came to
At what cost?
last-ditch attempts.
Moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
But again, successful on this opening kill. They've been great at getting that opening kill on their attacks. And it's been hurting BDS. You know, sure, BDS are wasting a little bit of time, but you can't consistently be giving that opening pick away in the trade-off for, you know, a minute, 30 seconds, 40 seconds, whatever it might be.
It's been a very good game. There isn't really anyone, I think, from either team that you can pick out and say, wow, they've been incredible today. I think it's a very good game of Siege, very balanced teams at the moment.
Well, we've not seen a Mission popping off, have we? You know, that he's usually been the talisman player for TT9, and currently 4-7, he's playing the
He's on Thermite, for goodness sake.
You know,
he's been about it.
Take from that what you will. Instead, it's been much more equally spread across the players.
Yep. But is it enough for TT9? You know, we said that, you know, they're almost there, so close. How many times have they went to 7-5 and been so close to getting points, but it never came for them? Is this it? Could this be the game?
I think this round will tell a lot. 5-5 starts to look a lot better for TT9 than 6-4. All depends on those tertiary sites. Lem's just going to put a couple of shots in Exodus's way. League Fact this time, choosing to drop himself off quite quickly. Lems will do the same.
A lot of damage.
Not looking to take an extended challenge up there. Happy with the chip damage that he's done onto Exodus. BDS can retire to the site and start to await the onslaught that is going to be coming. So now TT9's 30 seconds, 40 seconds to really get a bit of work done. We need these hatches open. We need info being gathered. They need to move a lot quicker than they are.
Yeah, half the round was burned there by BDS, and even it's still constantly being burned. That after effect of TT9, making sure the drone worker's thorough, not giving anything away. And finally, we will see somebody inside of server. Starting to open up those walls, of course, but we know there's going to be a lot of utility still that BDS have on board. The Goyo canisters, which should be getting popped here any moment now, so that's good from WTG. It will give them, what, about 30 seconds after these have cleared to get that plant down successfully, but there is still smoke canisters, there's still C4s, all that they have to burn through. There is still a hefty amount of work that TT9 have to put in, but they've done good at getting, of course, those canisters gone immediately.
It really is a game of burning these C4s now. You can see that BDS are almost lined up, ready just to take turns at it. We've got Shaiko watching on to Garage again, but Vincere and Alems both with a C4 in pocket. We are going to see a nade thrown in as an attempt here onto Shaiko. A mission is going to be getting that plant down. Where are the C4s, guys? Vincere, Alems, you've still got some in pocket. The smoke wasn't enough and the plant's gone down. A big blunder there from BDS, not deploying that utility early enough. And now they've got a tricky retake on the hands. Leaky Fact, he's going to be the first player to fall in the post-plant, as the hatches can now be held and BDS have to try and scramble. We are seeing a rotation. WTG grabs himself a freebie onto Alems. He really over-aggresses on that vault, but Playday will be there to trade. We did see a player move upstairs, and they could be looking to try and take out Scyther. Vincere getting himself into all kinds of engagements here, but look at the clock, Demo. There's 10 seconds left. There's nowhere near enough time here. A lot of impactless kills coming through. Renshi, may as well keep yourself alive and save that KD at this point. TT9, successful attack downstairs onto the locker site.
Yeah, frustrating for BDS. All the utility in the world, nowhere to use it. Just not in position, not ready for that happening. I don't know, maybe expecting TT9 once that fire cleared out to just wait a little bit. But as soon as that fire was gone, the plant immediately down.
Well, you have to. You've got 40 seconds. You need to bait out Toxic Babes. And there was 3 C4s for BDS.
It just shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. It should not happen. Disappointing round for BDS. Again, I really thought they were going to come in here today and just bounce them out. Just, you're done, TT9. That's it. On you go. But no, BDS, they have looked weak today.
If you'd have asked me which game I was looking forward to the most today, I would have probably said Wolves Heroic.
Yep.
I think that for me, that's got the most potential as a game. I didn't look at this game and think, yeah, we'd potentially see an overtime. And that's now looking like a realistic thing. That's looking like a possibility, Demo. Love it.
Worry, worry, worry. Anywho, BDS back downstairs again. Gonna reattempt that. Same lineup. That's it, just exactly the same. No changes at all.
I don't know if they need a change. They had
the hatch as well.
They had all the tools they needed previously to get the job done. They just didn't deploy them. We didn't see C4s thrown to deny the plant. So if they can position themselves a little bit better this time, I get that it's difficult when the wall gets opened that looks into Red Corridor. I get that,
but you can still.
But you've got to take the swing.
You can prone past that.
Yeah, you've got to. You've got to try and get past it. Yeah. You've got to take the chance. It is not impossible.
Needs to be better from BDS, I must say. My man, EFAC on the roam, not good enough today at the moment. 5 and 9 Ollie, no real opening kills for him, no real impact in this Oryx, which has been a kind of signature operator for him. We need more from him. He needs to have a good round here if he wants to give BDS that advantage.
Yeah, pretty quiet there. The office for a couple of the big hitters on BDS as well. You look at Shaiko, 6 and 9, didn't really do too much on the attack. Came alive in one of the rounds on the defense and picked up a multi, but not as deadly as we're used to. It just seems like TT9, without the pressure of a relegation, without the pressure of needing points out of the fixture, it's just freed them up to play a much better game of Siege. And it's good to see. We want this to be competitive. No one wants a team sat at the bottom on 0 points for the entire stage.
Exact same round pretty much unveiling before our eyes here, Ollie. We see the quick drop-off from BDS, not wanting to linger. EFAC, there he goes. What's changed? Absolutely nothing. So you would expect the TT9 are just going to do the exact same thing. Open up the angles that they need, start rotating towards server, which again, WTG is going for once more. Just replay the last round. There'll be no difference here.
I mean, if anything, it's a little bit better for TT9.
You reckon? I mean, there is one thing that does worry me, and it's that Valkyrie camera that we just seen from BDS. If TT9 do not see that Valkyrie camera, that's maybe what BDS were lacking, was a bit of information, but then again, they had the Valkyrie last time, so where were the Valkyrie cameras? Is it the same one? If it's the same one, then TT9 should have no issue with it. I have no idea how this is going to go. I have no idea. Let's just watch and see. Let's just see what happens. Probably the best way to put it. So they will open up the wall. Fire's been popped. Is there going to be an immediate plant? Have to wait just a little bit longer. There will be a Toxic Babe and another Toxic Babe. So BDS, you can see this time, Ollie, panicking a little bit, firing more utility early on.
Well, there's 25 seconds. They can somewhat afford to, but they need to ensure that that plant spot is smoked off for the duration. Final Toxic Babe canister coming in. Exodus is going to be making a little bit of a sneak through Garage here at Mission. He's going to take a little bit of damage. Let's get a flash on through, but will be taken out as kills start to pour in. But the backstab from Exodus has been successful, and Garage has been fully infiltrated here. 3 versus 2. There's not a lot of time. WTG, he's going to try and get this plant down. Predator Lems, they have to try and get it done, and they will. Eventually managing to pick up a couple of those kills there. We saw the C4 get thrown in as a bit of a Hail Mary there in that final kill cam. Tight stuff again. There has been not a lot of separating these end of rounds.
Think of how the planter just got killed. Did he get killed by a Goyo canister, Ollie?
No.
Did he get killed by a smoke canister?
He took a lot of damage from a smoke.
He did, but did he die to it?
No.
Did he die to a C4?
No.
He's died to a gun. How are TT9 allowing the diffuser carrier, get shot? You have all the hatches open, you have somebody hitting Garage. How is Shaiko allowed to find these angles and swing out and get these kills? That shouldn't be happening.
It shouldn't. I mean, you could replay this game and you would see very different results because of how close these end of rounds have been. TT9 are holding up to that pressure as well. Very pressurized in those final 10 seconds. One split-second decision is
as soon as one thing goes wrong,
that's it. Yeah.
It's done. And I think that has been the biggest issue for TT9 is adaptability. The best teams in the league, we've seen them. They can sit there in 2v4s and 3v4s, and maybe they lose 2 players immediately. It could be a 5v3 at the start of the round, 3v5, whatever it is. But they'll still somehow find a way. Can you say the same about TT9? Well, apart from that one clutch that they had, which wasn't really down to somebody playing spectacular.
Well, the round number 1,
yeah.
WTG. I think he played well.
He did play well, but then again, you would expect BDS, being a top-tier side, that should be bread and butter. There's 1v3, shouldn't it?
I think in his position, you would expect a lot of pro players to clutch it because of the info and all that sort of stuff that he had going for him. BDS are on a match point. There is a chance for them to walk away with a full 3 points in. Now, it was mentioned on the desk, but that was obviously a long time ago, seeing as we're about to potentially go into overtime. It was mentioned on the desk that 3 points here for BDS is huge because Heroic and Wolves play later on today.
So there'll be drop points there.
3 teams on 10 points each. There's a chance for BDS to...
What is an 86% if they win this today or something like that?
Something like that. There's a chance for BDS to really, set themselves apart here, as it were.
Look, let's not put it any other way. You would expect BDS to be the major. I think...
You would. And you would expect them to win this game.
It's going to happen, yeah.
Last time we saw this site attacked in this way with the Monty and the Finker, it was a very clean round from TT9. Now, there have been some adjustments. We're not seeing the Echo this time. Alems is instead going to be on the Maestro.
This is a mid-floor, though, so you have to take that into consideration. How much impact will the Monty have in pushing in towards these more open rooms that you can have angles being held from main stairs, which is where Alems is going to be situated. How much impact can that Monty have? That's what it comes down to, I think, now with TT9 is, are they going to be able to use this operator in good fashion? Oh, Alems, you knew you were chancing it with the holographic. You knew that's a chance shot and a half.
Oh, you've got the Alder, which is, it's a bit of a truck, but not today.
You have to be good with it if you want to hit those shots, but...
Are you saying he's bad?
I'm not saying he's bad. I'm just saying, why would you take that challenge? Why would you do that?
Well, that was a challenge worth taking. Vincere does manage to shut WTG down, Monty or not.
Need a refrag here.
Not going to matter.
Nobody from TT9 on the refrag? Nope. He's right there. Blatant information.
You'd like to see the top of the wall opened and nades thrown in, wouldn't you, really? The Surrogate is going to get burned again here, and it is going to allow Monty to push in a little bit more aggressively. Just call Renchiro's position out. But again, no one really in position. And the lack of nades, this is where the lack of nades really hurts you.
Get that mute jammer gone. They're not going to be able to do anything until that mute jammer has been neutralized. As long as that wall is going to be closed, Renchi can just keep doing what he's doing and just pester that Monty. Looking for another swing, perhaps. I mean, this is still good for Renchi, just causing so much pain right now for BDS. EFAC has to play big. Does he have any idea about the IQ? Yes, he does. Cypher goes down. One more player situated below him inside of Elevator. But EFAC just going to hold his ground. Monty now pushing in very deep. Nico is the diffuser carrier. Is he up for the plant, though? Shaiko has that C4, will be tossed out. Oh, a lot of damage done to him. Mission goes to the swing onto that Finka, but no, it will instead be EFAC. He appears out of nowhere and finds Nico. Shaiko will take down that Monty, and Exodus, who was dealing with EFAC, well, he's also gone.
Another round that comes down to the wire there. BDS get the job done here on Bank, but that was not the game that we were expecting. It might have been the scoreline that a lot of people were expecting, but 7-5. Very impressed there with TT9's performance, especially given what is on the line for them here, which is essentially nothing. But for BDS, that game meant a lot.
Yeah.
And it's very important that they got that one closed out inside of regulation. What a performance from Playday.
I mean, I think BDS, it was, everyone had something to say, which I think was good to see. You know, we're obviously...
I think Playday had the most to say.
We've praised a lot about EFAC, Shaiko, the two heavy hitters. Both of those guys today, not great games from both of them. Realistically, it was the other three. Renchi, I think, done very well in the attack. Obviously, Playday has been revitalized this split, you know, with the, I don't know what it was, just that addition to EFAC, and all of a sudden Playday is back to his best. Yeah, Playday looks unstoppable. He was consistently getting plants, consistently getting kills, always live in the last couple of seconds of the round. But as you say, there was something really lacking there from the rest of BDS. Leaky Fact, Shaiko, we didn't see those killer instincts. We saw some questionable decision making as well thrown in there from a couple of the players. And I think that you really got to take your hats off to TT9 there, because it wasn't just the Emission show that we're used to seeing. We saw good, well-rounded performance. WTG had a really good game there. We'll give them praise. I think they had some really good rounds. I think, you know, some of the basic rounds that they did was really good. I love that one with the top floor with the Monty being brought in. But what does it mean if you still lose? It's the same old again. You get to 5 rounds, you lose 7-5. Sure, okay, well done. You've managed to take 5 rounds off BDS, but how many points do you get? Oh, the same as if you were to lose 7-0?
It isn't the first time we've seen TT9 push a team and not be able to get it over the line, and that's more the worrying thing. I think because they did it against BDS today, that it shows a little bit more hope, because BDS are one of the top-tier teams.
BDS were weak today. I think it should have been better from BDS there, if I'm being honest.
I worry for BDS if they'd have gone against one of the more heavy hitters inside the league today. I worry about
could have been another rogue situation,
would have really played out. We're going to throw this one back to a short break. After that, we'll be back with our desk to break this one down.
everybody. Welcome back. We'll have a chat, a special one, I guess, with BDS in just a moment. But first, a victory for BDS, but a hard-fought one. Let's talk about our victors. That's all 3 points, and that's what we were looking for.
Exactly. It was maybe a little bit of a scrappy start. Some of the attacks seemed to be starting off very slow, especially the CEO attacks coming out from BDS, where they mainly took square and stock and then tried to get it out there. We saw some really good things from TT9 as well, but once again, we end up to the spot where it's just not enough from them.
3 points, all that matters. Simple as that. Like, if you look at the league playing, I don't know how many times I've said this about BDS. I thought it was sloppy again. But they won. They got 3 points. It's another step on the way to the major, which is on the way to SI. And that's what we know. That's BDS's goals. International events.
I'll correct you. Sloppy doesn't play on BDS.
Who does he play on? The reverse test.
It was Makers, right? Is it still?
I want to say it's Matchco. I want to say it's Matchco, yeah.
Wait,
I'm not sure.
Anyways, you can talk about it. I will look about it. Anyways, here with now BDS, you're talking about some shaking ground, right? Given the fact that we kind of hyped them up as, look, this is TT9 that has to do all the work on the other side. What do you felt that, okay, this was not really going well for BDS?
Well, I mean, beginning in that game, we talked about how they're missing maybe a little bit of game play as a team together, and they're maybe relying a bit on Leak Effect to go huge on one side and then Shaiko to do that on the other side of the map. Well, if you eventually look at their stats, then this wasn't really the thing that we saw from them this game. I mean, Leak Effect falling behind a little bit in kill, Shaiko as well in the beginning. Well, he made up for it, especially with that round defense when they defended lockers, and he got 2 kills in Garage and lockers. But before that, it was a very slow start from these 2 players specifically. And once again, it was Playday that was having a bigger influence on the game's outcome.
Hey, when you need somebody to step up, if it's not Shaiko, if it's not Likifak,
Goat.
Then you also have Playday to make it all happen. And yes, Sloppy does play for Machiko, so I was right. There you go. You can't reverse Uno me, my friend, in this one. But I'll be back to you in just a moment. We have a chat with BDS. Let's bring them up. Bonsoir, Likefak and Playday that join us on the interview. Hello. How are you guys doing? Congratulations on the win.
Hello, thank you. Yeah, we're going good. Huge win. And we are really happy to win this.
All 3 points. First of all, we'll start it with how's boot camp?
How's the boot camp, you said? Yeah, it's a pretty good boot camp. We have to work on a lot of things, and that's why we are here today and this week.
It's only for Super Week where you're here.
Yeah.
You know, this is the first time in I guess league history where we've had 2 players being interviewed at the same time. So, you know, we're making history in so many ways here in Rainbow Six in the EU League. But let's talk about the first half, especially here of Bank. First of all, we weren't expecting Clubhouse to go through. You know, you get Bank at the end. What happened in the first half that looked a bit shaky on your side?
I mean, we didn't did that bad, except the clutch from the first round. Bank was our pick. We wanted to go on Bank. We know that all the stage they always play club against us, and they always lose. So we expect a Bank, and they super us on the gameplay and things like that, and they play very well. But the first attack was hard, and little bit mistake cost rounds. That's it.
Now, Playday, what do you think the Dokebi ban came out for you? What was it trying to do here?
We banned Dokebi because we knew that they play a lot Dokebi, and for our roamings gameplay, we just decide to ban it because it's very annoying, and that's it.
But that leaves, you know, the Nook bans, gets banned on the other side. Any other, I guess, like you put it, annoying operators that you just want to get rid of, Playday?
Sorry?
Any other,
understand.
Any other, as you describe, annoying operators you like to get rid of, Playday? You personally?
Maybe Ying. Ying is an annoying operator, to my opinion.
Okay, fair enough. In your opinion, Likefak, do you have your own preferences? Is it different?
The KB, of course, for the roaming, it's so fucking annoying. Maybe Jackal. T'as pas le droit de dire ça.
T'as pas le droit de dire ça.
My bad. It's really annoying, Jackal, for the roaming, and I think that's it.
Fair enough. Moving on from here, you've secured all 3 points. Do you feel that you've achieved the success that you wanted to get today off of this, I guess, first day of boot camp gameplay, like Ifak?
We succeed because we got the 3 points, we got the victory, so we succeed. But there is too many mistakes. That's why we are here in bootcamp, is to fix it for the next match. So for today, we succeed. We achieved our goal, but we need to be better for the next play day.
And Bride, to you, there's Rogue, Wolves, and Heroic that are very close to you. When you hear all these names, is there a team where you think, these ones, they could really give us a run for our money in the top 4?
Maybe Rogue, I said, because they are a pretty good team, and I guess they won against us, and we really want to play against them in the future.
Okay, anything from your side, Likefak? Do you feel that Wolves could really be a dampener on your day in the top 4?
Yeah, for sure. But I'm agree with Bride. The most dangerous win against us, it's Rogue, and we are really excited to play them in the future.
Then very excited to see how that, of course, ends up going, as you guys potentially you might be seeing this, at a major or in the league in the future. But with that said, our next play date means that BDS will play Navi. How do you feel about playing against Navi, Ride?
Like the other game, to be honest, nothing special. We're gonna prepare this match like we did for the other, and we will see. We will see how it goes.
Even with Skiddy, Leader, Teb on the other side, Likefak. I mean, these are some pretty big shot players, even though they're newcomers to the league.
Yeah, Leader is the real goat. Not me, just Leader on the support role. He's always clutching like Bride, and yeah, he's a very good player, and I'm scared about Leader. Leader is really good.
Okay, well, I'm very excited to see how that game turns out. For all the fans out there, make sure you are tuning in next play day, which is this Thursday, because it is a super week. You'll be seeing Likefak and Bride and the rest of BDS going up against Navi. Hey, maybe a leader can kind of stop you dead in your tracks. Who knows? Who knows? Very much looking forward to it. But anything you'd like to say to the fans, Bride?
Sorry.
Comme
thank
tu veux, en français, en anglais, ça me dérange pas.
I will say it in English. So thanks for the support, and let's see you for the next matches, and let's have fun for the cast, obviously.
Yeah. Likefak, anything from you?
Merci beaucoup pour le support. À chaque fois, on reçoit plein de messages encore une fois, et on va essayer de faire de pour le prochain match et de récupérer les 3 points et aussi de se qualifier au major pour que vous nous voyez plus souvent jouer, quoi. Voilà.
Vous n'êtes pas trop loin de la qualification alors. So, BDS are not too far away from the qualification to the major. So we'll see how that goes out for them. Likefak, Bride, thank you very much for joining us on an EU League first, really, here with 2 interviewees at the same time. We wish you a great time, and hopefully we get to see you on Thursday again from your boot camp. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Here it is, a special one. We got to hear, some facts, but also some fun times for the players. Anything you picked up in just listening in, Anne?
It was nice to see how they were so casual with each other, and they don't really seem scared, even though they mentioned, being scared of Leader. And like, for example, Rogue, the way they come across when they talk is very chill. So I believe if they keep that mindset up and that way of behaving themselves, they'll have a good time against those 2 teams that they mentioned.
It was good to see from me that they're aware that they've got some process issues, and I think that's the biggest thing. When they solve them, they're going to be absolutely bloody unstoppable, and I think they're aware of it. The fact that they've gone to bootcamp mid-stage, because let's not forget they started the stage at bootcamp as well. They've said, look, we need to go back. BDS as an org got them back, got them in bootcamp, same place, same people. They're working on it, and if they get that sorted by the time they get to the major, because they probably will get to the major, they've got a nice little run of fixtures. They only probably need 1 more win to confirm it. They're probably going to be at the major. Now, if they get that sorted before the major, they're going to look absolutely unstoppable.
I mean, what is it now? BDS will be at 16 points with this win. So Rogue, who haven't played today yet, there's a 5-point difference in between. BDS maintain a lead. That's pretty good. That puts you in pretty good spot here in the top 4, but it all depends on if they can keep it up at least for another Playday or 2. Very quickly to wrap it all up on TT9, another 7-5, and there's something happening, but at least pressure's off.
Yeah, it's starting to be a little bit better. We're seeing good things coming from them, positive things, but we're seeing the same pattern as where they're trying the same things. For example, when they went for that take in round 10, they planted, got the round off, and then they tried the exact same thing in round 11, thinking it was going to work. Well, surprise, it didn't. And I mean, obviously BDS is going to read into what you're doing in that round. You can't just get away with the same things there. We saw some improvement as well in regards of playing in a post-plan position where they had a 2v1 and they bottled it, and then afterwards they did actually play together as a team to win it out. So some improvement, but they're still making the same kind of mistakes as they
There's definitely moments there where you think there's a team here, there's absolutely a team here, and I think it's easier on the defense. They definitely adapted better on the defense. The attacks a little bit, you know, they were okay, but only a couple of rounds, and I think it's the same old story for TT9, unfortunately, where we're going to say, hey, they were competitive, but they lost and they got 0 points.
Well, for TT9 fans, you have to look forward for TT9 versus Outsiders next Playday. All Russian game. I'm really excited for this one because it might be an incredibly passive game, but also it might be a more active one because who knows what these teams have in store against one another. Thank you very much. And Fresh, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, it's Secret versus M&M. See you in a bit.
Another round that comes down to the wire there. BDS get the job.
everybody, and welcome back. It's Team Secret versus M&M. It's a big mix of UK players in this one, as there are quite a few of them here that are competing in EU League. What is it? Around 40% of the players from the UK. Not too bad, and way more than that when it comes to talent on here, but don't you worry. It's the Benelux Takeover. And is joining us. Hello for all the fan QE spammers in the chat. Hello, Fresh.
Hello.
How are you? You're looking forward to this game?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this game, Milosh. I look forward to every single game. But especially this
You know who the real winners are,
No, I'm not
Daz.
doing that. That's too cheesy. Who does that?
Ace.
Yeah, too cheesy. I've seen him in the Twitch chat. That's why I said.
Sorry, Ace. We just had to do it. Anyways, let's have a chat about our team, starting off with Team Secret. Jack, what do they have in store?
Well, what's the expectations for Team Secret is that this is a team that's been bottom of the league, that's been fighting relegations, that no longer has that looming over them, that made a couple of changes that have made improvements. And we talked about TT9 as, yeah, this team keeps getting, keeps losing. Good performances, but not getting the points. Secret are of a similar vein. They got points, G2 and Na'Vi, but only overtime. They're very competitive inside of games, but they're generally losing them. What I will say, though, is that they made very good changes. Coaching staff changes, player staff changes, and I think for the better, and also a role change where Savage went from the front line into the back line. I think for this team, it's made them just a much more well-rounded team, that they're very competitive inside of the EUL.
So, from that, do you see anything from this team here, and that you think this is their X factor? This is what Secret has that really they can bring to the table?
Well, we've seen very objective-focused Siege from them. If you look, for example, at Kendra, he's got all the plans going on for himself, but then on the other hand, he's also the person going positive on entry. So not something I guess you'd expect.
They don't really go hand in hand.
No, it's not really something that happens or fits with a support player. Like, you also go positive on entry, but still, it happens, and it's a good factor to have that in your team, someone you can always rely on different aspects of the team as well.
And since we still have you on this, let's have a chat about M&M. On the other side.
Yes.
And this is a team you covered, a year ago going in Challenger League. How do they look like now to you?
Well, I think the big issue for M&M at the moment is they tend to fumble their player advantages. We've seen numbers of occasions where they have a 4v1 player lead, and there's someone on the enemy team still able to push through that. We've seen it with Emission on Chalet. We've seen it last week with Skitty on Theme Park, and it really is something they're going to have to start to fix. And it kind of makes me think about a similar situation we've had with an APAC team, Elevate, when they went into the NSI. They were also giving away those player advantages, and then there was the story like, oh, every single time they overpeak in a player advantage, they lose 1 year of their salary. So we talked about this before. Maybe Cal needs to start taking away some money of the R6 share program or something. If the players overpeak, I don't know, it could be something to motivate them.
At this point, maybe something can motivate them to perform at 10 a.m. when they're actually competing on a major. That's an extra thing. Jack, we're just brainstorming.
I mean, Cal's got an engagement ring to pay for, right? So he needs to take the money off the players for overpeaking. I think, I spoke to Archer, and he gave the generic line that Nello gave in the interviews is, yeah, we're working on it. Okay,
fair.
We're working on it. I think for M&M, and I was accused a little bit of being an M&M hater this week, but for the academy team that's in Challenger League when they were going up against 10-star. But I think for M&M, they've got everything that they need. They've just not clicked it in terms of a team functionality yet. When they start playing, in my opinion, really start playing as a team, they'll be genuinely really good contenders in the top 4 of this league and internationally.
I mean, it is a tough road, really, for any team that goes into EUL, and for them, not too shabby. I mean, they've actually made it to a major, which is pretty impressive anyways. But let us take a look at our map for this series. 9-map pool, 8 are out, and 1 is left. We'll be left with Chalet, a personal favorite of mine. Clubhouse taken out again just before, and that's Secret here with the pick. They start off on attack, M&M picking defense, and does this fit the bill?
Well, I always like to theorize a little bit about what I expect from a bend phase.
Fair.
I would have actually thought that Secret was going to bend this one, because last Playday, they lost it against Wolves. So maybe they were going to be scared, like, oh, we don't want to do this again. We don't want to try it again. And for M&M, it also is one of their maps that gets bent against them a lot. M&M themselves, though, they have won it once against TT9. But I'm curious if Secret can come back from the loss they had against Wolf. Obviously, a different team, different caliber, I guess you have to go up to as well. I'm curious what they can do to throw back that.
It's both teams' best map, so I'm not surprised that we've ended up there. But actually, that final ban of Clubhouse is one that's intrigued me, because for the longest time, M&M were known to have 2 permabans, Bank and Clubhouse.
Oh.
I think they've really like strung it out there and kind of baited Secret in the map bans to get a Chalet by leaving Clubhouse open. And Secret have gone, well, we do play Clubhouse, but isn't this supposed to be our perma ban? And had to get rid of it and just had to go to Chalet. So for M&M, I found it very strange that Secret ended up banning Clubhouse.
So that's an extra layer, I guess, of dubiousness that's been thrown.
I think it's just a layer of good map ban phase, right? Like, you know, from the support staff of M&M, they know that, you know, they can just throw it in against a team that's quote-unquote weaker, that it's kind of middle preference for Secret.
Final piece, Anne, how do you think this will go?
Well, you mentioned before how M&M comes out of Challenger League and it's their first year. There's quite still something on stakes for them. They can still make it to the major. They also have something in mind with the EOL finals. They're currently tied on the 5th and 6th spot. So good points for them would really help them in that battle of the major. I think for Secret, realistically, there's not really any major chances. They've got some tough games coming up as well. But it'll be good to show how they play against a team like M&M.
Fair enough. Jack, you got anything?
Yeah, I mean, both teams' best map. And I think that's the best thing is when you get both teams on their best map, you're in for a good show. Plant Focus Siege, Secret, you know, it should be a good one. It should be a very fun game.
Well, it's a good thing that we got 2 UK casters for it. So thank you very much. And Fresh, we'll toss it then to Demo and to Exotrica. Enjoy.
Milosh, thank you very much indeed. Demo, are we in Leicester in 2019?
I was gonna say the same thing.
This is the sort of game that we would have been casting back in the day. We used to cast these two teams a lot, didn't we? Secret and M&M back inside of our National League inside the UK. But here we are in the European League.
Disclaimer, they've changed a bit.
They've changed a bit.
Don't let that, you know, spoil you off. We're not seeing Citizen versus Leon. We now see that in the GT Road games.
We do. The nice thing about it is it feels like it's spawned a lot. You know, Milosh at the start of the desk was talking about how, you know, 40% of the players or something like that inside of the EU League are from the UK. And this is really where it all started. These two orgs right here. However, this is a very different battlefield that we are up against today. We are, of course, in EU League, and this is going to be Chalet, map 2 of the day. M&M kicking things off with a little bit of a Ying ban here.
Grubby lost his head.
Oh dear. I think Grubby's camera's slowly been morphing into a mouse cam.
We got a mouse cam!
It's slowly morphed into a mouse cam over the last few weeks. We used to... 3 weeks ago, we could see his head, just. Last week, he was like sort of clipped off, and now we just get an arm and a mouse.
That's it. That's all we need to see. How does he move that? Is he a wrist? Is he an arm? Let's find out today.
I think arm is the preference, isn't it?
I play wrist, but I think that's just because it's me.
That's probably why you're a caster, mate.
I don't know.
Maybe if you'd have played arm, you'd have made it.
Hang on a minute. Made it? You mean I chose this life?
Bookban as the response from Secret. Azami to be removed as well. Book's seeing a little bit of an increase in the old ban rate here. Obviously, the secondary hard breach gadget being a primary factor in that ban.
And a Gon 6.
And the Gon 6, of course. And Valkyrie to be removed as well. So a fairly, I don't want to say unorthodox ban phase. There are bans in there that we would expect, but it's left things largely open.
Mira's up, Wamai's up, Jaeger's up.
Nook's up.
Nook is up. That's actually a really good point. That's an operator that we don't see slip through the banning phase all too often, and especially a map like Chalet where it is known as a bit of a rat map. You can see players just go off and do their own little thing and they will just appear and they will get kills. It's just the way it is. You've got a big map with a lot of staircases that you can come in from. There's a couple of outside windows you can jump in. There is areas that you can really play unpredictable. And an operator like Nook where you can then just kind of avoid any vision that could happen from default cams or bulletproofs, one or the other. You think about this basement, for example, and the example that we may see, Ollie, is you set up a bulletproof looking down onto blue stairs. And Nook, at some point, might just take a wander down the blue stairs and you would be none the wiser.
A lot of flexibility for both sides, really, here, in terms of what they can bring. Mentioned there about the Nook, and Grubby's going to waste no time picking into that. We are actually going to see a Thatcher 6 picked into there by Savage. Going to make getting things open a lot easier.
So we see Chalet, and I think 9 times out of 10, we'd probably be sitting here, Ollie, you know, me and you, we were fortunate enough to see M&M in their CL campaign, how good they were at this map. You know, it was a staple for them. And I said the same thing whenever I seen TT9 go up against them, go up against M&M the last time they played, and it was on Chalet. And I thought M&M, oh my goodness, what are TT9 doing? Taking M&M to Chalet. There's a reason why everyone at the major was banning this map away from this side. There's a reason for it. And M&M struggled a lot on their quote-unquote best map. So my confidence is honestly a little bit wavered for M&M in this game.
Well, this was the map that got them through Challenger League, really, wasn't it? It was the map that got them into EUL. They were known for being a very good Chalet side. But things do change. And, you know, just your opponent in itself is going to dictate really what you're going to be going for. M&M haven't wasted too much time here. Sorry, Secret haven't wasted too much time here, though. They've managed to get that wall open. Kendra on the breacher. Grubby now going to be moving through.
3 roamers upstairs, Ollie, is what they have to deal with.
Yeah, well, the Users was playing up inside of Solarium, wasn't he? So there's opportunity for cut-offs here, really, if Secret get themselves set up for these crosses as these roamers rotate back. Users has made his way back down now a little bit, though. Do still have a player upstairs inside of office, but Solotov on the windows gets a chance, but just narrowly misses out.
Want to be challenging Solotov and everything, just keeps swinging with that MX4 Storm. Alibi. Great operator at the moment. Just the gun at the moment is such, honestly, a bit of a crutch weapon, I think, for a lot of players at the moment. You see a couple of bans there, it might actually throw some teams for a loop, similar to what we've seen, of course, with Finka. But as you know, the gadget isn't to the same extent, or the kit for that matter. But right now, Solotov, he's doing a great job, Ollie. There's 2 minutes already, nearly gone, and he still gets the kill. What?
I'm not sure why.
What's the idea? What's the idea for Secret? Are they hunting? Are they holding? If he's holding, why is he swinging like that? If they're hunting, why is nobody else pushing in with him? Very strange.
It's very disjointed, isn't it? Kendra seems to have his head down, getting the hard breaching jobs done. He's got both of the walls open now, which is good, and what you would expect. But the rest of the team just doesn't seem to be doing too much. In fact, Grubby holding an angle for the past, minute at least. He's still going to be upstairs playing around. Solotov has got a chance now to further that roam back down to site and continue to play spoiler. Not sure if he knows that Grubby is going to be still playing up here inside a dining room, but both players circling around one another. Nade now to destroy the shield and deal with that. Nope, ADSs are still going to be online and activated. That's going to be a huge blunder, especially with 20 seconds left. You can't be allowing that player behind the shield to maintain the position. Solotov, he's got the yellow ping, he's got the info. Can he land the shots though? No, whiffs it, only deals a little bit of damage in onto Grubby before having to repeat, double dip and finish the job. Secret now inside of the site as Kenny picks himself up 3. Excuse me, what a round, but not to be. Nello and Astro locked in the 1v1, no time left. Oh, you've got to feel sorry for Kendra there. What more does he need to do, Demo?
He's the Thermite and he's acting as if he's the entry there, Ollie. He just realizes that, hey, nobody's doing anything. I need to get in here, I need to do something. And what does that say about Secret in that round whenever Kenny has to take the bull by the horns and try and make something happen? Just too slow, just too static. For a majority of that round, Secret were just, what I'm doing right now, just freezing, not doing anything.
It all comes down to Savage on the window, doesn't it? That was the beginning of the end. Because Grubby was playing below, could have easily rotated up solar stairs and tried to get a pinch on and tried to do something.
Bomb located by attackers.
I don't know where I want to go with this, because it's really difficult to say the approach for Secret. Because it was, again, a little bit all over the place. I don't really, after that first round, I still don't know what the game plan is. No. Generally, if you're going up against M&M, you can hit it 2 ways. You know that they're going to be a roam-orientated side. We always see that on Chalet. You can just try and ignore the roamers, and you hit it fast, go for the rushes. There's a reason why M&M ban Ying, is to try and help the guys on site if rushes do come in. Or 2, you actually muster up a bit of courage, and you challenge these roamers. That's what we see teams do. And, it's either going to work or it isn't going to work, depending on what category of attack you're going for. I don't really know what Secret were attempting there.
And by the guys on site, you mean just Nello. All on his own.
Jesus was there that time in the Warden, but
he was. He'd rotated himself like that.
You either have to take the gunfights or you don't. Yeah. You can't try and do both against this side. You need to fully commit or you don't.
Well, no Thatcher this time, but no hard breach required. So a much more lateral approach can be expected. We're going to see a C4 sent out there by users. Now, it makes sense to use your utility nice and early if you play in that spot, especially if you're going to try and play it until the death.
Because when else are you going to get to use it, realistically?
When else are you going to use it? You may just get peeked out. You may just get fallen off. We're going to see a bit of a utility dump in here.
So they need to hold him, because this should be a guaranteed kill as soon as that flame goes in. He's going to be stuck in the corner, but they need to make sure that Astro can hold him from escaping the hatch. And it looks as if they're going to try and do that now. There goes the execute, and he's gone.
Another missed opportunity there. Solotov going to kick things off again with an opening kill onto Savage. He will be traded this time directly, but it's damage done. You've lost the Zafir. Solotov's playing on the old alibi, so you've not really lost a lot of utility there, and you've still failed to take control here in Library. Now, it's largely free for the taking. There are a couple of frost matches you're going to have to worry about, but you should be getting yourself in there and trying to occupy that space a little bit more.
That's what I'm on about. Having the nuke, Grubby can just go and do his own thing. That's one thing that we know for sure. Maybe Secret, we didn't really know the understanding of what their game plan is, but we know for a fact that Grubby's just going to be doing his own thing for the majority of this game.
Yeah, you just need to let him go, don't you, and let him play those rat plays on the nuke, and he largely will be successful for it. But Secret, the stall out is incredibly real, isn't it, Demo? You know, look at what's happened here in this round. 2 kills for either side, an equal 3-3. And what we're seeing Grubby now start to move through. Doesn't know that Tyrant's got himself at the bottom of Solar Stairs. I mean, for Tyrant to be able to find this space away from sight and then move himself back in, I think he rotated
top fireplace. He was top fireplace.
He's done a great job. Now he can just slowly creep his way in. I'm not sure how much info he's got here. He's checking every corner. Does he know that Grubby is going to be playing just the other side of the plant pot? Gets the clue, manages to get the shot. It wasn't as clear-cut as it could have been, perhaps, but he is going to be able to achieve the kill. Can now look to rotate himself back out again. 35 seconds left. He's going to cause a headache for Kendrew. Does manage to shut him down eventually, but now the game's up. You know where the push is coming from. You know that there's one above, and you know that Kendrew is likely going to be pushing down that dining hall. Slevin is able to pick up a kill onto Usus, puts a lot of pressure onto Neo here, wins the engagement and secures that diffuser. 18 seconds left, can try and get himself away, but Slevin hits the hot drop and is able to pick up that kill. Great heads-up play there and good comms from Secret. A slower round, but one that they managed to get over the line.
Oh, Neo, 50-50. Do you run away in the kitchen or do you just sit in sight?
Well, he thinks he's above, doesn't he? So you think, oh, sight's unsafe. He's above, he's sledged. There's probably holes. Try and run away.
Oh, it's a tricky one, isn't it?
Whichever you pick, you're going to be wrong.
Yeah. Difficult one there for Neo to swallow. Probably thought he was the saviour of that round.
Yeah.
What you're thinking is, 5 seconds, I just have to hide, and that's sorted. Secret, again, just the timing is really worrying me. Sure, they managed to see it over the line that time, but I don't know, it makes me feel unwell. Probably the best way. Because I worry, because I think a team like Secret, they have showcased that they can be really good strategically with getting plants down. They've been very good in that department this season. And whenever you're leaving it so late, whenever we know they want to try and get the plants down, it's, you know, you really start to worry because all it takes is 1 C4 and that's it, the game's over. So that's why I worry for Secret. I'm not worried because, you know, they're not going to win, you know, I'm not worried because they're bad or anything. It's just I worry that their whole game plan is usually around plants, and if they're leaving themselves with not a lot of time to get them down, then what are they going to do?
I'll tell you when I worry, Demo. It's when I see a 5-man 6-pick.
Oh, what is the lineup? Hold on a minute. I didn't even clock this.
We see a 5-man 6-pick. We see the Amaru, we see the Sens. I mean, you've got a lot of good tools there. But this is obviously something that's been formulated inside of that drone phase. They've seen the site and they've gone, yep, plan 67. That's the one we're going with today. Everyone, to your station.
This, again, I just feel uneasy today. I don't know what it is. I just feel uneasy with this game. It's just, I really enjoy both of these teams. I really do, but I don't know what it is about today. I just sitting here just smiling. I don't know why I'm smiling.
Do you not like seeing Grubby on the ace?
What's Kendrick gonna go for? He's gonna go up the hatch. So right now it just looks to be just a full-on, let's ignore them, let's rush in, let's get the plant down, which again was a tactic that I said that certainly Secret could go for. Neo has been able to get Grubby. There's a smoke grenade tossed right onto Kendrew. Where's the echo cam? It's not gonna stop the plant. The diffuser goes down now, Ollie. All Secret need to do is sit back, let the time tick down, hold the angles. M&M, they're the ones you have to get aggressive.
They've already got the wall open as well, so that can be watched from inside of main lobby. Kendrew's actually prone downstairs. Still got the ability to Amaru up the hatch if he wishes. Savage going to cut Usus down on that rotation back. They've done exactly what you were worried about, Demo, and that is they've hit the site when it was light. Now Nello is going to try and get that diffuse gone. He knows that somebody's going to be playing below. He managed to pull it off, Demo. Nello picks up a kill. Solotov and Tyrant grab a couple each as well, but Slevin, he's got a chance here to play spoiler. There's not enough time left now. Tyrant, I think he just got on it in time. He's got no option. He has to stay on that diffuser. Solotov Molotov picks up the kill. There was just enough time by the skin of their teeth. M&M get it over the line. They react to the rush plant well.
What a round. What a round. This is my kind of siege. This is it, right up my alleyway.
Oh, you like a little Amaru up the hatch, a Sen's thrown in.
I love Nello's outplay. Smoking himself.
Oh.
Going for the defuse, knowing that Kendra's going to take the bait and then holds it for, what, 4 seconds and then you swing. Because Kendra's going to be thinking,
yeah,
he's smoked himself off, he's going to try and stick, he's going to try and hide himself in the smoke. My guys aren't going to see him. Oh, he's done so well there with the outplay, Nello. And then it came down to it, all of a sudden, Slevin out of nowhere jumps in Trophy of all places, he's in Trophy. Manages to find 2 of them. The defuse has, I love Siege. I love Siege. Don't know if anyone knew that.
I hadn't got it yet, to be honest. I'm glad you made that clear. It was a good round. I think, you know, the bait and switch from M&M was good. Obviously, you've got to try and bait out those attackers from peeking. You have to try and give the attackers a reason to move. You really can't afford to play too passively there.
It's very initiative, heavy from Secret. It's just you see an idea and you go for it. That's one thing I think Secret, obviously they've had a change in coaching positions. They've split around. They've brought in a Brazilian coach. And for the most part, Ollie, I've really started to see the effects of that. Because they're not afraid to try. I mean, what they've just done, Ollie, would we be surprised if we were sitting here on a Saturday night?
Yeah,
would we?
Very true.
We would not be.
It's very true.
So you can see that influence, and I'm happy to see that Secret, they're giving it a try. Sure, that didn't work, but millisecond off from working.
It was. I think Tyron got on the diffuser at just the right second. There really wasn't a lot of time left. Let's see if Kendra needs to one-man army his way into sight again this time. This was obviously round number 1 that we saw. Kenny opened up garage wall, rotated round, opened up dirt, oil pit. Sorry, no.
Oil pit. Clubhouse.
Wrong map. Opened up wine wall.
Yep.
And then essentially stormed through sight, got 3 kills, and his team lost a round because everyone else was passive. There was no chase and there was no hold.
I want to see what the approach from Secret, because it looks as if they're really going to set up for a full clear in these roamers up top, which I think they can do that very successfully, and that is a good kill from Savage. Knowing the position that Soltov played last time, you shut him down early, that's going to make Tyrant feel like a very lonely person upstairs, and if you're Tyrant, you'd probably feel safer on site, wouldn't you? Great refrag out of the blue, uses inside a Trophy, finds Slab, and a great kill to get Ollie. That's Nomad down, that's flank protection. We know M&M, they're fond of a flank. Oh!
An attempted C4 there, but it won't to be. Savage picks up his second on the round. Tyrant is kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here, because you could see the confidence come back as soon as users got the refrag, but now he's back into that uncertain territory of, well, do I stay up here? Can I get back to site alive? Or do I just need to try and waste a little bit more time? Still got Nello playing upstairs in bar. There's actually no one on the site at the moment, Demo, and that's one of the things that M&M do is they leave the site a little bit light, especially when you think these walls are open. Neo has actually since rotated down, got himself in. Nello's still going to be playing in this Janice's corridor. Difficult spot, really, for M&M to be in, because the site is still very well protected. There's still a lot of utility here.
It's tricky now for M&M because realistically Secret, it's very minimalistic. You hold somebody inside a dining, making sure the hatch cannot be utilized to kill Kendra, who you'd assume just to barge in again. But other than that, you kill one guy on site, that's going to be opened up, and there's no denial, as we know from M&M. There's no smoke on the side, no C4s. Great pick, though, from Neo. Maybe Savage jumping the gun. What a shot again! The nade also, he tiptoes around it, Ollie. Neo playing out of his skin.
How's he picked up 2 there? He's really kept M&M in this one. Not only is it 2 important kills, but it's the diffuser cold. Astro, he knows that somebody's playing inside a blue. Grubby goes for the drop, does eventually shut Neo down. That's been picked up the diffuser, but is it going to be enough? Again, we're seeing these rounds come right down to the wire. Astro grabs himself one. Nello picks him off. There's not a lot of time left remaining. Grubby, you've got to try and hold F, my friend. He doesn't go for it. He knows that Nello is only 1 swing away. These rounds are going right down to the wire all night. It happened in our first game, BDS versus TT9. It's happening here now in our second, Secret versus M&M.
Neo and Nello, those 2 boys, the backline, the bone structure.
That second shot from Neo was insane.
1 in a million, and an early timeout from Secret. Probably knowing that, hey, this is Chalet, this is attacker-sided. We're not taking many off them.
I like an early timeout. I think it's always good to try and stop the problems at source and stop them quickly than wait and see if something changes.
It's all well and good we mentioned about Grubby with the mouse cam. Can he turn a light on? I can't see it. That would help. It's tricky now for Secret because I think there's a few rounds there where it was just so close. So close. You know, really tight end game. I mean, that last round there for Grubby, do you stick it? Do you push for the kill? Another 50-50 comes into it. So they have been, you know, unfortunate in that department. But then again, M&M, I think they've hit really good shots this game. Some really good gun skill being showcased. Would you expect anything less off this side? Neo having a good game. Always like seeing Neo have a good game because if Neo's up for it, you know, the rest of the team's going to definitely be up for it, aren't they?
Oh, we're going to get to see these shots again.
Well, there we go.
The first one actually was good. You know, he's seen the EMP thrown. He knows what's coming there. Savage maybe overpeaked a little bit.
Definitely.
It's this second one. Oh, disgusting stuff onto Kendra. You can't fault Kendra for peeking that and trying to make something happen because you're an attacker. You've got to make something happen.
Kendra is very front-focused like that, is if things are not going well, you just can't sit there with your hands in your pocket.
No, you can't.
You can't, and I think it's a good mentality to get. It's just if he can get everyone else thinking that mentality, God, they could be a dangerous side. Well, not saying they're not a dangerous side, but even more so of a menace.
Well, that timeout has done one thing. Kenny's had an upgrade.
Hey, if Kenny's playing well, to be fair,
get him on the Ash.
If Kenny's playing well, get him on it.
Get him on the Ash.
People forget. This is where he started off on. Back in the Challenge League days, in Season 6, whatever it was called, back in whenever he used to be playing with the Polish sides, whenever he used to be playing with Pact, Kendra was the Ash Fiend. He was the main man for that team. Roll back the years. We're on offer.
Ooh, Solotov. I thought he was... Oh, he's going to go for it. Going to impact out and get taken down. You've got to be certain
It's unforgivable. It's unforgivable.
You saw the hesitation, didn't you?
It's one of the 7 deadly sins if you're going to go for the run out and you miss your shots.
Oh, you saw the hesitation. A blunder. Savage, he paid for it. He's 1 HP.
Checkmate.
1 HP is not enough for a kill. You've got to take him out of the game. Savage could just AFK now. He could just sit on those Rotero drones and get all of his utility out, throw his drones out, and just be a team player. He doesn't need to even get himself into another gunfight.
So Secret knowing it's going to be this bar attack. It's probably the reason why we're not seeing any hard breach Ollie, because it's just not needed. You may as well bring a bit more power. I suppose that's probably why Kendra's on the Ash. You can have a bit more of a utility burn. Speaking of burns, there goes the Flores drone. Will eliminate that top shield. Only one player right now in the hot seat, and that will be the Wamai Tyrant. Of course, keep himself safe with the discs, but still, has to be careful that no nades will slip past him if there's enough burn. Of course, plenty of flashbang still on side there, Ollie, from Secret, so they have enough to get the job done. It's just, can they coordinate it well enough?
It's again that situation where they've got the opening pick. We've already seen half the round go. Yeah, they've made a little bit of progress. We've seen a couple of Rotero drones sent in. There's a couple of Lion scans gone in as well, although not too much is happening off the back of them. We need to see this presence now inside of Library. You see a little bit of a burn there on one of the surrogates. Sleben now going to look to try and make his way up fireplace stairs. Again, it's this backstab, isn't it? He's got good access to a lot of players here. Tyrant's going to be playing on that balcony. Takes out the default camera, picks himself up one onto Tyrant, and that is going to be largely job done there. He's managed to alleviate some of that pressure that they were feeling on that top floor. Uses is now all alone here. 1 versus 5, can't even pick the first. Secret tear him apart just on the roam game alone.
Yeah. I mean, Solotov obviously giving that early advantage off. I have to say, default cam up in lobby. We've seen someone was on it. The information was clear as day. Look as if M&M had no idea.
Yeah.
Look at the position that Usus was in for the majority of that round. He was inside of office. You've seen the feet holes that he had near half wall. He's sitting in that position, can hold anyone walking up those lobby stairs that then protects Tyrant. What happens is just very simple. Slabbing up the stairs. Where's Usus? Where is he?
Yep.
The one job he had has been left null and void, and Tyrant has paid for it.
I really feel like Secret have slipped through the net there. They got away with a lot in that round.
They will take their chances. Solotov gave them a chance, and they'll take it. It's a good indication of a solid side. Whenever they have that lead, they have that advantage, they will punish you. You give Secret the inch, they'll take the mile.
Still one more round of this current phase.
Needed for Secret, I think. You're talking even splits for Secret if they want to have a good chance at this.
Yeah.
We know M&M on the attacks. Very good side on Chalet. Whenever they want to be, of course.
5 seconds left.
And I don't think that Secret's current playstyle will translate well onto the defense, because we've seen that hesitation. We've only seen that conviction in a couple of rounds there. We are seeing a bit more funk than we are used to in the lineup. Savage is going to be on the Sens this time.
So last time, was he not?
Kenny back onto the hard breach. Well, we saw the Sens in one of the rounds. It didn't really work though. It was the Amaru round. So we've not seen true sort of use out of that utility just yet.
Nello on the Pulse is an interesting pickup.
I love the Pulse.
You see that switch up. I would say just for info,
yeah.
just so you get that early indication. Are they pushing in from library? If they're not in library, well then you know that they're going to be pushing in towards the bedroom side of things. Yeah. So it assists, I think, everyone else, doesn't it? It lets the roamers know, okay, nobody's coming in your library. They're all going to be set up towards the other side of the map. He's good in positions like that.
It's that early warning system, isn't it? Because Secret rushed last time they attacked this site. You've got a nice early warning system.
You see 4 people dripped up outside a doorway. You know exactly.
You know exactly what's coming, and you can get ready for that. We are going to see Sense deployed there, but it will be very short-lived. Solotov, I mean, you just don't want to peek him, do you?
Savage has just been rinsed, hasn't it?
It's been Solotov versus Savage almost all game long here. Neo actually going to take Kendrew out as well. So
info from the Pulse.
Again, Nello. Both those kills came off the back of the Pulse info.
And even Sleben, if he tries to lurk downstairs, Nello just has to look down and he'll spot him out. As we know, the Nuke is only good against the camera information. That hard information like the Pulse, you're going to be seen.
With Kendrew gone, of course, it removes any chance of hard breach as well, which is a bit more of a necessity on this side than any other. I mean,
they have to play for picks realistically, don't they? That's all they can do. And if M&M just sit safe volley in the site, give them nothing, no issues. But
Ruby gets himself into a bit of bother here. Does manage to take Tyrant down. Nello's going to fall as well. Excuse me, you can't be giving these picks away. You know that you're safe. Don't want to be challenging those. Solotov and Usus now have got a lot more pressure on the shoulders. Usus has got plenty of utility. He's got all of his Toxic Babe canisters. But the SMG-11 isn't ideal for taking multiple back-to-back engagements. It's maybe going to put a bit more pressure on Solotov. Astro, hello! 3 kills on the round. That DMR, it's not even like you can't hear it coming, Demo. It's loud as anything.
They don't have to challenge. They don't have to swing. I don't understand why M&M went down this route again. It seems to be a recurring theme where we're just hitting our head against the wall. M&M, you had the advantage, and now you've put Solotov in the clutch. Let's see if he can do it, Ollie. 30 seconds to go, 1v2. As we know, nothing for Secret in terms of the hard breach department. They have to walk through doorways, and oh, Solotov, he's on it, Ollie. That's his third. There will be the drop in under the cover of the nade. Oh, and Sleben's played that well. Catches Solotov on the swing. Secret, they win that a round, which in my opinion, they have no right winning.
No. And you've got to feel bad for Solotov there. I think he had all the chances to win that round. The diffuser was in Narnia. The players were separated. He broke everything down into a 1v1.
There's no team play for M&M.
But where's the team play?
Like, it's been the recurring theme. And I wanted to mention this about M&M as well, is at the moment in this stage, the inconsistency just, it cripples them. And I think if you're an M&M fan out there, and I think I can speak freely about that, is you just don't know what you're going to get with your team. And I think that's an awful thing, where you just don't know what your team's going to do in the day. If you're a Rogue fan, you know for a fact your team's going to come in, put in a shift. If you're BDS, you know what you're expecting with BDS. I think for M&M, they could turn up and be the best team, or they could not be the best team. It's the consistency that kills this team. That is the main issue that we have right now with M&M. They can do it if they want to, but they're not showing us that.
I think it's fair to say that you are actually an M&M fan as well, because you did arrive today in an M&M jersey with Demo on it, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's correct.
Same jersey that Usus has got actually right now. Oh, he's actually changed. He's back to camera.
Mullet Boy. Oh, Mullet Boy's... He's off to the toilet. That's a classic from him. Anytime there's a timeout, straight into the bathroom.
Doesn't need to hear what anyone's got to say.
Nope, straight in.
Well, I think we are going to hit a quick rehost. I'm not sure what the exact reasoning is for it, but we're at the halfway point.
Good split from Secret, I think, again.
I think it is.
To be able to recover that really showcases them.
The thing is, it's Chalet and it's Attack. We've got a weird set of bans ahead of us. All of the bans are valid, but together, I think that it just gives a lot of opportunity over. The Attackers, they've got very limited restriction. The book ban is the biggest restriction there. You remove the Ying as well, but you can play around that. So for Secret to come away with a 3-3 split, I think it's good. I think it's a good recovery after the way that they started, because they've not played the best Siege yet.
They got 2 rounds in a row. They had the rehost and then straight back into it.
Yeah, we've not played the best Siege yet, but the timeout did a little bit of something for them. It gave them a bit more confidence, even if it didn't work out. On the flip side, same old for M&M. You know, M&M and throwing a man advantage, name a more iconic duo.
Yes, I'm saying it's team play consistency. It's just not there. And I think for M&M today, this is a crucial game. This is a must-win in my eyes. It is an absolute must-win for M&M, because this really changes the dynamic of, I think, what is it? was it 50 or something % if they win this game. If they lose it, they're in the like low down percentages of getting the major. So it is a massive game for M&M. They really need to win today.
Let's have a look at what the man with the percentages has said. Good old Sprabruni and Wrath.
And again, obviously, I'm not saying that, we talk about Secret's chances that, it could be a must-win for them to get to the major as well.
Yeah.
Secret at the moment, I think going into this split, their ideology should not be let's make the major. I know that might be sound, because everyone will say, oh, well, yeah, everyone has a chance to get in the top 4, but considering how this team has performed over the past 2 splits, their whole idea should be stability for the next year. That should be where Secret have had, and they've showcased the stability.
Especially if this was stage 2.
Whenever they start putting pressure saying, oh, let's get top 4, that's whenever they'll start to crumble.
Yeah.
There's no pressure on them. Just play some good Siege, get a bit of consistency, find your feet, define what team you are in the league, and build for next year and really hit home with that.
Absolutely. And, if this was stage 2 and we were looking at this and we were going, do teams want to be getting to a major, or do they want to try and fix problems long term because they'll get a bit of a longer break in between stages?
We treat Secret and Navi very similar, aren't we? It's 2 teams that have had bad splits, not where they want to be, but they found stability this stage.
Yeah. It's a little bit different given that after this major there's nothing until SI really apart from EU finals, so there's a bit more time on the hands. Just to touch on the percentages quickly, it was 54% for M&M. Regulation win chance of qualifying to the Yonkeeping Major, and 11% for Secret. Now, we were chatting about this last night, weren't we, when we didn't have the stats at the time. I actually said it could be about 15%, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Oh, well done.
It's it is 11%, but still, it's a big game for both teams, and M&M, they are that team that is on that sort of up and up, and if they do manage to fix a couple of those problems, they could be very good.
I know we're talking about M&M in top 4, and I think the reason why we probably look at M&M this year, and I think for the new side coming in that came up from CL, it was formed for not a lot of time. The whole idea with them was just to see how they do this year, build for success, and then really hit hard the next year. M&M, I think, in my opinion, have maybe overachieved to an extent, where they've been able to go to a major. Not a lot of teams within their first 6 months of playing can say they've went ahead. We know got the SI, but in terms of the league standings, that doesn't really happen. So for all my purposes, hope M&M don't get offended by that whenever I say they have overachieved in that regard.
Well, they may be overachieved, but you look at the league and you go, well, who else is there?
I think with the G2 drop-off, which was probably unexpected for this year after the way we built them up going into the first stage, it was a big surprise for everyone. I mean, to be fair, G2 still hitting the back-to-back majors at the end of the day, but in terms of this split, G2 certainly not playing to their standards.
I think they're still on a 40% anyway to get there.
Navi dropping off, I suppose. And,
that's where the opportunity
BDS, the last split was... Yeah, there's been weird things that's happened this year. Not everything's went to the script that we got given at the start of the year.
I binned mine. Well, round number 7. Thanks for bearing with us during that short rehost.
Hope you learned something from all these stats.
All the players back in.
Well, not really your stats, are they? You just spoke the stats.
No, I just speak the stats. I mean,
Stat whisper.
To be fair, the stats aren't anybody's. Because it's just, if it's a fact, it's a fact. You can't own a fact.
Just who could be bothered to do it. Yeah, that's what it comes down to.
And we've got a couple of people that can. It's Bruni and Wrath.
Help them.
They make a great graphic.
Oh, here we go. Second half is where we're at. It felt as if we were half-time there, isn't it? Everyone got the refreshments.
The intermission, wasn't it?
It was. We're back in. Second half. Here we go. Slevin.
Oh, dear.
The Nuke. This is what I mean. The Nuke open. It just allows for these rat plays to happen. Solotov's just unhinging. Just go and do what he wants.
It's a shame we've lost the kills because Solotov's on a bit of a tear so far. He's picked himself up a good number of kills.
I think he got 8 before we left. I think he now is a 9.
But again, that sort of entry is deadly, isn't it? You enter in on the Nook, you've got a couple of drones working for you, and you just get a bit lucky. Someone just ends up sprinting in front of you. Not a lot that you can do about it from Secret's side of things. It is just unfortunate.
Secret playing very mundane at the moment. Nothing really happening for them. Happy enough just to sit back and slow things down. I mean, their setup is fairly average. There's nothing that's really surprising us. It should be fairly simple, I think, for M&M to clear this out. They have that man advantage. They have tons of burn. 6 nades being brought in. You have the flashbangs, even the Twitch to maybe slip in and get an ADS or a WAMI disc if the Twitch can. But other than that, M&M should have no issues at all, Ollie. This should just be simple.
You look at where Solitos managed to get himself already. Already in dining corridor, got a nice line of sight in. does have to be a little bit cautious of Fireplace. That is a bit of a vulnerability for him at the moment, but he needs his team to move around him a little bit. Gets a chance there, but just misses out. Doesn't need to hold it, can choose to dip back. Kendrew now knows that he's there, and it does add a bit more pressure into those side players and maybe forces them around a little bit. Astro doing a good job of holding on at the top of Fireplace here. He's still got a little bit of utility kicking around to keep himself going, but he's got a lot of angles to check. Does tank a nade there. Solotov will eventually pick up that kill as Users activates himself as well. Grubby gets shut down. M&M, simple as you like. They kick things off with a flawless.
It's a quintessential M&M round, isn't it? It's what we expect to see from them, and just slowing things down. You got the opening kill. There's nothing surprising there for M&M. Secret's hold. Again, very simple for them just to pick apart, use the burn, get the nades in, collapse all at once, and yeah. Not much more you can say.
I think it was well coordinated, wasn't it? You know, the nade that came in onto the Fireplace player, fantastic. Yeah. All the utility was burnt out at the right time. Solotov just opened up the round. Opening kill, positioning, the space he was able to find, and from there on forward, it was just a very simple task of executing. And that's been the big difference, hasn't it? You know, we look at Secret's attacks. Where was that conviction? Where was that level of confidence in the Secret attacks? It wasn't really there. A lot of those rounds were pretty scrappy. A lot of them came down to the last 10 seconds. That was a clear execute from M&M.
Secret not wanting to linger anymore on that bar hold. Straight away, changing up the bomb site to the top floor. We did not see this at all from M&M. They did not choose to go to this site on their defense. Probably the reason why is it is a very easy bomb site at the moment to plant on, because you have a blind spot. You have that half wall that you can safely plant behind. That's the main issue, and as we know, whenever that plant goes down, the retake is very tricky as well. So just a lot of things that go against the defenders, and I'm sure you may be thinking, oh, why don't you just stop them from planting? You can bring C4s, you can play smokes, you can play echoes. All well and good in theory. It's practicality, sometimes things can go wrong.
Yeah.
It's just not consistent. It's not a consistent bomb site.
I was trying to think of the old phrase that's something like, a plan's only as good if it survives first contact with the enemy.
I've never heard that.
There is some
phrase
sort of
in my life.
There's some sort of phrase.
Never have I heard that.
Maybe it's everyone's got a plan until first contact.
Never have I been across that.
But it's a great example, isn't it? You know, you've got the idea of all this denial, and it just doesn't always work because Solotov's just going to walk in and pick himself up another opener.
Good refrag.
This time it was refragged. There's a bit more of a buddy system going on here. I think Secret knew to expect Solotov crouch walking in, and they were there to deal with it.
The way M&M set up at the moment, it's very, you have a front man by himself, and then as soon as that front man dies, there's another front man, he's by himself, and then he dies, then there's another front man, and he's by himself, and then he dies, and then there's two people left who then work together. That, of course, being Neo and Nell, the other three, take your pick who goes in first. So I think Secret, double up, get your refrags, and you will have a much easier time playing against M&M.
Sound like a pyramid scheme, that. A front man, another front man, and then two people
That's
to take
the way they
over.
are. Mm-hmm.
It goes against what we're seeing, which is two people at the front, typically, in front line and a back line. Astro currently is trying to fight for his life here. Savage is doing a great job of fending off this attack as well, but Tyrant, he's pushing on through. He needs to pick up this kill as a refrag to keep himself in it. Does get the down. Needs to find that final player in Kendrew. Can pick up the diffuser.
Do they have info?
There's so much time. Look at the clock. 1 minute and 10. It's going to be a tense 1 versus 1, this. Where is the information? Well, that's going to be something to go on. An air jab is going to give Tyrant the audio call that he needs. He knows now that Kendrew's made his way up solar. He's going to go for the plant. Another air jab. Kendrew can't seem to get off them. Tyrant, he probably could have stuck that there, and I think that would have been his best chance. Instead, he's going to go searching. Still 50 seconds, still plenty of time. Maybe Tyrant knows something that we don't. He does have a Claymore in pocket, which he could try and deploy to be a little bit more sneaky about things. But you do have to be cautious. There was a yokai up, so there could be some info. Drones for M&M. Don't all look active. There's one person on drone. That is going to be Neo. Look, you see him. Oh, Tyrant, you've got to land that surely. It looks like he's going to go straight for the challenge here. The shotgun's been drawn from Kendrew, and Tyrant knows it. He doesn't want to get too close here. That shotgun at close range is devastating. If Tyrant goes for this swing, it could be the end of him, and he does. Kendrew, well played. Keeps himself cool in the clutches there. Tucks himself in and waits for Tyrant to come to him.
Hold your bottle, Kendrew, and he done that. The Echo Cam, I assume that the Echo Cam must have been in Solar looking towards bathroom. Because the reason why I say that, never once did Kendrew look behind him. Never once did he ever, we've seen Tyrant go into bathroom twice. Both he doubled back onto himself, went back into piano. Never once did Kendrew look behind him whenever he went into bathroom. There must have been info on that side of things, and just they let Kendrew play himself. But, I mean, let's just touch on that round because it was a very, very fast one. M&M trying to hit the guys below very, very swiftly. We've seen Soltov in by himself, and then as soon as he died, it seemed to be that just everyone swung into Solar just immediately, and they just tried to play off frags pretty much and just hit quick, refrag, which did happen. Savage, you have to give credit to 2 kills. I think he was out there on the piano double door, just trying to assist whoever the Echo was in that round. So good teamwork from Savage. I think being able to hold his ground there. But yeah, just I mean, it's a 50-50, Ollie. It's a 1v1. What more can you say? Either win it or you don't.
When there's that much time in a 1v1, 1 minute and 10, it's so difficult because there's just too many options. What do? Do you play passively? Do you play aggressively? You know, you're going up against a shotgun or an SMG or whatever it is. There's so many decisions to make. I think Kendrew played it well, though.
Yeah.
Obviously, he won it, but I think even if he hadn't have won it, even if Tyrant had got a lucky headshot onto him, I think Kendrew would have still played it well. Yeah. You know, just tucking in close, leaning into your strengths there. Obviously, he had a bit of info kicking around. There's enough to get secret level.
Not too often you see a top floor win for the defense.
It isn't.
So, now we head to mid floor. We head to kitchen is where we are at. M&M uses primarily looking to maybe find an opening engagement just by walking into sight, perhaps. Only that could happen for him, but instead thinks against that. So M&M very minimalistic. This is your very El Clasico attack that we would expect to see on the kitchen and dining. You just try and gain control of lobby, gain control of library, open up the main walls, stop anyone from secret, when there is 4 of them, from playing above and using the sight lines to their advantage. If they can just keep these players at bay, they can go for a simple plant.
Get someone on that window, Repel. Try and apply this pressure from multiple sides. M&M are really stacking up at the moment. Uses has droned out there, and he's going to be able to call everything as clear. Exothermic to open up the wall as well. Dello, we can drop and look to try and open up sight. There are going to be a couple of players kicking around there. We've got Savage and Kendrew. Solotov opens things up with a kill over onto Astro. Still going to be Slebin to deal with. Playing inside of this washroom area. Grubby going to be there as well. Where are the nades? Where's this aggression? Where's this push? Where's somebody holding solar windows, Demo?
They don't need to, realistically, Ollie, because Secret, they're playing very scared. I think that they've lost the Astro, who I think the Astro, the one and only Astro. They actually lost him on site, Ollie. He was playing behind the deployable shield, so it left them very thin on the bomb site, so they've had to fall back instead. They cannot go aggressive because they've lost that man. And M&M, they just have to, like I said, just hold them at bay. They don't have to get flashy. They just have to hold their angles. And it's always going to be the pressure in Secret, and this is what I'm saying. The pressure, you hold the angles, the kills will come for you. And that's a 1v4 for Savage. 40 seconds to go. Clinical from M&M. Nothing too complicated. What you expect to see.
Dokubi call there is going to give Savage's location away, as well as the drone, and Tyrant will pick him off. M&M, slow and steady, wins the race there. Good push on that top floor. Now, Demo, I've got to bring it up. You said the one and only Savage. The one and only Astro, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
We, of course, know there's a couple of Astros knocking around.
Oh, damn, yeah, I forgot about that.
We cast the other one.
Hold on a minute.
You actually got a photo with FaZe Clan.
It feels like I've betrayed him with saying that. They won and only... Oh.
Yeah. You always go on about how...
Damn.
FaZe is your favourite team as well.
I've really messed that up, haven't I?
Yeah.
It's been so long, Ollie, since we've done Brazil. I think that's why they're starting to fade into a distant memory.
Another life, maybe. A previous existence.
We haven't cashed them, Ollie, since God knows when.
Last November.
My goodness.
5-4.
A full year since my beloved FaZe.
5-4 here.
Oh well, no more FaZe. Secret's my new voice.
So this is the one and only Astro.
This is the only Astro. As well. The only Astro I realise. It's like the 2 Ronaldos, isn't it? This is my Ronaldo.
Astro going to be rocking the cap cam.
10 seconds to go.
Love a bit of cap cam.
Mm-hmm.
5 seconds left.
I mean, at this stage, it's to try and probably target Solotov, because Solotov's been very by himself in
Is it going to work though? He's on the sledge.
Looking for the opening kills.
He's not playing the Nook this time. He's switched over. M&M have realised, okay, we've got a bit of success on that opening kill. We've had a good time on the rat plays with the Nook, but Secret seem to be cottoning on a little bit to what we're doing, and maybe we just want to bring a bit more util this time. Bring the sledge.
Very back and forth. It's been a good game. Very, very good game tonight between these two sides. Who's going to win? Because honestly, I have no idea. Again, I think this round hinges on it quite a lot. Do we go 5-5? Or do M&M secure themselves the point and then also give themselves 2 rounds to try and see out the full 3 points?
Nello's got himself into a reasonable spot here. We're starting to spot out some of these cap cans, so M&M know to be cautious of them. Solotov is going to be in position to assist a little bit here as well. I believe the garage wall is already open, and we're just looking to get this wine wall open now. Plenty of drone info. I think Solotov's going to go for this. He probably fancies his chances at a swing there. He's just a little bit too late on it, however. But the wall now will be opened, and Thatcher-Selma combo is going to disable that mute jammer and allow that back wall to get opened up as well. Not often we get to see a Thatcher here, but M&M squeezing it into the lineup.
This is all well and good from M&M, but if they don't have dining control, they're not planting. That's the facts, Ollie, right now. So I want to see a rotate happen from M&M. I want to see some of these players get in and around that kitchen side of the map and start clearing out these 2 players from Secret, which it looks as if they're starting to pro that area. Kendrew swings and finds Solotov. A great pickup, Ollie, has to be said, eliminating nades and also just eliminating Solotov, who, as we know, has had a great game so far.
M&M are quickly going to come up against a lot of obstacle getting in here because they haven't cleared that roam game out. Neo is going to go for a bit of a rotation now. He's used his utility so he can afford to get himself up there, but it needs to be more of a team focus, especially when players are dropping on the site. Astro going to pick up one onto Usus, and it looks like he's not finished there. Got a chance at another here. He's on a pretty difficult angle to challenge onto. Tyrant, how do you get away with that? Savage! He's missed his shots in a horrible way. Tyrant picks himself up another, secures the downed player
Upstairs
in
control.
Sleben.
He can
and
plant,
that's
he
that
can
top floor
plant.
control. Nello, he's already in the site.
The 2X teammates.
Kendrick.
One on either side of the wall.
He's going to be on the other side. Neo is going to be able to hold him there. He sees the shoulder. He can't move. You need to be pushed from another side. Neo, you've just got to hold on to that angle. The plank goes down successfully. And Kendrew, he cannot get out of this spot. Nello, he's held safe. All M&M have to do here is not move and hit these shots as the players rotate through. They try, but they get cut down by Neo, who is having a storm. Tyrant picks up that final kill. M&M, we doubted them a little bit there, Demo. We said they were moving a bit slowly, but all of a sudden, that top floor control was gained. Tyrant went nuts. Great positioning.
And that's what it comes down to. Tyrant, he was the game changer. Secret have allowed him to get away with essentially a 1v2.
Yep.
Should that be happening? No. Has it happened? Yes.
I mean, it's almost like the Uno reverse card of what M&M usually do.
Losing Solotov in that scenario, it leaves Tyrant by himself. You know, we've seen this before. And I just don't know how they've allowed Tyrant to get away with that. They should never, never, ever should he be getting away with that. And really, at that stage then, Hatch is there, Nello's in, plant, simple.
I think Kenny found himself in a real hard spot.
He did, and that spot, every time I've seen somebody play that position, it never works.
No, it's a horrible
Do you
position.
remember back in Coastline, whenever on the theater hallway, you could punch the vase and peep the amount of times I've seen somebody try and play in that, and every time they just died. I get the exact same vibes from that position.
Yeah.
Because as soon as they know you're there, you're done. You are done.
5 seconds.
Match point here for M&M. Chance to walk away with a full 3 points here. Going to be attacking this top floor again. Now, we saw the defenders win this top floor last time. It came down to a 1v1.
1v1.
Could have gone either way, but it wasn't a particularly clean attack from M&M. I don't think there was
M&M
big plays in there.
Very quick, didn't go the traditional route of taking library, shifting across, opening up the wall, going for the plant. They were very gun focused. They never were really looking for the plant at any moment. All they wanted to do was get kills. That's all they wanted. I mean, also keep in mind in that 1v1 that we talked about with Tyrant and Kendrew, the entire time throughout that, Tyrant had the diffuser. Never once did he think, oh, maybe I should go back and try and bait him out with the diffuser, go behind half wall, whatever it is.
He planted a couple of times, but he just never stuck it, did he?
Well, whenever, as soon as he got off the stick, and it was about, what, a minute, it just never happened. Another opening kill for Solotov. Kendrew goes down. Is that it? Is that the nail?
I mean, Kenny's been a big part of Secret today. He's had a big performance, and to lose him so early is going to hurt a little bit. But there are players that are willing to plug that gap.
What a shot from Sleben, by the way.
Yeah, he's got away with that.
All the way from kitchen and dining. Actually, almost protects his teammate there. As you know, Astro was kind of walking backwards towards Usus on those bottom stairs.
Grubby just having a bit of difficulty with the drone there. Solotov going to start taking a bit of chip damage as well. He's got himself into bar at the moment.
Where's Astro? He's been downed. Oh, yeah, he's in no man's land.
Yeah, Astro's not getting picked up. He's fully in Narnia. Solotov maybe looking now to try and make his way up these library stairs, or down. Collect the kill, why not? Just ensure that advantage. 4 versus 3 now. Again, M&M not really going for a very typical approach here. We do have Tyrant inside of Library, and they have taken that control, but they've not done it in the usual way. We've not really seen anyone on the balcony up until now. Well, that's going to be Nello's focus. He's going to get himself up onto that new balcony and see if he can start opening up that wall, potentially.
Now we're going to go for the more traditional route of things, where that main wall will be opened, and it just comes down to how good Secret can deny a plant. They have a C4 from Sleben, who is below, that can just sit there for the entire round and just wait for the call. Usually we'll get a free kill into the bargain off it. And Savage, of course, on the smoke can still stall out the round for as long as he can with those free toxic bays. But the worry that I have is as soon as M&M realize that somebody's below, they might just flood bomb site, might just even ignore the soft for the Calais and don't even go for the plant, just push in, and it looks as if they're going to go for that Ollie, that exact same play. They have a hunch that somebody may be lurking below, and they've just went for it.
There's the hunch. Solotov, he confirms that final kill. They had a good idea where that last player was, and there's only a handful of places that you can make your way back up from there. M&M walk away with a full 3 points here today, 7-4 against Secret. A couple of tough weeks back-to-back for Secret, and if you are a Team Secret fan. M&M, however, getting the job done there, and they did it in a much more convincing way this week as well. It was a very good team performance there, and they didn't throw as many big man advantages, Demo.
Yeah, better from M&M, I think, from what we've seen over the past stages, the consistency.
Yeah.
Now they've got a bit of consistency, that's 2 wins in a row. However, for Secret, I do worry, that's their 3rd loss in a row.
Yeah.
And a team that started off so well, and we sung the praises for them, we're still singing the praises. Are they back to their old ways?
It was almost quite a short-lived honeymoon effect for Secret, wasn't it? You know, you get these honeymoon effects where you get a new member of staff or a couple of new players come in and things are all, you know, going really well, and it does seem to have dropped off. That sort of performance has certainly dropped off, and we've seen different players stepping up in different ways. I think Kenny had a great game today, but he just wasn't assisted as much as maybe he could have been. On the flip side, for M&M, I think that they played fantastically.
Yeah,
you know, Solotov is such a deadly
The
force
attacking
on that
side
entry.
for M&M was really good today.
Yeah.
Really, really solid attacks. But I would say that's the standard. I'm not really going to sit there and say, oh yeah, that was amazing. That's the standard that they always play to. It's expected. Yeah. So whenever you see them flawless round, that's why I'm not jumping up and down like, yeah, just that's their job. That's what they do.
Well, I've got an inkling that our desk has a little bit to say about that game. So we're going to cut to a very short break, and when we'll be back, they will be there to break it down.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. A victory for M&M after the most awkward 1v1 I have seen in quite a while. Anne, what are your thoughts on this game?
I think the main takeaway is that M&M is starting to improve their attacks. Demo also mentioned it on the cast. It's looking a little better. They're winning more rounds. It feels like they're trying to work to solve and tackle problems together, like make sure you don't get run out on, make sure you hold your flanks and everything. You mentioned it last time, like why is the person coming up the main stairs so late? But they were aware of that, and they were making sure they wouldn't get flanked and it wouldn't hurt them in the end.
I thought they played, I would say, okay. I think Demo called it the standard, right? And I think they still highlighted some of M&M's core issues with processes with team play, but they got the job done against what will be and what is a tricky opponent. And again, it's another game where I'm saying the 3 points is probably at this stage more important than the performance.
All right, my friends, thank you very much. I'm going to have a chat with our victors. Eminem, bring him up. Hello, Nello Zdravo. Congratulations. How are you doing?
Hello, Milos. I'm doing great. How about you?
I mean, look, I didn't need to get into awkward fights today in game, which is always a good thing. I didn't have to lose like a 1v4 or anything. So this, those are really good things. They make my day. Let's be clear.
True. Same here.
Same here. First of all, I want to ask you about Chalet. Why specifically this map, you think?
It's one of the maps they play. They played it against Wolves, so if they're comfortable playing it against Wolves, we thought they're going to do it against us as well. And it ended up on Chalet.
Fair enough. And on from Chalet, I guess, to overall how you're preparing for this Playday, because obviously there had been some slight issues that needed to work on that we were talking about over the past few weeks. Do you feel that you've hit your stride again in Stage 3 here?
I mean, we always try to work on our mistakes. Sometimes maybe it doesn't look like it because we are throwing a lot, but we actually do. But yeah, you know what? Things happen. Like you just even in today in the game, we were 3-1 up. Then we threw like one round at least in defense. You just move on to the next round and just focus like round by round, reset the mental, and it just goes your way.
And the Buck ban, for those that have not been around since year one, or I guess with Buck a bit the end, what came out end of year one or something like that with Frost or midway through it. Can you explain to them why you would ban the Buck on Chalet?
We didn't ban the ban. We didn't ban the Buck. They banned it.
Why is it reversed? God damn it! Do you think that hurt you then? I always have a backup question. Don't worry.
Yeah. I don't think it hurt us. Basically, we play back on that map, but it's not like a must pick for us. So it's probably something we played more than them, so they removed it. But that's basically it.
Do you feel that you could abuse the fact that Chalet is, such a big map to your advantage as attackers, where you could isolate and execute whilst leaving the defenders without the ability to respond in time?
For sure. Chalet is a map where you can gather a lot of intel very fast, and it's suiting us really well. We like to play that map, obviously. And I just think it's a good map for us. Like, we are comfy with it.
What do you think makes you comfy in it? Is it just the vibe, I guess, goes well, or is it that you feel that you communicate better with it?
I think it's just overall how flexible and adaptable we are on that map. Something that we need to work more on the other maps. I would say it's that the most.
And what about playing against G2 in the next Playday? Because that's going to need a lot of flexibility.
It's going to be a fun game for sure. Last stage we won, first stage we lost, so I don't even remember. I think we did. Basically, it's gonna be a fun game, but we focus game by game. We need to gather more points because Major and SI are the main priorities. So game by game.
Does anything scare you out of G2?
No. It's a game like any other. It can be G2 or TT9. No offense, TT9. Your guys are great. I'm actually sad for them. They lost so many games 7-5. They shouldn't be on 0 point. They shouldn't.
Yeah, and some would say that, Chaos should have had an extra point for tying in every game.
How did I know I was going to take a punch there? Yeah. Sorry.
There you go. I hope you got to enjoy that. No. Anyways, thank you very much. Anything you'd like to say to all the fans out there?
Yeah, thank you everybody who is supporting us. Much love as always. Keep cheering us, keep sending us Twitter messages, tweet at us. Anything you do, basically, thank you very much. And that's basically it. Have a good night.
Nello, what do you think of one final thing? What do you think about the Anne's great idea of knocking down a bit of the salary and the prize pool every time you lose a 1v4?
Oh, I'm down. I don't mind. As long as we keep...
You live in Croatia, okay? You can't pull that off. Between you and Solotov, you can make it happen.
Yeah, exactly. But no, as long as we just stop losing them somehow, I don't mind. But we need to stop losing them. It's time. It's getting out of hand. So
Fair enough. Well, Nello, thank you very much again, and congratulations on the victory. That's all 3 points. We'll see M&M versus G2 next Playday, which is this Thursday. Reminder, that is our Super Week. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
You too. Hey, Jack, what's up?
I was having a good night until I caught a side swipe and then nearly dropped an F-bomb on broadcast. No problem.
Hey, look, we already had it once earlier today, so why not having a bit more fun about it all? Jack, you're still here. You're still having fun.
Yes.
How about you get on the Telestrator and you know, bring us some
I've got a Telestrator play. Yeah, I'm going to get on it. And this is actually, it's a Telestrator about Team Secret, but it's around the M&M one. So I'm going to highlight kind of both the good and the bad of both teams here. And we call Secret the top planting team in the league. And I want to say this innovation to plant here, I thought it was absolutely excellent. Very simple. Open up the dining wall, go up the hatch, get the plant down. There's also a sense gadget going off in the background. I'm just going to try and time it so that you can see it right in the... Where is it? There. So just in the background here, sense gadget going off, create mayhem, get the plant down just on the hatch, on and off plant position. Grubby, unfortunately, is the entry def, and I think that's the big problem as to why Secret actually end up losing this round. Loved the innovation from Secret to go and win this round. However, what I also loved was M&M, the composure, and it's a very rare time that we see M&M playing together, playing for the retake, and they did go and eventually play for the retake. They got it down to a 3v1, which Sleben, in my opinion, should have won, but did end up losing. So they're playing completely for the retake. They know that there'll be people out of the breach. Nello made a really smart decision to start defusing here in his own smoke. Now, whoever said smokes never go inside of their own smoke canisters, they absolutely do. It's right there. And then pulled off, knew that Kendra would peek from the hatch below, gets the kill, 1v4. Unfortunately for Sleben, he fumbled the bag on the 1v3 here. All he had to do right now was make sure whoever was getting near the diffuser could not get on the diffuser, didn't matter what happened to him, and he would win the round. Unfortunately for Sleben, however, he tried to hold a passive angle for somebody that might be pushing him, and then it was too late and lost the round. Great innovation by Secret, really good retake by M&M, and it was just a round that I genuinely, Milos, really enjoyed all ways.
Very technical play in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. It's such a nice strat to see. However, I mentioned to you as well, I don't think I've seen a lot of teams win with that specific sense strat before. It's actually a shame because the strat is really creative and it's very fun to watch as well. But yeah, like in this situation as well, it didn't work out successfully.
Yeah, but it is still good to see because of the retake and how everything was set up. So, hey, there's evolution in these two teams, and that's what we're looking for here, at least in EU. Well, but that was game number 2, M&M versus Secret, and M&M walk away with all 3 points. Like I said, they'll be playing against G2, but Secret will be playing against Heroic at our next play day, which is this Thursday. So make sure you're tuning in for that in our Super Week, the only one of this entire stage. I'm very happy to see how this week will go, though. We're going to take a quick break. But when we come back, it'll be time for our match of the day. Heroic versus Wolves. And we'll tell you why you should be coming back to watch the headline of our Playday. See you in a bit.
That final kill. They had a good idea where that last player.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It's time for a match of the day. Heroic versus Wolves is about to begin. Welcome you back to the analyst desk, where we got some details to hash out here between us. I'm also your host. With me are Anne and Fresh. Let's start off with our rosters, going with Heroic first. Jack, your thoughts?
Heroic are a team that, in my mind, are about where they were last stage, but they've gone through a bit of a turbulent journey to get there. Changed out 2 players, like I said in the pre-show. They've changed out players, they've changed out role style, and it's worked really well. And I was expecting it to work, just not this fast. I love the backline, that backline being Uno and Grizzly. Very solid, very experienced now, especially with, Grizzly getting a full year under his belt. Uno, go back to however many days you want. And then the front line is young, up-and-coming gunners from Tier 3. Doom, Mello, Benja. And Benja is just on a hot streak this stage.
I think personally, if you look at the backline, you mentioned Uno, for example. Well, Uno is personally mentioned on Twitter, for example, having a little bit of a, slump so far. He says there's a few things that he needs to fix. He mentions also that he feels like his team around him supports him very well, of course, but he needs to have more of an impact on the game than just being able to call out. And that's something that he personally has been struggling with. You see in the bottom there. That was posted by Uno after their game last week. So I hope for him that that's something he can work on today, because the team will need him in that solid backline, like you mentioned.
It's rough because I know that Uno's got a really solid mental. Like I've literally teamed with Uno, and he's a really good guy, and he's got a solid mental. He won't let this affect him professionally, but he's aware that he's, potentially somewhat in a little bit of a slump. But what I will say as a redeeming factor is he has been streaming ranked non-stop this week. He's been playing through that barrier to, just keep playing the game, keep, I suppose, grinding it, I would say. And he won't let that affect him. So I would back him to, get over whatever, has been kind of hindering him and then move through.
Well, Wolves on the other side, it seems like everything's running pretty well for the squad. If you're looking at our last Playday, they were able to get all 3 points out of it, and also the day before. So they're looking good, Anne, are they not?
Yeah, they are. And even if you look at the standings, you'd expect that Wolves would be taking the points here. Something I specifically like about them is how they work on attack. They drone in very well. We've seen that with Mowgli before he gets droned in. And while Mowgli's been a good player on this roster, even on a Challenger League team, basically the things he needed was a 1.5 in his gun and a shield on defense. And apart from that, the man could play whatever he wanted to do. So we saw things like a smoke, FNG 1.5, roaming around. It was all good. However, if you look at the stats, he's not having the greatest of splits so far. I think he's more in the middle of the team, whereas we see someone like Bibu, who's on a more supportive, operator set, you would say, with Ace and a Thermite, for example. He's popping off.
It's so strange when you think of how this team plays, because the 2 quote-unquote fraggers, Mowgli and P4, are both negative. And then the rest is, it's the backline that are doing well. But the one thing that I love about how unique Wolves play is Mowgli gets a lot of freedom to basically do what he wants. Because when you've got a player, you don't want to chain him in. So you get Mowgli, you let him do what he wants, and then the remaining 4 players are that good at winning team fights that they're just allowed to go and win the team fights that allows the Mowgli to go and do what he wants.
So what if we sat down and compared a player from each one of these two teams? Do you think that's something that would be possible, Jack?
We could do it. We've got a little head-to-head for you. And let's guess it's Mowgli, and it is Benja. Now, Benja's going to absolutely decimate in the stats. But what I will say is, what I just said about Mowgli is, and the reason we want to head-to-head these 2 players is they're both very aggressive players. They're both frontline players. They both slot in the front line, but they both play very differently inside of their teams. Like we said, Mowgli gets a lot of opportunity spot, whereas Benja is kind of the success from the whole team dynamic that Heroic put in, and they put a lot of utility into making him work and getting the kills for him.
I love how they're surrounding Benja as well with 2 very good players. We saw Doom and Mello coming in with this stage, for example. Doom with an 80% cost, very high. Mello going 14-9 last game as well. So just a very good surrounding, trifecta, as you can say, almost, around Benja that makes this team have a very solid front line.
It's always a front line that needs support to make it all happen, right? Logistics and all that. Moving on then from our player versus, we go to our map. A ban from 9 maps. We're left with 1, and which will it be? It's going to be Chalet. Wow, okay, we're going to see it again. Cafe Dostoevsky banned out by Heroic. They start off on the defense, as Wolves has opted for an attack start, and they are an attack, like a really good attacking team, and that fits really well with their ideology, I guess.
Yeah, you could definitely say so. I mean, it's a decent map for Wolves as well. They come off a win against Secret 7-4 on the last Playday on this map, but it's not a bad map for Heroic either. They themselves won 7-5 versus TT9, whereas, well, TT9 is on the bottom, but it's still a win, it's 3 points. So I'm curious to see what both teams will do on there. Something you've mentioned, though, before is maybe some stress or pressure heading into the side of...
Yeah, I think so. I think this is an absolutely massive game. This is, you know, for both of these teams, this isn't, it's not make or break in terms of the major, but in terms of the major, whoever wins this has a very real chance, and between 85 and 90% chance of going to the major. Now, the big question for me about Heroic, now both teams are going to a map that they like. It's in the top 3 of preference. They both like it. They've both got recent history on it. They both enjoy playing it. But the big question in my mind is this is the first real roadblock where there's pressure for Heroic, and that's where I want to see. That's where their big test comes, and it's whether they'll pass that test or not.
All right, our game is ready. Let's not stall much further because Wolves and Heroic are in the server and set to go, my friend. Thank you very much. And Fresh, let's toss it back to our casters to get Demo and Extra Trigger. Enjoy.
Milosh, thank you very much indeed. We are going to be running through game number 3 here, Demo. And I don't know about this one. I think there's a lot of people out there that think this is going to be a very close game. And I think it is. But I think it's a very unusual game in that we've got some of the highest rated players in the league and some of the lowest rated players in the league on both sides going up against each other. The gulf, the gap in consistency on both of these rosters is massive. It was spoken about a little bit there on the desk, but I just think that's really going to come through.
It's a weird one. So at the moment, Heroic have Grizzly and Uno, who are both in the kind of lower 10 of the players inside this league, statistically, in terms of how they're doing, which they're both support players, you can expect that. But then you look at Wolves, and 2 of their best players are the 2 supports. One of the best player right now in the league is a support. It's really weird.
Yeah. And you got P4 in there, who's pretty low in the rating standings as well. So it is a very strange game, given the gulf from good to bad and from players that are performing to players that aren't performing in this one. And that's going to come across in the server in, I'm sure, weird and wonderful ways as we head into Chalet here. For the second time tonight, we have, of course, just seen a Chalet game where we saw Eminem versus Team Secret. But this is going to be Heroic versus Wolves. Now, in contrast to the Chalet game that we've just seen, we are seeing some very different bans here. We've actually got the Nook and the Nomad, both going to be removed here. Nook ban, of course, makes a lot of sense on Chalet. You do wonder what that next ban's going to be. Probably Valkyrie, probably a little bit of information getting removed here.
Yep. I think Jack kind of mentioned that for Heroic this is a really big turning point in terms of how their season will go, and that's because of their run of fixtures that they have to go through. That's where Heroic are at. Heroic, I think you can definitely make the argument that they have had, you know, quite a easier half compared to some of the teams that they could have played. They beat G2. Look at how G2 are playing at the moment. They went on then to beat Navi. Look where Navi is at the moment. They went on then to beat TT9. Look where TT9 is. Already the first 3 games, they are not teams that are currently even in the top 5. They're in the bottom half of the league. They then go up against BDS and they lose. So the first big team that they come up against in terms of standings, they lose. They go and beat Outsiders. Very, very close. Just about beat them. Now they're up against Wolves, a big club side. Then they still have to go against M&M. They still have to go against Rogue. This is the make or break for Heroic now because they have their tough battles now ahead of them.
Yeah, this is the start of a difficult close to the stage.
This could be a bad second split for Heroic just because of who they're up against. So it's up to them to prove us wrong. If they go and beat Wolves today, I'll have a lot of confidence in this side going further.
And that's what everyone's looking for, isn't it?
But I think because they did lose to BDS and they only just about beat Outsiders, we're not as confident they can go and beat a well-outfitted side of Wolves.
Benja, potentially going to get a little bit aggro here. Playing on the Oryx, has the ability to, of course, dash out if he wishes.
Central.
Grizzly, he's going to be the one that nets the first kill onto Mowgli. Poor old Mowgli was highlighted as having a bit of a slow stage, and that is going to be true here. Don't quite think that players have got the angle, but Heroic are thirsting after this demo.
Oh, they are indeed. It's a good technique from Heroic. try and shut down Wolves very quickly, eliminate some of the heavy hitters. The thing is that has really impressed me about Wolves this season, Ollie, is even if they're a man disadvantage, if things aren't going their way, they're so good at being able to slow it down, think of plan B, and execute it so well. And Benja, surely if nobody had came within the first 30 seconds...
It's 45 seconds into the round.
Yeah.
And you've got a humongous hole in garage.
And you just stand in the middle
And you just stand in the middle of it. Just like, hey, come get me. Collect me, I'm a freebie. Grab that man count advantage back to level and give yourselves a chance in this one, eh?
Yeah, pretty much so. So, Wolves, a little bit stunned, I'm sure, with losing Mowgli. Now somebody else needs to be the main entry, and it will be P4, it seems to be. However, an impact above. Heroic are happy enough just to run around the map, essentially, and put a bit of pressure on Wolves, but P4 is not fazed by that. He has plenty of droners on him right now, and he can get himself inside a kitchen, inside a dining. And that's the good first bit of pressure that I think already Wolves have been able to establish. They have a good place that they can start establishing, their breaches from now, because now with P4 in the hatch, you don't have to worry about anyone maybe going for even like a bandit trick or anyone playing aggro in the door. He can shut all of that down.
There does need to be a bit more of a focus now into getting open that wine wall. Obviously, you've got mirror windows to contend with, and they're going to be quite difficult to root those players out from behind. Mello can sit and watch that breach all day long behind that mirror window, as long as blue is kept secure for him. Shinket is going to move on through and look to start getting that job done, as flank watch will hopefully for Wolves be in position, although with a lot of the players for Heroic rotating back down to site, now could be a reasonable time to strike. We're going to see a bit more info gathered here. Grizzly is going to be looking to play at the top of those main stairs. P4 is above and could look to try and exploit that hatch, and Doom knows that. He's going to put a couple of pre-fire shots through that way, but he does back off.
That's good, though, because realistically for P4, you don't have to try and stop them getting in dining. You just have to stop them using the hatch. That's all you're really after. P4 will now start to be pressured as they do enter in towards dining. P4, is he ready for Grizzly? They just keep trying to wallbang him, but nobody has got each other yet. But no, P4, he will be the first one to strike. It's doing so well upstairs, Ollie, in that 1v2, and he finds the second. Phenomenal work from P4. That gives the green light for Wolves. They can enter into the bomb site. Melu swings around, but isn't aware that Bibu is so close to him. P4, look at him. Brilliant, fantastic from P4.
Hyped up after that. I think he had a bit of info. We saw a few yellow pings getting thrown around there, so you can imagine that there will have been a drone kicking around. But still, he's been able to dance around, hasn't he?
So well there. Played it very safe, played it smart. Again, you don't have to stop them getting in dining. You just have to stop them using the hatch. And he knew that. That's where he can fall back to kitchen.
And on the flip side, you look at the site players. They did a great job of taking control of the site. You know, they were there to take advantage. Oh, we've actually got the graphic up now.
There it is.
We can see that a regulation win for Wolves is an 85% chance of qualifying to the major, and for Heroic, it is an 81% chance.
Yeah. Like we said, for Heroic, it's a massive game because they still have M&M to go. They still have Rogue to go that we know of. And if they can't beat Wolves, would you expect them to beat Rogue, for example? Would you?
Probably not.
Yeah, that's just the way I look at it. It's a lot of pressure on Heroic. A lot of pressure, but they need to start here with this first game.
But it all depends, Demo, on what? One thing. There's one thing that it all depends on.
I have to.
How the team plays on the day.
That's twice you've used my own sayings.
I think I'm just getting them out before you can get them in.
Brilliant.
Then I don't have to suffer them.
I mean, Wolves on the attack for Chalet. In my eyes, Wolves are really the only side that still has that, that shadow of old school EU Siege, isn't it? Very classical, very straight to the point, do the basics well, and you'll be rewarded. And I think that sums up Wolves. They do the basics so well, and they get rounds because of it. Heroic, again, they're kind of under the new way of playing Siege, where it is that rat playstyle where you're looking to get into the faces of the side, you're looking to get aggressive, you're looking to shut them down. But like I've mentioned before, even if Wolves, if they lose that first man, they will still find a way to control that game.
Both kills that Heroic have got so far, and they've only got 2. Sorry, they've got 3.
Have been from aggro.
They've got 2. Have both been from aggro. They've both been from spawn peaks, running out, some sort of aggressive play. And I would agree. I think that Wolves are, to me, demonstrate one of the best attacking sides in Europe that we've got. That they do play that very process-driven siege.
Watch yourself, Rogues are out.
Yeah, Rogue knocking around as well. I said one of. I didn't go for a carte blanche for the absolute, almighty, but they're certainly up there. And Heroic have got to try and battle back against that. It is being made a little bit easier by the fact that we are seeing Wolves fall to those spawn peaks.
Oh, have they misdroned him? They've misdroned him. They've misdroned Grizzly.
Bibu is more focused on utility here. He's going to get a... I think... Did he
see him? He's seen him. I seen the way he called out. He definitely seen him.
He may have just got a glimpse there and been able to get the info off. Let's see how Mowgli approaches. I guess they know that he's crossed now. Shinka maybe has seen that, as the wall can start to now be open. Mowgli can get himself below and look to try and impact with a nade. There's going to be a player just behind the bed, and Uno does take a bit of damage. He actually drops and is going to go for this demo.
It's risky, but it actually might pay off for him. However, Mowgli, he knows he's dropped. Maybe Bibi heard the sound cue, whatever it is, but Mowgli has to win this engagement. He knows exactly where he's going to be. It's just, can he find him?
Oh,
there we go.
Good stuff there from Mowgli. Eventually gets the job done. June will take down Rise in the meantime, though, ensuring the advantage remains for Heroic, although Mowgli picks up his second onto Grizzly.
They know about Melu.
Mello hiding out inside of the bathroom.
There's no way.
No one's got a clue here. They're going to walk through this door and get cut down. There's 20 seconds left to go. Mello picks himself up one. That's the game given up. Now you know his location, but you've still got to do something about it. Benja, he takes down Bibu, and Shinka's got a lot of work to do here. Does manage to pre-fire on and deal out a little bit of damage, but it isn't going to be enough. Mello from inside of the bathroom hops himself out of the tub and straight into a kill.
Yep, rat plays, helping Heroic. Same way that I think we've seen from their game against, even in the first play against G2, unpredictable. If you don't drone them out or you're not ready for these plays that Heroic go for, they will punish you. And I think Wolves, you just need to be more switched on against Heroic, because Heroic will just keep on doing that. We know the caliber of players that they have. Whenever you see them pick up Jim, for goodness sake, that kind of gives you the indication, what he's like been throughout his career inside of GSA, inside of even FPL, which is I'm sure where most people will probably know him from. He has that playstyle where he can do anything that he wants, and you have to be ready. You have to be ready for a team like Heroic. But then again, I don't really know how you plan to prepare for Heroic is beyond me. How you do it, I have no idea.
I think something I'd like to see from Wolves in this round is not to fall victim to any sort of cheap spawn peaks or cheap runouts. Because that's twice that it's happened. It didn't hurt them too much in the first round because they got the win.
Yeah.
It hurt them a little bit in the second round, I think. We lost a player we lost P4 very early on the Ash. And, Mowgli did a great job of controlling in and around that solar stairs, but it wasn't quite enough. He could have done with a little bit more assistance, and to give away those cheap kills, it really is unforgivable. So I'd like to see a little bit more focus on ensuring that doesn't happen, but on the flip side, it might be something that Heroic don't try now, and they might just benefit from that sort of time wasted from Wolves in terms of getting themselves in, although Wolves do seem to be moving quite quickly here. They're going to be attacking into bar. And already have got a big stack up outside of that main door. Benja, he's outside again. Almost spending more time outside of the map than in at the minute. Doesn't manage to put in any damage, however, as he will scurry himself back in. Bit of drone info here to realise what's going on upstairs in library. And Wolves, for all they looked like they were going to move quite quickly, they do seem to have slowed down.
Yeah, Wolves just figuring out how they want to approach this. They have the Ying. There goes the Lion Charge, and also the Candela gets tossed in, but really nobody from Wolves in a position to follow up from it, all you could say. However, P4 actually slips in through lobby and will find Grizzly. That's a good play, using the Yings to put the pressure on the man on top. Fireplace, Mowgli loses that engagement against Melu, but P4 has top floor control. He has Fireplace, which is exactly what Wolves wanted.
Uno is going to be below on the pulse, though, and he can call all of this out for his team. Now, he's the only person that holds a Nitro cell, so the information isn't necessarily going to be used to get a kill with a C4, but it can be at least used to know where people are pushing from. Another Lion scan comes in. You've got to think that Wolves have missed a bit of an opportunity there. They didn't drone thoroughly enough or have the people in the right position to really take over library because, sure, they might have got somebody in, but there's nothing really happened beyond that. Uno's still going to be able to call out all this info for his team and maybe fly in with a C4 right at the bitter end. Rise is going to be at the top of those library stairs as BB makes his way into library as well now. P4 does manage to shut down Mello. They know that one's probably going to be playing in Janitus. They can look to try and clear that player out. In terms of utility left, Bibu has a couple of these Yings, so can maybe try and make something happen with this. But a C4 thrown up. Is it going to be detonated in time? No. Rise takes the gunfight. Experience really showing through there. P4 is going to pick up his third as we see Doom full white flashed as the swing comes through. Does manage to get the kill. Excuse me. Oh, goodness gracious. Good job that someone was there for the re, because that could have been a nightmare.
Oh, sheesh. That was something. That was something.
You don't get to see that every day. Much better round from Wolves.
Yeah, that was, again, you said slow. That is Wolves. You have to remember what the origins of this side is. The origins of this team is very old school Vitality.
Yeah.
And old school Vitality were known for being a side that would plant the diffuser at 0 seconds in a 5v5. That's how slow this team used to be, the origins of it. So, realistically, if you think about how Wolves played that, you know, it's really not that slow for that side. They were able to gain top floor control by about minute 20 or so. Gives them tons of time for what that side is. I love the use of the Ying, being able just to distract the player in top fireplace. P4 being able to push up. I think the desk highlighted not been playing to his strengths, but here today, good shift so far.
He's doing a really good job playing on the Ash, 5-1 so far. Good to see the fraggers having a good day, or at least one of them. Realistically, it doesn't matter where the kills come from. You know, we're slowly moving away from this fragger support meta into more of a frontline backline. And, you know, because of how much flexibility everyone's got at the minute with secondary hard breach gadget, secondary EMP gadget, there's so much more that, you know, one operator can do than just being, you know, sort of pigeonholed into one category.
So Kitchen Dining, Heroic, really taking us around the whole map at the moment, Ollie, haven't they? They've not really shied away from anything. They've went to every bomb site at the moment. 2 of them have not worked.
Dream's going to go for it, surely. There we go. That is what we want to see from Wolves.
That's it.
Much better. Bait them into this aggressive play. You know that Heroic are going to make it. They've done it in the last 3 out of 4 rounds. They're going to play some sort of aggression. Dream's been punished there. And rightly so. You can't get away with that.
And I think with a moment like that, that's where it's going to then hit Heroic thinking, they're onto us.
Yes.
Jig's up.
Now what do we do?
We're out.
Yeah, we better have another plan.
Get the flights booked. We're going to the Caribbean. We're done. They know where we are.
But you better have another plan, because you can't just rely on aggression and runouts. There needs to be something a little bit deeper than that.
Keep in mind, this is a Kitchen Dining, but Heroic are going to throw everything that they have into defending this top floor as best as they can. You would, I wouldn't put it past you if you think, oh, hold on, is this? I thought this was a top floor attack, but nope, just the way that the meta has shifted. You do not want to give a side like Wolves that early top floor control. You want to fight with everything that you have, and they have a lot of utility. There's a transparent shield there, Ollie. Did you see that? See-through.
Yeah, it is a little bit, isn't it? Well, it's gone now.
It's gone now.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, look, a second see-through. I've never seen that one before. Oh,
it's good from this side.
And then the bottom left, however, is missing. Wait. Right, well, just let that be.
I think they got them at a discount store. I think Heroic.
Budget shield.
Yeah, I think they picked up a few at a discount store when they were on offer. We are going to see the site now opened up a little bit. There's still a presence top floor to be dealt with here. Wolves are setting all the ducks up nicely in a row.
It's good from Wolves, because you don't really have to do anything. Remember, we've seen this from the game last time for M&M. As soon as you have that top floor control, you have that wall open, you just have to sit. It's going to be the defenders who have to move. They're the ones under pressure, because getting the plant down is just going to be easy.
Mowgli knows that somebody's playing inside of that bathroom area. He's going to hop in the drone and see if there's anything that he can confirm.
Look at Baby, by the way. He's actually downstairs at a crouch walk. He's looking to hit them in the backstab.
Benja's super low as well on that top floor. Probably going to try and play his life. Uno takes a load of damage, and Rise will be down for good measure. Does get caught out in the frost mat. Unfortunate stuff. Benja, despite being low, still picks himself up a kill. Grizzly now looking to flood in through that top floor, as things haven't really gone to plan here for Wolves. P4 has info, picks himself at 1, but gets taken out from the hatch. Shinka, he's got himself into the site. There's 3 seconds left. He can't get the plant down. Bibu now joins in, but it's all too little too late. That is the danger demo of wasting that clock and running things down.
It wasn't really the clock, in my opinion, Ollie. It was the fiasco upstairs. What? Everything's looking good. We're highlighting that Bibu and co are looking at the backstab, and then we go upstairs. Somebody's died, and then I just see somebody kicking their leg in a frost mat. What? Like...
There's no excuse to move that slowly and not know about the frost map.
The upstairs control went from 100 to 0 in a matter blink your eye and you miss it.
Yeah.
That was wow. Wow. But again, Heroic, they see the weaknesses, they say, you fools. Now we have upstairs, we have the power. And then from there, there's nothing that Wolves can do because they just panic and they get flustered.
I really think that Wolves just moved too slowly. There were mistakes made under pressure there. Mistakes made in those final few seconds that could have very easily been alleviated. There was the culprit, Frostmat. Exhibit A, Frostmat under piano window, please. I'd like to enter this into evidence. Round-winning Frostmat right there.
There it is. Who's observing this? I forget which one is it today. It's my favorite. Don't tell Easy I said that.
Oh goodness.
But of course, if this was Easy Observer, I'd say my favorite. Don't tell Medics I said that. You can't choose between two of them. They are very much like Thing 1 and Thing 2. Just which one's which.
No funny business early on in this round from Heroic, although Doom did smash the window and play near it for a couple of seconds, but he wasn't going to make the same mistake as he did in the previous round. Worth noting, of course, that Heroic won that previous round a man down from the off.
True. That run-out hap from Doom didn't matter, still. Heroic being able to muster up a bit of a bite back. Doom, again, he's asking for it today. He is asking for it. The fact that he's not killed is very fortunate already. How much use is he going to be, though, Ollie, on 1 HP?
Really is getting himself into harm's way quite often here. You think about the role that he's playing as well on that Warden, you don't really want to be 1 HP. You've not necessarily got utility you can just throw out and forget there. You've got glasses, you need to be in the firefight. He's going to activate the glasses, but they don't work against nades, I'm afraid. He's going to get taken out. Benja will be there for the re. Benja happy to scurry away there as he's kind of saved Doom there a little bit, I think. Yeah, he certainly saved him. He's made sure that Doom has at least achieved cost there in that round.
Doom knew he was dying there either way. If you're playing on that blue stairs for that extension, there's no way Wolves are going to be a side that lets you rotate back in through that top floor. So it was, good from Benja to get that refrag. However, that still does leave null and void in towards Library. The pressure is no longer there for Heroic, and now Wolves can open up the wall with ease, and they're certainly gearing up, Ollie, for your, again, quintessential plant you would expect to see. It's just all about burning through that time off the smoke canisters, and make sure you hold your flanks. And speaking of flanks, oh, there's two of them. Maybe one up blue, one up snowmobile.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried with just who it is that's playing below. We've got Grizzly and Benja. Neither of them have got a C4. No one's brought a C4 on the side of Heroic here. Looks like Grizzly maybe has been droned. I don't think Benja has been, but Wolves at least know that somebody is going to be playing below, and they can start to work that into their plans somewhat. Looks as though Grizzly's hightailing it out of there and trying to get himself rotated back up solar to be a part of the action in this final 45 seconds. P4 just walks straight into Mellow. Excuse me. Surely that refrag's there. Yes, it is. Rise is there to oblige. We'll be able to take him down. However, Benja is still below.
Danger man.
And I think that Wolves have maybe forgotten about this because they thought that Grizzly was below, but there was two. Rise is able to take out Uno, and somehow Benja misses his shots. Now we can see Wolves move forward as a pack and start to try and dismantle Grizzly before Benja is able to get there. Bibu actually picks Benja up on that flank as the plant will start to go down here. Grizzly grabs himself one. How much info has he got here? He knows there's a player in piano, but he gives it all up. Goes to the pre-fire, misses his shots, and now telegraphs his location. Has to now try and push through, seeing if there's anything that he can get as a lucky one-tap. The diffuser planted inside of the corner. We do have it being held just from inside of Ivy. One of the players has been able to get themselves out of dodge, but look at the health available for Wolves. Both players super low indeed. Grizzly takes one challenge, is able to pick one off, but Rise is there ready. Didn't mess that up either. I think that's so important. Didn't immediately peek. Pre-fired the corner, took his time, and really guaranteed that kill. It would have been quite easy there to mess that one up.
I feel so sorry for Benja. I don't know how. I do not know how that ace is tanked. All of that. That has baffled me.
Range plus fast fire rate plus missed shots.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
I've been killed by less, if that helps. But yeah, I mean, honestly, that kill comes in. I thought the kill was going to come in. I thought Benja was in a great position. Grizzly did really well for baiting for Benja because we knew we've seen that double man flank. They only caught on it was just Jaeger. They seen Jaeger rotate back. They had no
Grizzly
idea.
almost tried to get himself caught, didn't he?
Yeah,
and it worked.
He wanted to die for Benja in that scenario. And then Benja, just the stars aligned, and he just... Oh, I feel sorry, honestly. Like I said, I've died the last, so... And then that kill comes in, and then it's panic. Panic at the chalet for Wolves at that stage.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Not the disco.
No. No discos here.
I think it could suit a
Too much on the line for discos, mate.
It could suit a disco room, though.
Is there a disco room?
It needs a little bit of colour,
Is there any discos?
Yeah, there is in Sky.
That's karaoke.
But it's as close as you're going to get.
I'll give you.
Round number 6. Wolves. Are they going to finish at a 4-2 half here? There is potential. Chalet certainly has that to offer for the attackers. That positive split. Certainly with the way things are going, I wouldn't be too surprised.
Slow and steady. Wins the race, isn't it, Ollie?
It's Wolves to a T.
It is. This is just it. They do their basics right. They give nothing away as best as they can, unless a couple of spawn peaks, which, to be fair, has been a bit of a hindrance to them here or there. But as we know, they had been catching on to Heroic a little bit better in that regard. But what a swing from Doom! That is the sole hard breacher gone, and that effectively means that Wolves are going to be headlocked into a snowmobile attack, Ollie.
Well, we've seen a couple of quick kills come through there. This round is all happening at once.
P4's in.
P4 got himself into the site. Wolves wasted no time. Not often that you can say that about Wolves. The round over inside of the first half.
Wow.
Barely even got to 1 minute and 30 there, Demo.
Again, Wolves, you know, we've mentioned how slow-paced that they can be, but think of some of the players that they have. They have P4 and Mowgli.
That's what excites me about this team. They can do both.
They can't. Well, it's not a case of they can do both. It's they have players who can do both. That's the way I look at it. Mowgli was.
What's the difference?
I can do both because would you expect to see Bibu? Well, I mean, Bibu and Co wasn't exactly rushing in. They were waiting for the solo plays to happen from players like P4 and Mowgli. Mowgli was born in the pits of ranked. You know, we made him in the ground. You know, you ever seen Lord of the Rings where they're breeding the orcs? Exact same thing. We bred him in those pits, and he's came out. He can just appear like a phantom. P4 can do the same. People are forgetting whenever P4 used to be in Tempera back in the day, he was that guy who would just crouch walk around, would appear and disappear all at the same time. They still have those abilities. Are you seeing Bibu and Rise and you know, the older players? Are they going to be rushing into sight like that? No, they don't do that. But they have players that do. That's the difference, Ollie. That's the difference.
Thanks for clarifying.
No problem.
I appreciate that.
Anytime.
Switching things around here, Wolves going to kick themselves onto the defense. 4 rounds to 2, good split, and a great way to finish as well. A big confidence knock, I think, for Heroic. You know, after a couple of the rounds go slow and steady, you think you know what you're going to expect with Wolves, and then all of a sudden, bam, they hit you where it hurts.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news again. The slump Uno has been in. It hasn't ended.
No.
It hasn't ended.
No,
1-6 at the moment.
Not yet.
It's rough. Nobody really from Heroic is stepping up to the plate. A lot of people negative there in terms of the KDs.
And there's people that you would look toward and, you know, look to for kills. Uno isn't someone that you always look to for kills or contribution.
No.
His contribution comes elsewhere. However, when the likes of Benja, Zoom, you know, aren't really hitting those incredible numbers, everyone's on 4 or 5 kills.
Yeah. Look at this standoff. Melu on one side and Rise, of course, on the other. Rise, however, again, just patient. Oh, Benja. Oh, a double
Benja.
from Benja. If there's one thing that's consistent about that lineup, Ollie, sure, some players may be a little bit hit or miss, but there's always one boy who's hitting, and it is Benja.
Yeah, judge him at the end of the game, not at the halfway point. I think is always a fair assumption with Benja.
He's so good.
Picked himself up a real couple of big kills there, but it hasn't come without cost. Heroic lost 2 bodies in that exchange. Wolves were able to trade off those kills, regardless of how flashy or how good they were from Benja. They're still in a very similar position here. They've lost the line, they've lost the sledge, they've lost the nades. You know, they've still got a couple of nades knocking around on Benja, so they have that ability.
This is a basement, by the way.
You look at what
nobody knew.
Well, look at what Wolves have lost. They've not lost a lot. They've lost a Legion and they've lost an Alibi. They've still got a C4. They've still got mirror windows. They've still got information available to them on site.
I do worry about how they're going to be able to open up these walls with those mute jammers at the moment. And as you know, Benj is probably going to be using his nades elsewhere to try and get these kills, as Heroic are very persistent in clearing out that top floor. And, well, Benji finds us for another wall bang. But 45 seconds, Heroic, a lot to do still on the board. They're going to have to move quick.
It's a single door push, isn't it, at this point?
They're going to have to get the kills. Realistically, I don't think they're going to have enough gusto to get those walls open just because of the time limits. You have to then also go through potentially any burn that you have, which, to be fair, there actually isn't any denial for nades on Wolves, but those mirror windows, Ollie, I don't know if one's going to be placed looking in towards that double wall, but if it is, then yeah, that's a big issue for Heroic.
And now Heroic finding out about this mute jammer.
He has to get the nade in.
At the 16-second mark, we're finding out that there's a mute jammer.
Benji's not in a position to do that. They have to just rush in. They have to drop the hatches, go for the doorways. Ollie, will it work?
Well, full white flash for Benja as his teammate did flash in there. Rise is going to try and play spoiler. C4 there from Shinka.
Oh, look at
Uno
Rise.
will be getting that plant down. There's only a couple of seconds left here to go. Grizzly picks himself up one, but the swing from Shinka nets two, picks the planter and the cover. Wolves never in doubt of their own ability there. They knew exactly what Heroic were walking into. They were walking into pain demo. They were walking into mute jammers, reinforced walls. It was not a fun time.
Time killed them. Heroic struggling big time with that roam clear. Again, it was a basement, Ollie, and look at how much they put in towards that top floor.
Scary.
You know, Benj had done really well, being able to open up with 2 kills, or an opening kill, whatever it is, and then bang, 2 kills back in favor for Wolves. And then from there, you just sat there and you thought, wow, how are they going to be able to pull this off? They just don't have the time. Great team play there from Wolves at the end. That's a great 2v2 to win. I've been incredibly impressed by Wolves and just their team play tonight. Honestly, Eminem takes some notes. It's probably the best way to put it.
Yeah. And Eminem's team play wasn't terrible tonight. It wasn't as good as it could have been.
Yeah.
But Wolves are really giving a masterclass here. And I think, you know, that's the mark of a team that knows how to work the clock as well. You know, we talk about how Wolves can be a little bit slow on the attack, albeit they have showcased some nice speed here tonight on occasion. But they know how to work that against their opponent on the defense as well. And that huge extension, that, you know, real sprawling sort of problem to solve, Heroic didn't come up with a really useful way of dealing with it. On Wolves' attacks, their primary focus was to get garage wall open. That was happening in the first 30 seconds regardless. And then they'd go on clear and do roam stuff, because that's an option for later. And it's a job that doesn't need doing afterwards, because to get yourself back in, it's very inefficient. You're better off doing these jobs when you spawn in, you can get walls open, then you can work on other things. And that's obviously an approach that Heroic didn't take, and it's an approach that ultimately kind of cost them a little bit, because they were forced into, you know, unfavourable locations, as it were, for plant spots and to be holding for cover.
Yeah, Wolves were always going to have the advantage going into that. So Wolves, first defense down. Second one, here we go. Oh, are we good? Okay, we're good.
I'm good, are you?
Worried there for a minute. Are you good? Are you?
Yeah, pretty good.
You reckon?
Yeah.
So top floor. Again, I don't know if Grizzly's good. Look at the legs going. He's
moonwalking the wall, isn't he?
Is Grizzly gone? Or what's... Oh.
No, he's back.
Hello.
I think we may hit a quick rehost.
I'm not sure what's happening. I mean, they're still playing.
It looks as though the players are still playing.
I'm using the glasses in the bottom left.
Right, who's got glasses on?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Oh, Melo's got glasses on.
Let me have a look.
We have been told it's going to be a rehost.
Okay.
So the reflections in the glasses matter not.
No.
We were watching somebody play a couple of weeks ago, and we could actually see their screen at a really funny angle.
I was watching.
And Jack Allen Fresh on desk.
Jack Allen Fresh, that's a new one.
He actually tilted his head at a really peculiar angle to actually see the screen better.
Wow, that's
on the TV screen.
He dives for the badge, old Jack. He dives for the badge. He'll do anything.
Honestly,
anything he can.
It was incredible to watch the brain power of an analyst.
I've never witnessed someone who has died as much as Jack has. He streams 16 hours a day.
Yeah.
Every day, religiously, 16 hours. Credit to him.
Credit indeed.
Credit to him.
Well, during this rehost, it is 5-2 to Wolves, by the way. So a pretty significant advantage here, Demo. Obviously, it's going to knock a little bit the wind out of both teams' sails. There's a debate on the line as to how much wind Heroic had to be knocked out of their sails, seeing as they've only picked up a couple of rounds. But Wolves on the flip side have looked really good tonight. Nothing really has phased them too much. Really running through the motions on their attacks and showcasing a nice balance between, you know, slow and steady and a bit of speed there in that final round. But it's really on this attacking side where I kind of worry, I think, for Heroic.
Yeah, we have to come back to the point about this is a massive game for Heroic, because M&M winning tonight has really hindered Heroic also, because M&M's overtook them.
Yep.
So then at that stage, because M&M are ahead and they both played the same amount of games, that is, of course, if Heroic were to lose this game tonight, then Heroic have to rely on M&M slipping up. They have to rely on Rogue, BDS, and again, Wolves slipping up. At the moment, would you expect to see any of those sides really slip up enough points to have Heroic overtake them? And that was also Heroic having to win their games. That's why we say it's massive, because Heroic do not have the easy road ahead of them, like some teams might.
Have you noticed how hype Wolves have been tonight? When we loaded into the lobby, Rise was laughing his head off. He was like uncontrollably laughing. And P4 was as well. Now we're in the rehost, and BB's obviously, I don't know, he's saying something. And Rise again is chuckling away. The vibes look extremely high on Wolves at the moment. You sort of flip that over to Heroic, and everyone look, obviously they're in a losing matchup. Everyone looks a little bit somber. It's not over. There's still a chance here for them to come away with something. But it just doesn't feel, you know, you can almost sense the energy is very different on either side of the screen here. I believe we are back.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I mean, Wolves have made 2 majors. May as well make it 3, am I right?
Exactly.
Why not? Treat yourself. Treat yourself.
Treat yourself to what's something that's we're probably going to offend people here, aren't we? Traditionally Swedish food. Meatballs.
Meatballs.
Treat yourself to some meatballs.
There you go.
There we go. Well, back into the game we go. Top floor.
Do you hear anything?
I've
got no
like
sound.
just voices in my head, or
It's just
the actual game sound?
I don't hear any game sound.
No, I've not got any game sound.
That's necessity for me sometimes, because I have to hear some stuff, I guess.
Different guns, maybe?
Yep.
Nades being cooked? C4's ripped. There we go.
Drones, there we go. Thank you.
I love how we started with a scream there. One of the operators just hitting a little bit of a scream.
Right, back into it. Top floor, of course, is where we're going to go back to. No changes here. For the most part, Heroic in their lineup, fairly standard, nothing really too out of the ordinary, you would say. Quite classic for Heroic. Everyone has their favorites. You know, Benja, of course, in the sledge, and he is in very early by himself. Ollie downstairs is where he entered from in towards Snowmobile, and straight up in. He's looking just for an opening kill on those open holes, and Rise gets caught out. Moments like this is really what define rounds, where you can cheekily find a kill, and especially on the attack. Numbers advantage on attack is so important. You need to always stay one step ahead of the defenders.
I do wonder if that default comes up.
Benja!
How has Benja just been allowed to be taken out like that? Benja did a great job of getting that opening.
If I was him, I would have ran back downstairs. I would have ran away and really thought about, okay, what do we want to do next? I've got the opening kill, now what?
He didn't just get the opening pick down, he got the opening pick onto Echo.
True.
True. I didn't notice that at the time, but Rise is playing on the Echo. He's got the Yokai drones. They're just not even a factor.
Yep.
They might not even both be thrown out at this point.
They've lost another. Lion's gone, and that's a big global off the board.
RCE disabled.
I like this play from Wolves. Really looking to go back to back here and just keep each other alive.
Basically, what we're seeing from Wolves is something that's kind of been done for, I think, the past couple of months or so. It wasn't really, we didn't see this during the early stages of Shelly during the year, but now teams, because they know that Library is the main entranceway for teams going for the classical top floor attacks, you just open up all of Library. You don't even let them get into Library and then challenge. You stop them from getting in, period. You have all these holes open. You play that aggressive shield in the blue corridor. It slows down the attack even more so.
Well, Doom surely is going to pick himself up a kill there onto Mowgli and will do so. The default camera is still up though, so info can be exchanged, but BB needs to concentrate on staying alive right now. Does manage to do so. Doom, he's managed to take control of this Ivy doorway and can start to keep a line of sight in onto the site. With the wall being half open, it does make the job a lot easier of removing that mute jammer and further opening up the wall. Grizzly. He's going to be outside on the balcony. So Heroic do just need to start trying to corral these remaining defenders into favourable locations. P4 still remaining a little bit mobile here. Did have the ADS to play with briefly. We're going to see Grizzly pick up that kill onto P4. Shinka inside of the site. It's going to become a very difficult place for him as he is in a 1 versus 3 now. Isn't even going to survive that contact with Doom. Big round from Doom there, Demo.
Yeah,
got himself into some really good positions. I like that rotate up those library stairs.
Yeah, got control of blue. Eliminated that player, then it forced Bibu back all the way into the bomb site. Even Grizzly in the windows, just controlling the game there for the other two, wasn't he? You probably look at him and think, oh, he's not doing much, but he actually is. He's just putting that extra layer of pressure onto Wolves that restricts their movement because they know if I put a foot wrong, the man in the window is going to have me smashed. So it's good. Good from Heroic. Good to see them get back into it. Wolves, where do you go now? Not wanting to go upstairs, instead kitchen is where they're headed. Thing is, with the kitchen, it plays very similar kind of from what we've seen, isn't it? Well, it should play similar, you would expect, from Wolves.
They're going to have a presence upstairs, that much is certain. I'm not entirely sure about the lineup, Demo. I'll be honest with you.
From the defense?
Yeah, I'm looking at the old Thorn.
Thorn's a staple for Rise. It is an operator that he's very comfortable with. Probably the only resident Thorn main we actually have in the league at the moment.
I'm just not a big fan.
How so?
I know that you're a big fan, so I know I'm going to have a tough time here explaining this one.
Great gun.
Great gun.
Gadget's handy. Works very similar to an Element, a little bit more deadly though, as we know.
Yeah, I think...
And the shield. It's a good loadout.
Or you bring barbed wire.
Barbed wire, not my preferred. Shield, bit of a troll from him, I'll be honest, but we'll move.
I'd like a C4, I think.
You have the Banshee.
I'd like some smokes.
You have the Banshees. Why do you need the barbed wire? I don't know.
I'd like a C4 and I'd maybe like some smokes because you know that there's a likelihood of a plant going down. And
plenty of info though. That's one thing you have to like about the Wolves lineup.
Of information. But the wall's already been opened. Both walls, that is. Upstairs into office and into the site, which is to be expected, let's be honest.
That's great from the Flores.
Brilliant work there from Grizzly to remove a lot of this insight utility. He's probably going to go through and get the second Maestro camera as well. It doesn't look like Shinka knows what is going on, and that is a lot of that information that we were just praising gone.
Out the window. So, I mean, keep in mind, this is all happening within inside a minute. All walls opened. Maestro cam's gone. Heroic, take your pick. What do you want to do next? You can go anywhere, because you've done already what teams would struggle to do with inside 2 minutes of the round, never mind the first minute.
And they didn't need to take top floor to do so. But therein comes another problem in that they're probably now going to have to take top floor. And they're going to have to start to go head-to-head with some of these defenders. Although all the drone information indicates that they're really trying to figure out what's going on in the site. Uno is the holder of the kit, and he's going to be on new balcony. Doom looking to send a Gemini up and maybe gather a little bit of info, maybe bait out a little bit somewhat for Benja here. There's going to be a bit of info there as the nade comes through and finishes off an already low Mowgli. Second nade going to be sent on in as the Lion Scan did just go out there. But that is going to be an alibi, my friend. We do hear the Razor Bloom go off. Don't think it does too much damage though, as Heroic, they're not really too worried about anything like that. They are just pushing on through headlong. They have the info and they're going to use it.
Doom is on a rampage. He just does not stop. He always is looking for blood. He will be picked off by Bibu, and Wolves know that they have to get aggressive. Bibu's going to try and do that. Benja, is he ready for it? Is he ready? No! Bibu balls it! Chases for the kill. He doesn't see what have I just watched on my screen. Shinka in the 1v4 has the Alda. They're in the site. They're chasing after him. He gets a freebie. Where's the defuse? It has to be going down any second now. Uno needs to get himself into the position to do that. He will now go for it, and you would expect that the cover is going to be there, and it is. On the hatch is where they're stationed. Solar Stairs also is where they're starting to pressure in from. Shinka is going to have to do a moment of madness, but Heroic, easy enough to clean him up. We'll just get past what we've seen. We don't need to. Do we need to linger on it? I don't know.
Benja going prone was probably the best thing he could have done. No one expects it. It's a horrible move, but it gets the job done, Demo. It picks the round up. I feel like Heroic played really well there.
There
was such a nice balance between a focus on utility from Grizzly in the opening round, making sure that there was basically nothing useful on the site left. Achieved. Then there was a nice flip side of pushing the top floor, but not just mindlessly pushing it. We saw the drones, we saw the nades. There was a good bit of utility exchange. You know, we had the Gemini clones going out there in order to bait for Benja or whatever it might be. Very well coordinated there from Heroic. Their attacks so far have been miles better than the defenses. What are you worried about?
Just worried that Wolves are very good at adapting to what they're up against. We've seen that on their attacks. They've seen the way that Heroic were playing aggressive with the jump hands. They were able to shut that down. Realistically, the way you're shutting down Heroic at the moment with how Heroic are playing is you just double and triple up and wait for the refrags. Isn't it? Isn't that kind of how you're going to beat Heroic in this game? Because Heroic, they're not doing anything flashy. They're just having a lot of confidence in their gunfight. They're working in pairs. They're working in motion. They're doing really... Grizzly's doing really well at getting himself into another position away from the main attacking force, just to put a little bit of something on the end. He's doing really well at that job. I would personally like to see Wolves go aggressive. I'd like to see them do what Heroic were doing to them.
It would be nice for Wolves to be a bit more aggro, certainly in that opening kill, because Heroic have picked up the opening kill in a good number of rounds here. I think it's out of the sort of 9 rounds we've seen played, I think they've got the opening kill in 6 of them, something like that. So Heroic are doing a really good job of ensuring that opening pick. It's not always working out great for them, but it does often give them a reasonable start. And it's going to kick off again here, albeit it will be traded directly this time, but Juma is still not finished. What a game he's having so far. P4 eventually shuts Uno down on the rappel.
That's a great kill. I'll tell you why. That's the diffuser drop. So somebody from Heroic, and we talked about this main attacking force where they're trying to push in from the balcony, trying to push in from library. One of those players who you probably wouldn't expect to see with a diffuser, 2 of them being Benja and Jum, one of them has to go out of their way now to get that diffuser. Is Jum going to jump out the building? Is he going to forfeit that ground? Is Benja going to stop the control, which is really keeping Jum alive? That diffuser going down in that position is really going to hurt them.
It does seem to have sent Heroic into a little bit of a spin cycle here. Doom is on 1 HP, so it means that Grizzly's got a lot of the heavy lifting to do here. You don't want to be putting Doom in too many engagements. Bit of a rotation now from Wolves as they look to assist P4 on the site. Grizzly, he's going to make his way in upstairs. There's still a whole minute remaining, it's worth being said, so if anything can be done vertically, now will be the good time
Wolves
to get that going.
Wolves can give them sight. That's the position they're in. That's how easy it should be. Without that diffuser, that right there, that's your golden ticket. If you don't have that, you're not getting in.
It depends on if any kills can be found here for free vertically. There's still 40 seconds roughly to work with. Looks as though Doom knows where somebody is. Gets a little bit of damage in onto P4. And Wolves do seem a little bit timid here. They know that they don't want to be taking these challenges.
They're reading a book.
I don't think that they know where the diffuser is right now. Grizzly, he's going to try and take this challenge.
Shotgun.
And he's going to win.
Tried to play him with a pistol.
I mean, for Grizzly to take that challenge head on is pretty ballsy, to be honest with you.
No diffuser.
But this is where the diffuser becomes a problem. Unless
Wolves,
June can
you don't
pick
have
up
to
a
do
couple
anything,
on the
Wolves.
cross. If June picks up a couple of kills on the crosshair, it could be all over. No, Rise does manage to land the one shot that he needed. And with no diffuser, Wolves aren't going to be too concerned. They've got live information as to what's happening on the site, and they're probably saying, why is he not getting the plant down? Well, he doesn't have the kit. Wolves get the job done there. Uno on that solo rappel. Second round in a row that's happened, Demo.
It's just annoying whenever something like that happens, and realistically it's a game of who wants to do it. Oh, well, I don't want to do it. I don't want to leave my position. Oh, well, I don't want to leave mine either. Somebody has to do it. That should be the first thing. That should be getting called out. Guys, diffuser is now on what? The snowmobile, the big garage store. Somebody needs to go and get that. It's all well and good having the control of upstairs and even having control of site. You don't have that diffuser, you're not winning. That's it. That is the end all and be all. Wolves, match point. They guarantee themselves a point. Heroic cannot get the full 3, so that is obviously going to be disappointing for them. But not only that, is Wolves have 2 rounds to see out all 3.
Yeah.
And for Heroic, they need something out of this game. They cannot take 0 points. But at the moment, it looks as if that's going to happen.
Back to wine and snowmobile now. Wolves, of course, were successful in round number 7 when we first saw this site. there was an opening kill for Heroic. I think this was one of the Benja rounds where he moves through, gets an opening pick, but time ran certainly quite short last time for Heroic, and they weren't actually able to get anything open. Ended up just getting cut down in the site. This time it looks as though they've got a slightly different focus demo. They are going to be opening up at least the garage wall straight away, which, as we mentioned, is always a good place to start, and it was something they didn't do in round number 7. So good to see them doing it now. Is that going to be enough of a difference, or at least is it going to spark a catalyst of change here in how Heroic want to approach this? Just drawing it out now and looking at their options, seeing that everything is relatively clear in on the site. Does, of course, indicate that there's a roam game to be dealt with.
So at the moment, for Wolves, the way they've kind of anchored themselves up, it's not as much pressure in towards, you know, kind of suicide holding really the library, because you only really have the one player. I think very easily Rise could just run away at any moment. I think it's just there just to waste a bit of time. The main pressure from Wolves is once again going to be applied from Bedroom, which we seen last time. Rise, gone. That's what I'm saying. There's not much really that Heroic should be scared off. It's one guy behind a mirror window. That's it. That's all they had. They've done better this time around, Ollie, in terms of time management. That was the biggest issue for them the last time they attacked the basement.
Well, they really haven't. They've got one of the important jobs done in that they've got a wall open downstairs on site.
Kill.
Not only that, but they were also cutting off these players as they rotate back down. For some reason, Wolves have got themselves into such an extended roam here. I mean, a mirror window upstairs for a garage hold, it does seem a little bit strange. Somehow P4 manages to get himself picked up, which is great news for him. Not so great news for Heroic, although he will only be on 20 HP. And he didn't bring the C4, instead has opted for the Bulletproof. So you would hope that there's a good amount of information available for Wolves as they enter this final minute. Heroic, this is where they need to start to pick up the pace a little bit. They know that the majority of the map now is clear as they've pushed all of these roamers back down onto site. And again, a focus comes on looking to try and get another wall open.
Should be clear cut for Heroic. They have plenty of time, and whenever moments like that start happening, though, I do worry for them. Benja has the upstairs control, can start ripping in to all of this soft destruction. Bibu barely makes it out alive. Not really sure where Heroic are actually headed to, because there's nobody towards Trench. It looks to be a main wall take instead. Ollie, they're going to be pushing in towards Snowmobile.
Well, they've not really got many options, have they, Demo? There's only 15 seconds left here. We've still got off-site players for Wolves that can rotate down and play spoiler. Benja's going to fluff his shots and get shut down by Mowgli. 8 seconds left to go. Uno, he's inside of the smoke. He goes for the swing, shuts down a player in connector. There's 3 seconds left on the clock. He's got the diffuser. Is he going to be able to get it down? The answer is going to be no. Wolves, they take a full 3 points here on Chalet.
Oh, Benja, the moment for him, the moment was there. But it doesn't pay out. Wolves take the win. Heroic. Oh, it's a heavy loss for Heroic. It really does mean that they have to work extra hard going further now inside of this season. Wolves take a well-deserved 3 points. That puts them right up in there. And their chances at getting that major Ollie, it's already locked in almost, isn't it? It's nearly there.
What do you think Rise and Bibu were running from then? Was that what they were doing, the running animation?
Running from not making top 4, I suppose.
I don't know. They were running somewhere, maybe running away with the game. That was a masterclass from Wolves over on Chalet. There were opportunities there for Heroic. I think that Heroic played a good, dare I say it, ratty game of Siege.
That's what we've seen from Heroic from that first week. This is the kind of playstyle. They have the players for that playstyle.
But when that goes up against real structure.
This was it. And
that's the problem.
We've seen this. It's not only has this happened against Wolves, it happened against BDS.
Yep.
The big sides, the consistent sides, the teams that we consider to be our best, that we would put forward into the major, they're going to struggle. They still have Rogue to go up against. They still have M&M to go up against. Is this a recurring theme? It's all well and good being able to beat, TT9 and some of the lower teams in the league. Do it against the big clubs. Do it against the big sides, because bet you any money, the big sides will beat the same teams you beat.
Yeah. And that's it. Wolves coming away with a full 3 points there. That is going to mean a lot for them in terms of qualification for the major. We're going to throw this one back over to the desk, and they are going to break this one down.
hello, everybody. Let's have a chat with the victors. Congratulations, Rise, who joins us now on the interview with the Wolves. Old man, how are you doing?
Hello, my friend. I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm all right. I'm all right. You know, slay queening through the day, as some would say. But we're going through this, and you guys pick Chalet. You go to it. You end up playing, and you beat Heroic on it. Now, Rise, how important is this game to you, and especially gathering all 3 points out of it?
Well, it was very important because we're reaching a point where the top 4 is drawing itself. So it was very important to stay in the race. I believe we are quite well in this race right now. It's not over yet, but yeah, this game was definitely important. Plus, Heroic is a fantastic opponent, so it was a tough match that we knew would be very hard to win. So I'm really proud that we've done it.
And I mean, you've been on a pretty decent roll, if you ask me. Realistically, yes, 2 losses, but one of them to BDS, and you still got a point out of it in overtime, a close 7-5 loss against G2. So there is still massive potential here with the team. How do you prepare for Heroic? Because I guess the topic of conversation today, the cast in the desk, both was like, okay, well, Heroic sometimes are kind of iffy to try to peer into and see what they're actually going to apply in game.
Well, you don't really prepare for Heroic. I think you wait for them to prepare against you, then you do the exact opposite that I think you were about to do. So yeah, basically.
Fair enough.
So honestly, we just need to know which map we would end on. So as usual, you can't be for sure that you're gonna end on Chalet, for example, on this case. But we knew that we had a couple of maps in mind. Vito map went pretty well, and then I just had to call kind of different stuff in attack, and in defense just had a power play style to what they were offering to us. They were playing very good in attack, so we had to change the rhythm. That's pretty much it.
What was that swap that you talk about that you had to do on defense to really make it all work?
Well, we were letting them too much ground. They were doing whatever they wanted with us, so we just needed to take back the momentum and bring the aggression to them instead of having to suffer from it.
In the end, it worked out quite well for you, and Wolves sitting pretty comfortably up in, what is it now? Well, pretty much tied for number 1 with BDS at this point, so not too bad if you ask me. And next Playday, you go up against Rogue, which I expect to be the match of the day. I don't think much can measure up to it. How do you feel that game's going to go?
I think it definitely will be the match of the day, even though we're not scheduled on it. But no, I mean, it's gonna be a great game. We are having last time we had scrims against Rogue. It was very, really fancy. So I think the game is going to be.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was something. You know, it was. Yeah, I think you cannot compare it to any other scrims that we've had before. So no,
in what way?
It's gonna be a great game.
In what way?
In a good way. In a good way, obviously. Milosh. In a good way.
Good. Very happy.
It was left and right. You're gonna see that it's gonna be a great game. We will bring up our A game for that one. That's for sure.
I mean, maybe we get to see both of you playing Chalet again next week.
Maybe.
Honestly, Wolves versus Rogue on Chalet.
On.
That sounds like an explosive game. I definitely will look forward to that game. For all those watching from the outside, make sure you're tuning in for Wolves versus Rogue. That'll be on next Playday, which is this Thursday. Rise. It's a super week. There's 2 Playdays. How do you prepare for that? 2 tough opponents in the same week?
As I said, you don't prepare for them. You wait for them to prepare, and then you counter them. That's it. It's
if we don't know what what we're doing, they can't know what we're doing.
I know, right? And everybody thinks that we are playing randomly, so I'm fine for that.
All right, good. I guess the support staff is very happy with that. So big shout out to the boys and girls in the back. Rise, anything you want to say to the fans before we wrap it all up?
Well, thank you guys for the tremendous support. And I don't know, 1 pack, right?
Yeah, I guess. I'm not a wolf myself, so.
Aren't you? I'm
more
so
of a
disappointed.
bear.
That is true. That is true. But yeah, I'm still a bit disappointed, Milosh.
Why?
I thought you were cheering for us.
Actually, wait. I did vote for you today in the prediction. So
You did? Oh, okay. My apologies then.
I just
love
don't
you.
like to put them on social media. You know, if farming like the 10 likes that you get out of it, it's not worth it.
It's okay. We know. Don't worry about it.
Anyways, Rise, thank you very much. Congratulations on the win today. Remember, Wolves versus Rogue on Thursday. Till then, take care. Bye-bye, Rise.
Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome back to the Analyst. Yeah, where are you laughing?
He's getting thrown under the bus today, man. Like 2 times already.
I didn't even
Some
mean it.
people post him on social media.
I get 11 likes, actually. Thank you very much.
Did you check just to be sure?
I forgot to post them today. It's been a busy day.
There you go. That's all you need to know. Well, here are match summary. Let's go. Where have you been all today? And what do you feel about this match summary?
What I think especially is good for Wolves in this case, right? We've talked about numerous teams having that star player, they step up, and if they don't, the team is nowhere to be seen. But in the case of Wolves, for example, today we have P4 step up and a moment where Mowgli, for example, isn't having the greatest of games. That is so important to have that good team base and have everyone be able to step up. And the 3 points are very well deserved. They had really good teamwork. For example, P4, numerous of situations where the team was busy working on the other side. I recall a downstairs attack on the snowmobile breach, and then P4 just sneaks in from Wine Cellar, kills 2 people while they're not even looking at him. So a very solid team performance from Wolves, and definitely deserved the 3 points.
P4 was actually back to his old days today with, like you say, some of those plays that were happening. I think the big differentiation between the 2 teams, because 2 teams here today, it was a justified match today. It was a very entertaining match. It had basically everything. Both teams have excellent gameplay. I think Wolves is slightly better, but I also think that maybe Heroic succumbed to the pressure just a little bit. We saw a couple of whiffs. We saw somebody, when Uno lost the diffuser very early doors, nobody even thought about going to pick it up. It's those, in those really stressful situations, it seems blatantly obvious, and it just kind of, it makes it just much more obvious. And I think that's just the tiny difference between these 2 teams was slightly better team play, a little bit more composure from Wolves, and they get the job done.
Specifically also in decision making. If you think about their attacks, like you mentioned, the diffuser being dropped by Uno, for example, there was another round where they tried to go for the kitchen execute, but there was no diffuser in sight at all. But if you think about the decision making on the side of Wolves, if they get flanked when they're doing the upstairs take, they know, oh, there's only one person on site. We're going to go
they're
for
so
it.
decisive,
Full
yeah.
send. And then that's such a difference to what we see from Heroic, whereas Heroic looks a little bit more scrappy in this case. And Wolves seem very determined and really good with the decision making.
Yeah. It's not over for Heroic, though.
For sure.
It's not over. They've still got, I think when we went through the chances, it was in the kind of 40 to 50% chances if they took a regulation loss, which is what they took. But that fixture list, that I know Demo was talking about it, they've got a pretty rough fixture list coming up, so they've really got to wise up for next week.
Yeah.
Oh, well, not even next week, Thursday.
Thursday, exactly. That's a lot of prep. They're going up against Secret, and then the day after is Rogue. Technically, you have 3 games in 1 week. That's a lot to handle. And on the last play day, they'll be playing... Where is it? No, Heroic playing Eminem, and then finally Rogue on the last play, the last game of the entire stage. So, yeah, a lot can really hang on the balance until the very last game of this stage. And one final bit, this is not meant as like shader or anything, because some people get to see it at times this way. But it's interesting that you mentioned Uno, especially when he gets killed earlier on in the round or even in the mid-round, when he's the one that really pulls the team together. Because when he was on G2, the story was, especially when Pengu, and him were playing together, was when Uno's dead, we end up winning the round because he's always giving us the right information. Yep. He has the cams and he knows how to communicate. So it's interesting comparing the dichotomy of situations between the 2 teams.
That's exactly what he mentions in his tweet. Like, oh, I want to do more for the team than just being able to call at the moment. Yep. That's why he mentions he's in a slump.
I don't think it's dire straits. I still don't. I don't think it's dire straits for Heroic. I don't think it's dire straits for Uno. I think on the balance of things, you'd probably expect to lose to Wolves. I know you don't go into a game expecting to lose, but it's one where just get over it, dust yourself off. You've got a game Thursday. And, same for Uno. Another rough day, but he's more than professional enough to do that.
GG next. I mean,
Literally.
honestly, and Uno has a lot of experience. You know, we've talked about him over so many years now. Anyways, thank you very much, my friends. We're gonna take a quick break before we get into game number 4, Rogue versus Outsiders. See you in a moment.
There's going to be no Wolves. They take a full 3 points here on show.
Hello and welcome back. It is time for game number 4 out of 5 here at Best of 1 series. In Playday number 6 of EU League Stage 3 of 2022. Rogue versus Outsiders. Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Melissa Medic, your host. With me are Anne and Fresh. And we're going to take a look at both of these teams, starting off with Rogue, but I need to know who wants to talk about them. So how about we settle this in a good old-fashioned rock, paper, scissors. Who do you think will win, Anne or Fresh? Let us know in the chat. Drum roll!
Are you going to call it?
It's 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Best out of 3. Best of 3.
Best of 3?
Okay, we're taking
Yes.
this serious.
Oh
yeah,
my
yeah,
days, okay.
1, 2, 3.
1 not 1.
Ooh, 1, 2, 3. Oh!
That doesn't count, right? It's a draw.
Doesn't count.
2, 3. 2-0 on. She beats me.
Let's go. I get to talk about Rogue. I
Go
like
ahead.
doing that.
Oh, no,
All
I've
yours.
got to talk
Bring 'em
about
up.
Outsiders.
I'll leave something for you as well, no worries. I think if we talk about Rogue, the major thing that we need to talk about is the fact that they seem to be really good in attack. They used to, for example, with a map like Oregon, win more than half their attacks. They had a 52% win rate on attack, but this stage has kind of gone down to only winning about 1/3 of their attack in rounds. That seems to be where their major problem is lying at the moment. They're kind of recovering though. They've had 2 good games in the last, in the last 2 play days. Crime specifically had really good games. He's definitely stepped up. Well, he's fighting the players, and in last play he was even fighting his own mic.
Yeah, that clip of the mic just punching up at Crime was something to behold. What I will say about Rogue is, like I say, slow start, but the past 2 play days, demolishing G2. Demolishing BDS.
Yep.
We're not just talking about a team that's winning. We're not talking about, no disrespect here to Wolves in this last game. Wolves went and beat Heroic. Rogue are demolishing their rivals. And I think they're in that kind of run of form where you're thinking, yeah, this is why they're the major champions. And they don't seem to be suffering from the hangover of winning the previous major either. They look dead shot on going again.
If you want the proof, Rogue demolished BDS so much, they had to go to boot camp. I think that kind of tells the story. But moving on to the other side, Outsiders, Fresh's favorite team in EU League. You talked about them earlier in the pre-show.
Yep.
What can you tell us more?
Well, I'm Outsiders fan that much. I actually predicted them in the CGG predictions
did.
by accident. And Demo made me change my predictions on here for them. Look, I like Outsiders in terms of how well they, in my eyes, they're the team that you can judge every other team against. How have they performed against Outsiders? If they've trounced them, probably quite a good team. If Outsiders have beat them, they've still got things to work on. And that's what Outsiders are. They're like a baseline team, but they've got such a unique play style because they are so passive. Because they are in a completely different meta to a lot of the other teams. It works for them. They punish teams, but it does lead to inconsistency because their win condition is basically determined on whether the other team has good team play or not.
Yeah, if you think about the players specifically as well, you have to talk about Den and Always. They're almost always stepping up for their team, but Always not only just stepping up in rating-wise, he's only got a lot of kills, a lot of plants as well on the board. So very versatile playstyle coming out from him. And you mentioned the very slow, maybe even frustrating playstyle they seem to have on attack as well as defense. And well, we just talked about Rogue's attacks, for example. I'm really curious if Rogue is going to be able to break through that pattern, or if these last 2 playdays were maybe just a little bit of a fluke and they might have fallen back into the attacker not too creative attacks.
I mean, look, Spoit had to step away from the computer after he almost lost to Fresh. So if that tells you anything about the ranked experience and the practice, flimsy.
Yeah, well, no. What I would say for Rogue is I would expect them to know what they're coming up against. Rogue, in my opinion, have got one of the best support staffs in the league. Obviously, they've got the best team in the league, current major champions, but the support staff will know exactly what they're coming up against. They will know Outsiders passive. They will know that you cannot be doing full clearing, taking loads of time against these boys. So if they are full clearing, expect it to be fast. Expect them to take some risks. However, I would expect them to be taking direct attacks at them, going fast, and trying to be a little bit cheesy as well. Really taking the game to Outsiders because that is the win condition. I believe that will be the win condition for Rogue.
So what will be our map for this series? We'll have to figure it out together here in our map band section. It maps out 1 is left, and it's Outsiders. They'll have the last say. They take out a border, Oregon just before by Rogue. We go to Bank. All right, we get to see it again. And this time it's Outsiders on the attacking side. Defense start for Rogue. And your thoughts?
Well, we've seen how Rogue plays Bank during the major. That was really strong from them, but teams have also started to counter them, and, well, they know how Rogue play, for example, on Bank. If I look at Outsiders, they've lost this map twice. 7-8 versus Heroic last week, and 3-7 versus Wolves. Not the greatest of scores, but Rogue hasn't played this map yet this stage.
one thing I will say is when you have a conversation about who is the best bank team in the world, Rogue are leading that conversation, and Outsiders probably aren't in that conversation.
Why? Why is Rogue leading it?
Because, well, one thing on their defense. So Rogue have got the best defense in the league. One of the reasons for that is Deepak. The fact that he's so dynamic on the Echo. To be honest, if Outsiders didn't play so much like Plant Denial, you would absolutely ban Echo away from Deepak on this map. Using the Echo drone up the square skylight everywhere. Very dynamic information. And they're so comfortable attacking it. The processes of attacking it, half clearing, full clearing, different strats on every single site. They've got just everything on lock on this map. They know it inside out. And I feel like Rogue have done well in map bans here. And I wonder if it's a slightly smaller map pool from Outsiders because Rogue literally play all 9 maps.
Do you think, though, for Outsiders, if you think maybe indeed a smaller map pool, but for them, this game really matters too. I think this is maybe the closest they've been to making it to a major this year so far. And, well, they're not really...
May 2020, really.
Yeah, well, they're not really too far away at the moment. So this is probably their biggest chance. And if I don't remember this wrong, they're playing against Na'Vi, TT9, and G2 still after, which are, prior to this Playday, the bottom 3 teams in the league at the moment. So that is probably the easiest one you have after this game to go to the major. But this game will really matter to hopefully pick up at least 1 point and start that journey on a positive way.
OT for Outsiders, that'd be pretty sick. At least that.
Do you know what? I've made 2 hair-related bets on Rogue in the past 2 stages. I'm
You're
tempted
not betting
to make another
Jack.
one because I'm just that sure that Rogue are going to read into Outsiders in terms of, you know, think if Rogue's starting on defense. Rogue have got the best defense win rate in the league, 75% in the league over 5 play days. Immaculate defenses, basically. They're starting against a team that's super passive. We've seen them struggle on the attacks, really bad attacks, so passive, so slow, full clears, comes down to late on time. I would expect Rogue to honestly be, 4-2, 5-1, 6-0 on the defense. And then we know how good Rogue and their current attacks are getting. I don't see many win conditions for Outsiders.
One thing is, if you talk about their slow attacks, we know how Heroic played into that last week. They had the pulse, they had all the information, they played off the C4s very well. You just mentioned how Rogue does that on bank continuous as well.
Yep.
With the Mozzie, with the Echo. That might be a really concerning point for TT9.
All right. So you were talking about support staff from Rogue, how slow sometimes Outsiders can be. And then you add the fact that Leon has a cat, which, let's be fair, is the most important support staff of them all. No matter the league, no matter the game, really. So thank you very much, Anne and Fresh. We got Rogue versus Outsiders. We got our wonderful Emmy and Hap. Take us through it. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. Fresh. What was the bet? What was the colour?
You've made
You opened up the sentence and said I've done 2 hair bets.
Yep.
About Rogue, and then you did not mention a colour or a bet.
Exactly. Nobody pulled me up on it.
One more.
Twitch chat, please, at Fresh.
Oh, that's a cool one. You say what needs to happen. Twitch chat gets to do a poll at the end of it if it happens to what color it will be.
Bartosz, if you're listening.
If Outsiders win, they can choose my hair colour.
If Outsiders win, Outsiders or Twitch chat?
If Outsiders win.
Okay.
Twitch chat can choose my hair.
Okay, cool.
Maybe ask it in an interview.
He's not going to have a girlfriend.
If Outsiders wins, Twitch chat can choose his hair color.
Okay, hi, welcome. Hi, now we have the bet. Welcome. Hi, welcome. We're going to go cast a game.
Sorry, I was distracted.
It's us now. We're taking over from the Dream Team duo that's gone out into the rain, and we're going to watch, well, maybe Rogue put a bit of distance at the top, maybe Fresh leaving here with a brand new haircut. Either way, if there was a team to be able to maybe do a little bit of an upset today, this could be the match.
It could be the matchup indeed. Rogue, I believe, had a disconnect.
Lamu.
From what I've heard on the sound. The chat does kind of feed into that as well, but we don't know yet.
Theoretically, we'll get through the bans.
It is outside.
And then...
Yeah, we'll get through the bans first either way, and after that we will have to see if or not we will have a quick pause to get everybody back.
We can also use this moment to call out Demo and Ollie. Who
we can. Have they left their headsets?
Wonderful, wonderful studio team. I'm not going to mention their names because I don't know if they want me to. Came in and moved their headsets into the correct position, out of the way of the frame. Demo and Ollie.
How'd they do?
Jeez.
Let them in on the casted S1s. Instantly screw it all up.
Okay, Bank. Fun fact, and this has no bearing on this game, but fun fact, these 2 teams actually played on this map in stage 1, Outsiders won it 7-2. It was a very different Outsiders.
It was, yes.
Let's be fair. It had at least 2, if not 3 different players off the top of my head at that point. It was also
slightly different rogue.
But it's a fun fact for you all at home. The reason we say we don't consider it is it's a very different meta, and these are very different teams since then.
Yeah, Rogue has gone through a massive rise as well, of course, after missing out in Stage 1 to, well, becoming a major champions in Stage 2. Quite a big change, you'd say. Does Daypack, what's that? Drones with a heart on top of it.
It just says drones. Does it? Is there a...
I think there's a heart as well right above the L.
What is that written on?
I think it's like a piece of plastic. Plexiglass, maybe, he has in front of the Benelux trophies.
Did he make...
Oh, no, he has the sign that is... Isn't it Deepak...
Oh, is that from the Berlin Major?
I think so.
And it's just the lights coming through it.
You put it behind the trophies and the lights coming through.
At first, I thought he was making signs for us. Now he's gone, because he heard us talking about the signs. Yeah. He's come to beat you up.
No. No biggie T.
Yeah, that could be the sign that was behind the caster's balcony at it. We're just going for a quick rehearse. We'll be back in the game momentarily. I'm going to touch wood. That's the sound of me touching. I don't know if that was picked up by the mic. That was the sound of me touching wood. Only one player potentially dropped, and they're all in our team house. So hopefully it's a very easy, quick fix problem.
Yeah, it could be like a PC that just
yeah,
had a bit of a moment, decided to, you know what, I just want to not start yet. Just trying to get everything back going. I mean, you still see all the cameras on, right? So it means that they are all here. It's not the internet that's dropped. So just waiting to get everybody in that lobby before we get going.
Deepak's back.
Deepak's back as well.
Didn't beat you up.
No. Still here. There's a lot of Dutchies in the studio today.
There is.
We are
have
expanding.
3 Dutchies.
We do. And how many people are there from the UK? There's 1, 2, 3, 4.
At the minute, because Des and Tim are not here, they were replaced with 2 UK brethren.
Yeah.
So the numbers haven't actually changed.
No, but we are getting closer.
We're getting closer.
We're no longer as outnumbered as we used to.
Do you know what I'm super excited about the possibility of?
What are you super excited about?
Well, A, getting into the game, but B, Outsiders making it to a major. Now hold on. Slow down.
I'm holding my horses.
Slow down.
Yes.
The games they have ahead of them, TT9, Na'Vi, G2.
Yep.
They are the only team remaining after this Playday, outside of, I think, BDS, who are in the top 4 anyway, that don't have to play one of the current top 4 teams, or one of the teams that open the day with the top 4. In fact, that might even shift now a little bit if M&M stick around in the top 4 by the end of the day, which they theoretically will. I'm trying to think if a round difference could swap them, but I think it might be a little bit too... Maybe if Outsiders have a massive win on this, I think they might push M&M down. It's a distant... But it's a very doable path for a team that has been on that precipice for a long time.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, and they'll be more than happy to push themselves over towards the Sweden Major that is coming up at this November.
Jönköping.
Jönköping, indeed. I've actually went through the Google pronunciation guide, and I cannot do that. It's Jönköping or something like that. I don't know.
I just did it wrong to make Fabian laugh.
Yeah, we need to get a Swede to pronounce it for us. Either way, as we get going, Rogue, of course, themselves are chasing that major spot as well. I mean, they are currently on 3rd. That is by no means going to be safe for them if they start losing now. So they are in need of picking up a victory against the team they're expected to win against here as well, because they have a bit of a rougher ride ahead of them.
All right, well, we'll start with getting into this, and we'll start by maybe getting into Rogue's defense. We talked about how the pace of a clear can be something that Rogue has to pay a lot of attention to, but at the same time, Rogue, when they play this game on their defense, is something that they grew in a lot of confidence. Spoyd especially. He was a player that started to drift his way up to stock. He really didn't know his feet at the very early days, but look at this. Cryin gets pinged and called out, rotates right down. Jam wasn't quite in a position to try and swing into that, was instead on the back of a drone, but forces the Rogue players down towards the mid-floor. Has to pull themselves back with all the clearance and clarity there is before Rask. If he doesn't know about Spoyd's position, might be something that takes a bit of surprise to pre-fire. Just a little bit shy of the time of the rotation there, but that allows Outsiders to start trying to fish for those middle floor players.
Just some verticality being taken care of now by Milan with that sledgehammer. He's hoping to find Cryin as they know some players are around that first floor, as you mentioned before, but they're just dancing around there, up towards the hatches, falling back towards the actual site. With 80 seconds left on that clock, well, still that first floor needs to be completely droned out, still needs to be completely taken under control, and they don't even have it fully cleared out yet, with Sport still being active in the elevator.
Ash is going to start trying to apply some pressure onto that swing round. Milan, he's looking down 2 stories of devastation, and Rask is that steady creep in through the middle of the core. There's a drone. Reveals the player in the game, and the game he's trying to play, and he realizes he needs to drop and pop off. But look at this, 2 minutes gone now, and only now are they starting to put the pressure onto Open itself. They still have a hold of Blue. That's about to start to fall away, but Leon can slightly tuck himself back and hold on to the fact that he's got a couple more canisters, and he probably knows the hatch is open at this point, so there's no route back. The pressure is still entirely on outsiders to try to find a player out of this. The door on the back gets popped open. The shotgun swings the corner a bit wide. Another smoke canister pop. They finally find the first at the bottom of the staircase, but 30 seconds, and they still got to find the site.
Still a lot of damage done already by Rogue, though, in terms of time that has been wasted. Now they need to try to get themselves in the right position. However, Milan up above on these hatches here, we've seen him make massive impacts before. He might be looking to do the exact same thing again.
He has no other choice. They're just tucked around, going for the plant itself. The smoke canister's off the board, and the Echo is still on, but so is pretty much everybody else from the side of Rogue. Bloodshed everywhere. It's Rogue that are the ones that leave with their bodies in position. I was going to talk about the bans and how it impacts that place, but at the point, it seems like it's going to be a bit of a brawl.
It is, and well, that's kind of what you get after so much time has been wasted. You just need to muscle through at that moment in time. There's not much else they could have done. I have to say, though, really like the impact play at the top of the blue stairs where they use the impact EMP to get rid of the ADSs, instantly followed up by a grenade. And that's the advantage, I guess, of the impact EMP. It pops instantly rather than it shows that blue light, that blue glow. Hey, the ADSs are going to fall away, which means you could theoretically find that sledge if the timing was right on point. Smoke, sorry, which for now was slightly off. Otherwise, it would have been able to kill Leon Gets a little bit earlier.
Okay, let's talk about bans now.
Yes, that's a good idea.
The removal of Goyo is somebody who's sort of grown in presence, but mainly on that one site, on that one sort of map. You might see him dabbled with occasionally on, you know, Pocket Play on Club or somewhere else. But he's in pretty much every single pickup roster in every single game of Bank. I would say that 80% of his playtime is on that one site alone from all the teams.
Yeah, and mainly by outsiders as well. If there is a team that loves to play Goyo, it is outsiders. Like if we go back a year ago on Villa, would be their go-to pick on most of the sites as well, where it became a perma-ban against him. So Rogue banning out the Goyo, it's not really a surprise right here. Valkyrie removing some of the information from outsider's side, but I think that the Echo on the board is going to be, well, making sure that if they want information, they'll just play that instead on Rogue. So I'm not too sure about the impact there.
A steady hit across the top and Open. Second place is where Open's found itself here. You still have this tall extension. The duo, Cryin and Spoit, is going to be trying to cause as much problem as possible and also as much time wasted. There's a long swing towards the double windows. But this is what I sort of talked about. As Rogue learnt their teeth on their side of the defense, they also learnt when to bear them and when to just sort of hold back and be a bit bare on the swings round. They pull away from the angle, the chance. They're not going to give the opportunity for outsiders to get an early bleed here, but instead Kanto might be the first one dancing around the side of Arcos.
It's Ras that is just trying to sneak past here, making a little noise to ensure himself some safety here. As Cryin takes small amounts of damage, falling back. Spoit finds Pasha though. That's going to be the first entry. Rask is still around though, might not have been spotted out, and as he's about to be retaking this angle, he knows exactly where Spoit is at.
That's it. He's tucked himself into a close little corridor there. You can see a drone highlighted for just a second. This grenade, he hoped he would get the swing on the pull, but Spoit pulls back instead. Isn't going to risk the engagement. As I said before, it's a lesson learned. They know that they can sort of play themselves around. They've got the research on an outsiders team that's played this multiple times. Kanto takes the head off of Milan as he's cracking open. It's the big danger of this sort of play. The drop down in the hatch, and suddenly outsiders find themselves 2 bodies down and a minute to go.
They're hearing the reinforcements. They're looking to quickly take Square under control. However, they're also aware of the fact that players are still downstairs. Kanto just managed to land one of those shots, and as they're both lining up right now, Kanto unable to find that first, to find Always, who takes him out cleanly.
Yeah, that was a very clean swing there. You assume a bit of intel, and Dan gets the second on the back of it. Leon's gone. 15 seconds and a bit of a turn of face. They've also got the breach open. Deepak's close and caught round the corner of the quad wall. He's going to see if he can try and get a big bite out of the strike that comes next. But here, that position's becoming a lot more dangerous to play. The bulletproof goes, as does always, to the top, maybe to open up the hatch itself, force the players into a slightly trickier situation, but it's a dangerous rotate to make when you've always got the risk of, well, Rogue striking back from the bottom to the top. The separation in 20 seconds leads to things like that. There's drop, there's a bite back from Raz, takes the hatch and the damage on another bulletproof as Deepak's looking over the long line. It's Spoit, though, round the side of the beepers, gets one more for his trouble, always is tucked inside a box, but doesn't last very long. Rogue find a second.
Oh, they had no clue. Deepak dug himself in between the two openings onto the quad wall there, finds one, goes prone instantly after to allow Spoit for the opportunity to play off his contact there. Well done by them. Even though that the side around them started to collapse quite quickly, and even though they had those first two openings, Outsiders again able to fight back into it. But that's a 2-0 opening. Now up towards the third site they go. Seem to be on that top floor, on the executive lounge and CEO office.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
Castle again, make an appearance onto the board right here. This is the thing about this site. We've seen teams try and play this without the castle, in APAC as well, where a Rook, for example, came out. That was never really successful, though. You really need that B-bomb site to be under your control. You need that lounge to be able to be played. And a castle allows that by closing off the windows towards the outside, make sure they are a little bit harder to get through, require a little bit more utility to be used. And if you look over the right-hand side of your screen, it will have to be a Selma. It will have to be an Excalibur or a Gon 6 they use to get rid of these castle barricades deployed now by Kento. There's a bit of danger when they start swinging like this, Rogue. There's always a bit of sort of shakes that can be established from a team that is very good at taking control of the pace and that sort of mantle of pressure. As soon as their guns are hot, it's quite tricky to cool them down because they sort of bask in that. They're rolling, they're downhill now, and how do you stop a snowball? At this point, you're sort of wanting to see the same effect from the side of Outsiders because we know that they can be capable of it. It's often their sort of curse is everyone knows what Outsiders are like on their day, which is in some people's books unbeatable. It's just seemingly a trickier moment to get that locked as sort of fluidly as you'd want it. And as you mentioned, especially against a team like Rogue, who, as soon as they the morale gets on, there is no stopping them anymore. Grenades come through. Won't be reaching anybody as Kento again gets that first kill. Milon removed. That's the 0 gone. However, a small breach will be made into the Kento wall, which will allow them at least a little bit of security throughout this long hallway. Stop any rotations further down. Dan suffering on the far end, and there's a bit of a rotate round underneath. Crying has a bit of the cover that comes through with Spoit once again, doubling down on this team on the move. Rask isn't going to sit around, though. I think he got the call that somebody had moved off. I'm not entirely sure where Milon did get caught from, but Dan is caught on the far end square, and we caught that perfectly. Leon with a heavy-hitting DMR once again pushes Outsiders into the 3 versus 5 situation. They have a little bit more time than they did last time, but you're looking at how this site sort of functions. It becomes a bit of a numbers game. You have to have a long sort of watch over from the top of square, from the windows onto the side itself, and from here over on the stock end, even if you're just leaving that back wall and the sort of work that's been done, which at this point they have to. I mean, even if you look at the site currently, there's still castle barricades all around. It's going to be very difficult to get the challenge down onto the players that are holding the crucial points. Think of the janitor area, for example, the one that is looking directly into the windows if they go for a rappel through, but also the launch that stops them from going for any plant or for a top square take. Kento and Deepak still alive. They have a support structure around them as well. It is basically unbeaten until they manage to find a way right through to the middle of the site. Oh, there's a very cheeky tape from Deepak. Just caught Pasha on the window there, holding the angle, and that's the thing. It becomes such a risky game here when you're limited on bodies. You throw yourself in, Rask here, and he's being swung from every which way. Gets the first, gets dropped from the revenge there as Deepak's still tucked in. They know exactly where Always is. He finds the first engagement. It's the second. And that team I talked about before, Rogue, find that third in a row. And again, as I mentioned, it is going to be impossible to win it as long as there is someone in that janitor, as long as there is someone out in the office, because you're constantly finding yourself in those cross-angle engagements. It's unable, it's impossible to isolate them into 1v1s that way. And it's a full rotation done by Rogue. Back towards the basement they go. And least Outsiders have played against Rogue on this site. Know what to expect. Maybe they can adapt a little bit here. Maybe go a bit quicker as well. Remember last time it took them about 2 minutes to get the top floor and the middle floor under control by flushing out all the roamers that were on the Rogue side back towards the site itself. So maybe a bit of a more direct approach could be beneficial here. Isolate them as there's only 1 or 2 players onto the direct side, because we did see 3 roamers last time and 1 under the blue stairs. Managed to isolate on that. Probably going to be Deepak as well, that is on his drones. You find yourself with some quick success.
5 seconds to insertion.
All right, Outsiders.
Attackers must
You still
locate
think you
and
can try and
defuse
put a bit of
bomb.
a drive here? It's, you know, always worth sort of highlighting how Bank plays itself, which is, to be honest, one that has a really good drive for attackers. And, you know, Rogue has been able to do their research, their lessons learned. They're coming in here with that sort of recent experience, but as Fresh highlighted on the desk, they're a great Bank team. They've had some massive moments that have either defined their run to a major or been that sort of precipice on where it was lost. And here, you know, it's that sort of step up where it's kind of, okay, well, we can go to Bank. It's something that we're both happy with. It's comfortable.
I doubt it's comfortable now for Outsiders, though. They haven't really had the opportunity yet to put any rounds on the board and are hoping to find it now against Rogue. Again, chasing down these roamers from the top floor, pushing them all the way down towards the ground floor into the basement. It is so far not super successful yet. That first minute has passed. They're all off the top floor now. But you need to cut them down as they fall back, because now you're just letting them live. You're not cutting off their rotation paths. Just letting them move as they wish.
Oh, do they know where the Nook is? Now they've got the straight ping. Rask is going to fire towards the elevator itself. Cryin has tucked around. He's just been caught on a drone. He's going to find himself maybe under a bit of a pressure, and it's from above. Actually, first needs to try and slip away. Rask is forced into a position where he can't get the strike, but Dan is able to get it locked off with Spoit with a very quick response there. It was a good lead in from Outsiders. Unfortunately for them, Rogue had a response in pocket, and they're able to sort of flaunt it. Leon getting a swing outside, and another peek against Dan. Rask removed as well. 2 of the guns that have been popping off quite well. It's at least 1 removed from the table and from the staple of Rogue here from the side, and the approach of Outsiders, and at least a bit of control here. But they're looking at roughly the same thing. A minute to try and get the breakdown. Some of the work done towards the site itself. The plant is still going to be a bit of a challenge and a drive when you've got this. Blue under control. Deepak still on the drones. There's a lot of pressure that you've got to try and break through now.
No impact EMPs this time either, as Dan has died, which means they just need to muscle through those ADSs there, find a way to get rid of Leon, and that most likely will be by dropping through that hatch and trying to attack from 2 different angles at the same time. As that grenade pops through, Milan will find a hatch shot, and that is going to be bringing it back to a 3-on-3 situation here. But again, lots of utility, and there is going to be long angles as well on the side of Rogue.
Leon maybe expected a little bit more pressure to come through on the end of it, and thought the grenade would be the same thing, and hoped they could swing into somebody a little bit by surprise there and get one before he got 20 seconds now, and it's an even hand, 3 versus 3, and they've still got to try and fight through onto the site itself. Deepak holding and spraying towards the long angle. The plant's being stuck on the far end. Spoit gets the catch onto 1, but the kit should get locked in here by always. No, it's Deepak! The impact, it's a second too late. Or even slimmer than that with Milan now the Overwatch. It's a 3 versus 1. And all 3 of them are coming for the fight itself. They know where he is. They know what they want to do. And it's this, the first, the second, the third. Can he make it? Milan, he's looking for 1 more kill, 1 more body to tear this round apart. He hasn't had an impact before now, but there is the biggest one.
He needed to get it. He needed to get the 3 Ps there as they needed to retake the top floor. And while he did it, he lined them up. He was conservative enough with the ammunition to make it last. And Rogue just not quick enough there to go for the push. You saw them all line up. You saw them all group together. And as a tactical timeout has been called by Outsiders either way. They know they need to get 1, maybe 2 more rounds to find themselves in a good position to go over for the second half. But again, well done by Milan. He heard the footsteps coming up to the staircase. He also realized what was going on at that moment in time. But in certain, like in these kind of situations, it might be better to actually send someone to the diffuser, have a bit of pressure down as well. It's always that tough like ask, right? But it's the last couple of times where we've seen 3-man retakes going up towards the first floor. It's always gone wrong for the team trying to retake the top.
Oh, yeah. No, you're sort of throwing yourself all from a single doorway. The idea is, well, he can't kill all of us.
He could.
I mean, it was a 4K that round from a player who's been a bit absent, as I said. From the early part of this game, it's a player that you need to be there.
Yeah. And he was there in that round and secured him there first, so we have to give him that one. But again, I just think that it might have been better to at least put up a bit of a distraction downstairs, like make some noise. Because right now, I mean, again, beautiful shots from Milan, all on point, good transfers coming out as well. Almost got spotted there onto the same goal, onto the same magazine. But he had the opportunity to reposition himself after that. And you know, Spot, he needs to check an entire room with a lot of cubicles and a lot of angles he can hide behind. And if the attacker knows where you're coming from, it's going to be very difficult for you, even if you are a wonder kid, to lock off that kill. And that's why I was like, maybe it would have been better to have that destruction downstairs, so he needs to pay attention to the diffuser whilst also balancing it out with the retake that was happening. But either way, what's done is done.
What's done is done. We're blessed.
We are.
With the idea of being able to look down upon them. Like a god.
With our omnipotence.
Open next. Omnipotence is where we find ourselves, and it's going to start with a slow creep round from underneath. The Nook hasn't been successful, really, for outsiders, and whether that's something they discussed on the tag time out, either way, Dan is going to be playing the role with Thatcher. Instead, the slow creep round underneath, hot droned in. They're hoping they can get a player on the drop through. If you remember, there was a player down here previously. Usually they fall to this point a bit later. There's a strike and a freebie, though. Leon's caught out by a surprise Dan. He's hoping somebody else steps in, but instead it's Rask that steps up and takes care of Kanto on the window itself. And that is a great early two-piece here from the side of outsiders. They had their tag time out. They realized that with this open play, we might be able to try and sneak through the door on a slightly different door and an angle, and they find a great strike out of it with a second follow-up on the site itself.
And those are the adaptations you can make if you're onto the attack. You've just seen all the sites happen. You use that tactical timer to quickly discuss those last notes. So well done by outsiders so far. They managed to find themselves 2 opening kills, and all they need to do now is work themselves towards the rest as they strode themselves through the Syria laser gate right there. Just take this side by brute force. And now the last 2 players are going to be offside. Spoit needs to retake through that small archives rotate. Cryin makes a lot of noise whilst he does that as well. And it's only up to him right now on the RX.
I mean, blinked and you missed it. That take was diabolical. They just drove into the site. They knew where the player was playing. They knew he had a position around that location before, and the wall was electrified. Usually it's a long juggle to get that wall open. And a Buck had a different idea. Just took the damage, ran his way through, pre-fired the swing angle under the expectation of, well, he'll be somewhere along this wall.
Yeah.
And then the site was theirs, and it was just very well read. It was a brave play, but that's the sort of play that you can make when you are 5 bodies and they are 3 bodies on your attack here.
I mean, it's also the adaptation we were talking about, right? They found the first 2 pretty freely. They also knew there was going to be roamers they would have to deal with, or not, in this case. So they just tossed themselves at the site, let those roamers retake. It was a 5v1 on the actual site when they went for it. And that's well done. And this is kind of what I said in the previous round when they were attacking the lockers again. Because then it was only Deepak on his drone on the site, Leon on the blue stairs with the smoke, and the rest was all going to be on the top floor or middle floor. If they would have been able to rush that site, that would have been a very, very quick round that didn't come down to that last 1v3 post-plant situation that could have ended if that one impact would have even been thrown just a millisecond earlier. But there's still the opportunity for that adaptation, as I don't think Rogue has been changing their setup too much around this side, as I believe Leon again headed towards the blue stairs here.
Yeah, I think this is it. Obviously, it did turn into a round that outsiders eventually won, but they shouldn't have. It was a huge clutch and a huge round from Milan here, and now they've since had a time to have a timeout. It's a conversational piece. How do we break a site we've seen a couple of times, even on the back of a success? That is the importance right now of this, and the slight changes of pace might come down to Kanto potentially keeping a little bit more of a connection here on that middle, that open area, instead of just leaving the Dream Team duo Kanto might see if he can try and extend himself and put a little bit more of a presence around this. There's the reveal of the player and the caught drone on a drone heading up to the top. Deepak is a drone down.
Yeah, one drone down is going to be moving his next one in position as Cryon is slowly getting droned out. First MP will pop. That will force Leon to fall back a little bit further if he wasn't already. I believe he's going to be playing onto the actual site right now. Doesn't have any extra support on top of the square area and thus doesn't want to stick around to find out.
You can see Rogue is trying to work out exactly where the pressure is coming from here, and they're putting the numbers together. It's hitting Leon a little bit earlier than it was before. They haven't suffered the same pressure from Rask around this core or above as of yet. They're trying to find this first angle, and they want to play the game that they've played successfully before, which is that sort of hit and run. Run themselves a little bit further back, push themselves forward. Spoit, he's fantastic at this, and he strikes the first and takes the run. There it is. In a perfect, apt demonstration. But as I said, Kanto might be that man of the moment here. He's sticking around a bit longer. He's on the hatch if he wants to take the drop, is it? But Spoit now has that freedom to potentially rotate a little bit further up.
Drones are coming out, but I don't believe they've actually checked the main stairs. And Spoit realizes that he gets a bit more aggressive onto those staircase sets, looking to find another fight up around the elevator hallway. Kanto does get spotted out, so they know the castle has fallen back towards the side. They've earlier seen Spoit fall back as well, so they might think it's going to be completely clear now, but as you see, he is waiting at the bottom flight of these staircases, but he missed the opportunity. The hammer sticks out, but he was unable to respond in time.
That's it. He took himself as far wide on that stair set as possible, but here's the difference maker that might be the rest of the round. It is Leon on the back line with the smoke canister goes too far. There's an EMP dropped over the top to stop the C4 if it hit the ground running. They're going to see if they can stick it, and they do, even amongst the smoke. A little bit too far of a swing, but Rask on the back cannot get the kill onto Cryon on the site itself. 4 versus 3. And the retake is going to happen with slightly less bodies this time, but it goes a bit of a better way. Cryon gets Milan, and the first, the second is here for support with always on that stretch. Dan, he's watching down on the kit itself. The 4 versus 2, they've got the first angle, it's theirs. He's able to get the freebie onto Deepak as he hops over the table itself. They're still going for a 2-story retake here all the way to where it always is. They don't entirely know. They've taken the drop on the hatch. He's playing himself so safe. The smoke cover there, and it's caught out. Dan locked down from the back. The man's down inside the side. It's all down to Cryon. No! Outsiders in a 2 versus 4 and a cautious arm get themselves 3 apiece.
Well done. Playing passive there is crucial for Outsiders. They pulled themselves back towards the third tunnel, back towards the archives, the angle they did not check before. That left Rogue guessing, and after Rogue, they looked so strong after those first 3 rounds. Outsiders, you mentioned it, managed to bring it back. Well done. Exactly what they needed as well, though, as they head over towards the defense now. Needing to continue that pace. And they'll start it off in the basement to see if they can make some advantage out of the weaker attacks that Rogue have been showing throughout this stage so far. 40% was mentioned on the graph. That will translate to about 2 rounds. 2.5 rounds. No, you cannot get half rounds. So, with that said, Outsiders, they have an opportunity here to take a win, propel themselves towards a potential major spot at the end of the stage.
Okay. Well, there's a bit of a setup. There's a bit of an angle here. Obviously, Rogue started the day at the top of the board as well. They want to put a little bit more of that distance, especially as they've got one of those rare gifts this late in the season, which is 2 of those top 2 form teams hitting the boards and one of them getting nothing out of it. It creates a divide that if they can stay on the top of, really raises the chances and the numbers of them taking a seat at the next major.
The thing is as well with Rogue, because after they won the major, we had the podcast with Spoit, had an interview, and he was saying that Rogue was kind of disappointed they didn't have first seed in the stage. And I'm like, you win the major, and that is what you're disappointed about.
Yeah,
but it wasn't
nice.
the first seed as well. So that's what they were aiming for in this stage. And, you know, when the day started, they were in first. If they win this, they will stay in first. And as you mentioned, create that bigger divide to, well, provide themselves some security. However, if they lose this, they will be demoted back down to 3rd place, which is definitely not what they would be aiming towards.
Oh, that's it. It's such a make or break sort of day today for them to try and, I guess, pull this into a bit of a brawl, because they've also obviously got tricky games ahead of them. They're looking at playing Wolves. They're looking at playing Heroic, with Secret as the sort of meat in the middle of the sandwich, who have devastated teams in the top 4 before and ruined their runs towards the big shows. They know it's not an easy road. Outside, as I said at the start of this, I'm not saying theirs is easy, but it's definitely easier.
Yeah, it is definitely. Oh, that EMP is going to be catching off. Oh, no, just not. I was going to say the Electric Claw was going to be called off by the EMP there, but was just delayed. This one will be successful, though, so the hatch will be opened up eventually there, but still lost some Excaliburs and also an extra EMP they do no longer have. One left on the side of Rogue. If they want to use it on any of the other hatches, did the Excaliburs actually go through? Were they called off by the yeah, no, they did go through. For a second, I was afraid they got called off by the door thread there.
They went through. They have some of the hatches open. They have about a minute, and they've got themselves all prepped and ready to rock and roll. But this is the thing that we talked about before on the desk, is the take itself has to be swift. It has to be quick. Outside is very good at playing this long arm game here. They're going to see if they can get the back line. They have the ADSs onto that connecting corridor itself to buy them as much safety and sanction on any of the moves here, with Dan getting the first. Kanto goes. Milan puts a shoulder of damage into Spoit, with Cryan trying to offer some support close on the door. That should remove Milan, and there it is, the swing round. But look at this, suddenly it's just Cryan left. In the meantime, we're watching that one fight. Everything fell apart on the site itself. They went for the plant. Smoke canister stopped it, caught the kill. And this is what we're talking about at these takes. Outsiders are very good at that lockdown, at that sort of, you know, okay, try and plant. We've got a minute and we've got 50 minutes worth of utility to juggle.
That's it. You need to be decisive. You need to just hit that side on multiple angles at the same time. Take out the important utility carriers. Take out the smoke. Take out the echo if it's on the board. Make sure that you can go for that plant without being interrupted. And yeah, she'll lose some bodies on the way, but if it's like a hesitative fight here and another bit of hesitation on the other side, you'll start losing out on these bodies, and suddenly there's not much you can do anymore. You look at that last engagement, for example. Cryan, he knew there was one going to be onto the doorway on his left. Player from the main stairs is being shot at, gets killed. Eventually, that's when a grenade pops in. That's when the player gets locked out. If you're a bit quicker on that, you might have just saved one of your players' life. Suddenly you're finding yourselves in a 2-on-3 situation rather than a 1-on-3 situation. It evens out the odds a little bit more in your favor, and then gunfights on the other side go your way as well. Suddenly Rogue would have been in lead of that round. Quickly highlighting the Sprabuni and Raph graphics here.
Sprabuni and Raph.
That's a jingle. We need to actually record one so we can just press
well,
it.
At the main draw, I did like 7 different ones.
I know.
over the days.
But 92% confirmed for Rogue if they would be winning this in regulation to go towards the major. And as of yet, we haven't locked in a single team yet. As Leo takes a whole lot of damage as they open up on that castle barricade.
Ah, they knew it was coming. That move was read like a book. Milan waited for the pulse, the grenade, and pre-fired the angle, hoping somebody would be trying to be a bit smart and sharp behind it, wanted to scarp for a rush. Didn't get that, but did get a lot of the player itself. Cryan finds Rask, though. The castle is caught out by a Nook. The previous Nook, who wasn't really very successful throughout it in terms of those sort of plays, has shown how it can be done. Dan, in the meantime, is showing what castle can be done without a castle there. Rebuilds the window, puts the pressure back on. That one should be punchable, but we already know they're pre-firing the angle, so it becomes dangerous to do from any sense of close.
And Leon needs to be careful, though, because he is a soft breacher, but also the hard breacher of the team, carrying 2 of the hard breach gadgets. As Cryan will be finding another kill. Finds Pasha on the top floor. That's 2 kills on 2 different floors now for the Nook, just sneaking about and now using this hatch to his advantage. That is a direct entry right next to the side as well. He is in a position to, well, wreak some havoc onto the Outsiders team as soon as they do want to go for an execute.
5 versus 3. They've done very well here, Cryan. That doesn't catch anybody that's tucked into cans in corner, or the mute jammers either, so those get to live a little bit longer if they were going to try and find their way on the breach towards the wall itself, but you're looking at that only really in the pockets of Leon, and he's still got some study work to do above. Cracks the angle, gives themselves a bit of a route through. They're forcing the players further away from any of that back-end corner. Dan has to tuck himself close towards the drop on the hatch. If they want to take it, it's a sort of dangerous dance event. No, the hatch might be locked, even.
Not quite sure, but that window's definitely been closed, at least for now. Grenade's being pulled out to toss at close range, but a Magnet will catch that off. The second attempt will be made by Kenta, but the player's already rotated out, not sticking around to see if that grenade would eventually find him. As Frida's kind of struggling with opening up the Kiba barricade, it's definitely giving away his position right here as Dan looks to chase him down.
That's it. As I said, they like to swing that game, so it's something where they had to do it at a bit of an arm's length. The break through the door, and they're cut immediately out the door. Dan tried to go for a charge, Cryin with a triple. It's a spray onto the door itself, but a Flawless is the return and the response there from the Flawless that was achieved by Outsiders in the first half.
Making sure that they keep the scoreline even, because they've also heard about the bet that Fresh has made now. That usually results into that result happening, so Outsiders do have that plot armor going for them, but Rogue not willing to give in to that, at least not for now. 4-4 on the attack still. The open area again being ran here by Outsiders, looking to find success the second time around.
And I think that's sort of it here, is how do you stop a problem like Cryin? They are so powerful in that role. They're being hot droned ahead. They're happy to take these engagements on these sort of loose threads and fights. They sort of are trusted by Rogue as well to do that exact role, to sort of say, well, you know, Cryin, we'll give you all this lead, we'll give you this lead in. They find 2 kills. Pasha, we saw entirely unaware of the presence and the pressure that was coming behind them. It's that sort of thing that Rogue can do. It's that sort of thing that the desk wanted Rogue to do, was to be a bit quick, a bit sharp, a bit sort of attentive towards these positions of Outsiders and show the math, show the working of what they've done on the prep for this.
Yeah, for sure, and it's also the Rogue we kind of know and love, right? Like, they have a variety of playstyles they could go for, but the quick aggression is definitely one that we love to see. There's a quick opening onto the castle barricade. This time, again, no Keeper barrier as of yet to follow up, or a spray down towards Leon. They went for a bit of a different approach this time on opening that one up.
They've gone 6 safety.
Yeah, they've gone 6 safety.
They very quickly realized that bullets in the face hurt. So instead of trying to throw themselves directly through it and get themselves into that position, they pulled themselves just a little bit further back, and they used the grenade to sort of maybe force the position a bit further away. Still steady on. Dan suffering a little bit first here over the top of stock, and safety crawls himself down the hatch and dropped out. There wasn't quite anybody in a position to catch them yet, but again, how do you solve a problem like Cryin? Well, he's found himself now tucked in an entirely different location. The hatch above is soft. He's got the check, so he's not going to be dropped down on from above. He's hoping the players are forced around into uncomfortable situations.
He left the camera on. He was recharging his health so he can actually hold this angle effectively. Doesn't want to take out the camera because that lets them know someone's out there. So he's hoping he can, well, let someone have a fake sense of security, let them come through that hallway again so he can take them down, find that first entry again. But so far, no luck yet.
Now they have someone all the way underneath. Spoit missed them at first, but really that should have been a death of Spoit there at that moment in time. That's why you're there, waiting for that exact moment of someone to swing the hatch. Does get Cryin on the rotate round. Rask is able to at least find something out of it. But still, I mean, that could have been a more decisive moment there. Kanto, he's trying to put some pressure here from the top of the hatch. They've been able to take out the big player. They've got Deepek holding off on the roam all the way on the far end, hoping Rask will just drift around and try and put pressure onto the bottom of square, as a lot of teams do at this moment in time. There's still an angle of a square take that can come together, but the wall itself is solid, jammed up. There's not really a easy to find comfortable pocket to get that dropped in. That grenade, slightly misthrown. That's why you give it a little bit extra cook. And here, the break and the breach over the top, but it seems this wall staying solid, so this is going to turn into a force through in the side.
Yeah, they need to push themselves right behind the kitchenette there to go for a plant behind the B-bomb chassis, but as the pings are coming through, they're aware of the Izama displaying right behind the Keeper barricade. It's going to be very difficult for Rogue here to punch through, to muscle through from the different kind of angles that they have, but it needs to happen as Dan will find Deepak, and that is going to be a very heavy blow for Rogue.
Spoit at least gets one back and one more back right on the Beeper's door. He finds a third! Spoit cooking him inside the kitchen, looks for the fourth just on the tucky onto cans and swing round. There's pressure on the door itself, and Kanto's able to find the kill on the back of it. It's suddenly all fallen away. There's just an echo drone, and a second, they find the first. Can he get the angle? No, both are caught out! There's the intel and the calls from a team well rehearsed in panic situations. A 3 versus 1. Retake always almost had that. And now he's got a much trickier task that Spoit disagrees with. A very restrained little fist bump there from a man who just pulled off a 4K.
Yeah, a restraint for now. I mean, that is definitely going to be ending up in a highlight reel afterwards. But for now, they need to get back into it. And I saw the Echo run. I saw him run for that hatch. It's like he's going to try and deny the plan like that because it's all falling apart as soon as Spoit ended up on the back line, found that triple kill entry. But it's kind of what we know from Rogue last stage. It was Spoit opening up the site for the rest of the team to just flood in, do what they need to do, get that plan down, win the round. This stage it has been less like prevalent happening to Rogue. Like Spoit hasn't been finding the triple K entries coming through every now and then, but you know, if it happens in these situations where you're basically a man down already and you're not really having an opening into the direct bomb site, it's more than welcome if he just pops off like that.
All right, 5-4 here, Rogue. They've been able to claw themselves back in after the 4 rounds in a row that Outsiders were able to thread over the start and sort of end of the previous half. Here, they're back towards the one site they've been able to take on their defense. They're going to see if they can try and do it. As I said before, I complimented the long holds that they did, and you know, we wanted a little bit more of that energy from Rogue there. That might be the builder behind it. That might be the precursor behind it. The same way it was for Outsiders' swing round of Milon, getting that full K and driving the team in. Suddenly, we saw very different energy from Outsiders. And here from Rogue, it's not that they need an entirely different energy, but you always like to see the reigning champions of the region bring a hot game.
Yeah, for sure. Like, this is the current champion, and we've seen it happen many times before where a team wins the major and that misses out onto the next one and kindly, you know, drops off a bit more for the next couple of stages. We do not want to see that happen to our European sweethearts of Rogue. And for now, they're definitely still fighting in that top four, looking to qualify themselves and, you know, still showing that they are one of the, if not the best in Europe.
Crying once again playing the game of do you know where I am? Spoit, he's offering some support just around on the swing of green. The grenade will bounce around and instantly move behind it. Spoit's going to see if he can try and get somebody on the back end of that. They've got themselves tucked, waiting, holding on for anybody, getting a little bit anxious and overzealous on a swing round. But as the cams and the pings come through, they're happy to sort of sit here across the site itself. Pasha's keeping Garage on the lock and key. It's a wide floor, and they have eyes on all of it. So it's down to Rogue to see if they can try and find that blind spot.
Matches are being opened up in the meantime, though, by Leon. They left up the serial laser gate, at least for now, of course, due to the fact they could be reignited in about 30 seconds of time. That is going to be, I believe, a juggle with the Electroclaw. That should be opened up. Get a second EMP on that ASAP. Oh, no, it didn't reach. He missed it.
Oh, he missed with the claw.
That is very painful. Shouldn't happen, but at the same time, also no EMPs left on Rogue, so it would have been the destruction and the closure of that hatch permanently for the rest of the round.
Well, this time, 45 seconds, and Pasha at least gets the first, but Kanto a quick response over the shoulder of it, and Milon underneath the hatch puts the kit cold. It's in a place that can be got with the remaining time, and you can see they're slightly slinking their way over to get it, but it's still dangerous. You've always still got the risk, and that's why they've got to be slow and steady with it. The smoke canister's going to stop any immediate approach and a swing behind it. The garage control and this, the drop onto the elevator hatch, and slightly slowed here on the angle. Spoit's going to take a shoulder of damage, but gets Milon's head for the trouble. Behind the chassis and the drone rolling their way through. They're putting all that pressure and sort of eggs into the B basket here in 10 seconds. They've got to make sure it connects. It does not always. Gets the first, gets the second. Popped and locked round the corner. A great triple kill to end it. Outsiders bringing it back to 5 apiece.
Making sure that they keep it tight. They want to find points out of this game as they realize these are currently the top dogs of Europe. If we manage to take points home from this game, our chances for the major will massively increase. What if they even get a full force victory out of this one? That will definitely put them onto the skyrise towards a potential major qualification. Either way, Rogue, 45 seconds timeout coming through. They need to have a chat. They need to find a way to stop Outsiders because they are getting dangerously close to be taking points away from them.
it would be devastating, I think, for Rogue at this point to drop points on this game. It would be more so devastating for Outsiders, but Rogue should be taking this game. That's the sort of breakdown of this. Outsiders, they've obviously had very massive roster changes and very massive structural changes as well of the person behind the team over this recent split. If they got to the major, it would be excellent for them. The same way Rogue and G2 and sort of rosters that have gone through big changes and made a major have said. It's like, we didn't expect this. We were on a building period and we're here. Great. When that expectation has shifted, when you're at this expectation of you've got to be the reigning champion, you've got to come back and defend the belt, it makes these games tougher when they become scrappy, that it's against a team that you know is going through such sort of big changes.
This round was difficult for Rogue because it was a 3-on-3. There was 14 seconds left. The diffuser gets taken out first. That's almost guaranteed a loss at that point. Especially if it gets called out. The other two will just hide. Not have to take any gunfight at all. That brings us at this point 5-on-5. In round 11, whoever takes this is going to have the opportunity to fight for a full 3-point game.
Attackers are moving out to locate
We
a
could
bomb
even
and
say, could we say 6 points? To some extent we can, but I somehow doubt it's going to be coming down to Outsiders and Rogue, and one of them will be making a major and one will not at the end of the stage. But it is possible. It could still happen. We're, you know, not really like at the end of the stage so far. There's still a couple of play days to go. As we get on through. And is Crying sneaking in through the lobby, getting some pings. There is a bulletproof currently active though, so we have to hope the hell lasts long enough. That's a grenade to be tossed in. That should be a guaranteed kill onto the castle. There you have it. Rask taking out a clean entry for Rogue.
He's had a bit of a hit and miss game. Rask, unfortunately, that's a hit against him. There, a connection from a grenade, well rehearsed. They knew exactly where he was and how they could try and get him locked on it. Now it becomes a question here of can they try and hold on with the body down. Generally, the deficit has been something that's cost them throughout these rounds, throughout this game. It was a bit scrappy on one of the swings here onto open. And the one where they lost the opener, it was a flawless, so...
The thing is as well, you have to look at it. The only way out now for Outsiders of the actual site is going to be through the elevator hallway. The area where just one of their members has been grenaded from by trying on that Nux. So it is looking very dire for them. They need to stick on the site. And look at the time left, 90 seconds still now. It was about 2 minutes when the first kill came through. So there's so much time for Rogue to just prepare themselves, to just start hammering down onto the side, to take out some small pieces of utility left, right, and center, and to truly wrap themselves around whatever is left of the hold of Outsiders here as they try and get some extra information out. Sport again waiting on the elevator hallway, looking to find himself an entry.
As the brakes start to trickle their way down over the top of the site itself, the sledge is going to go once again grenade fishing into those corner locations and try and get a catch on the players. The first doesn't land close enough, fortunately for them. Well, with all of them now out of pocket, apart from Crying, still with one left. That's 5 grenades utilized, and they're at least able to find one of the kills on the end of it. The swing and the pressure towards that Azami. He's going to get himself a little bit more barricaded. That was broken quite swiftly before, but they'd already dropped towards the chassis. Spoit, can he try and do a little bit of magic once again? He's looking for the location, looking for the calls, looking for the angle, and looking to be gifted one. But look at this. All of Outsiders have pulled themselves back around the corner. They're not going to overextend. They don't have to. Leon's able to find the first, the second. Oh, just missed out, but Crying is able to catch the kill there from the window on the far end. There's Spoit with one more. It's just always left. It's sad. At one point it was scrappy, but now twice. Oh, it was almost a flawless, I was going to say.
Almost again, but, you know, 3 guns lined up in the end. Only one of them was taken out by the Outsiders player. And that means it is going to be an opportunity for a full 3-pointer here for Rogue. As it is 6-5 currently. Can they lock it off? Teller's Archive seems to be the site the Outsiders wants to go through. This is a site we do not often see, Emmy. Reason for it being is that there is a lot of verticality right above that site. There is almost no safe place to play in on this site.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
No. Yeah. It's,
What?
Surprise, I know.
I'm surprised. I'm shocked.
Now, back when we used to see this side a bit more, often it was played with an extension.
Yeah.
Which will be the case now as well. Top floor, open area, kitchen, those will all be taken into account, but also the main staircase. Sometimes you do see someone play on the lower half of those stairs. You can watch through holes that have been created, or, well, in this time, a big rotation hole that has been made. You can stop them from walking in if they do attack from lobby and the teller's side. However, that approach doesn't seem to be on that much anymore.
I'm wondering, you know, they've obviously got 2 reinforcements left at this moment in time. If anything is going to either be put onto the little box wall connecting open, or if they might be one in the middle, because otherwise that is a sight all the way through from kitchen towards that castle, towards that approach. They are really long-arming this hold on the back end. And, you know, you talked about how that used to be played with an extension. Usually it wasn't that far.
No, this is as far extended as can go. You can almost say the entire map has direct vision onto the site itself. That is a bold strategy, especially with the scope advantage that comes in the attacker's favor.
You gotta trust that they're not reading this, because, you know, putting pressure onto the back end of that, it is something that could entirely open up the site and entirely take away from the hold on the back end. There's going to be a quick approach here. Watched cautiously by Deepak on the swing round, making sure nobody's on that swing round. Kanto's going to see if he can try and find some of the pressure above. Pasha is around there behind the hard wall, and he might be about to find a fight here on Janitor's door. Spoit's looking for the drone through. There's a player in elevators. He takes a lot of damage, Pasha, but he survives. You expect elevator players. Oh, he takes the drop. He's not going to risk it. Crime pulls back. Pasha is gone.
Pasha tried to rotate out there after his first engagement with Spoit, but Spoit was hoping to go for the EDDs. He quickly took out the rotating player of Pasha as well. And that's the top floor now gone, out of control. And now all they have is the extension, because I mentioned it before, you cannot play on the site due to all the verticality that is right up above, and that forces them to play this extended out. However, that is slowly starting to chip away from them as well, as, well, castle barricades are opening up, Crime is starting to come around the corner, they are forced to fall back towards the basement, which is not going to be ideal in a situation like this, because, well, that is removing even more of the pressure you had with these long vertical lines, or horizontal lines. They can go into A. I think they could just plant right behind the desk if they wanted to.
Well, that's going to slow things down a little. Dan catches Spoit on the drop into the hatch itself. As I said, they might try and put the fight into open, and they do. Leon tucked around the corner, gets 2. Milan does find Deepak, but still, now he's got to bite back into the side. Oh! Hell of a take there from the long range. Milan is all that's left, though, in the 2 versus 1. He's got the pings onto the first on site. Can't quite get the full connection. The kid is cold, but they have 35 seconds. Was going to break it, but just misses the rotation of the player itself there. Kanto's got it back, and he's not going to play around.
Yeah.
This is experience. I'm going to go get that kit tucked, and you got to watch me from the one angle. They might be able to get to me in time. A very clever moment and cool there, and definitely the right decision. There's Cry and just slips by. That's the 3rd time. Milan has been so close to getting in a fight at this point. They've pulled off one underneath and one's heading up, rotating over the top of the spiral stairs itself. They've got just that swing round onto green. If they try and go for the defuse, they've got themselves above as well, but they're not overextending. The angles are there. The players are prepped in a position to go for this. You cannot really long arm it. And at this point, it's an impossible situation at this moment in time. Rogue, they've played this perfectly at the very end, and it's been a fight on the way here. Outsiders, once again, very close, but Rogue, 3 points of theirs.
Yeah, close for Outsiders, but no points to take home for that. And a good last round from Rogue, reading into the situation well. A bit risky, though, sending Leon down through the open area, finding 2 kills of his own. With that diffuser before that finally dropped on the ground. If he would have gone down earlier, that would have been a completely different round. But it is a 7-5 victory. Rogue is going to be able to take that one home. Well, not quite comfortably, but comfortable enough.
It's the shame of the story here for Outsiders. It's obviously still a fight for them. It's been a fight for them this whole stage. It's actually one of the first times they've had a sort of full loss against them since the very opening Playday. So where will they go from here? I'm not sure. Where will we go from here? To a break, and then over to our desk to break it down.
Hello all and welcome back. Rogue victorious, but man, it got hairy there at the end then.
Yeah, it was very close to it being overtime, for example. Some, well, very passive holds from outsiders once again, like we saw from them before. And at moments it was looking like Rogue was really struggling with that. I mean, specifically, for example, with the Cade, it took them various moments to open up that hatch, or various attempts to open up hatches. But still, they managed to take away the full point, so...
I think, yeah, outsiders again have gotten close to beating a team, and I think they're there to capitalise when teams don't play well. They were there for literally 5 rounds. I know one was 1v3, but Rogue, you know, another 3 points. I'll say it a lot tonight because we're bang in the middle of the season where points are more important than performances.
Exactly.
3 points, that's all you need.
We are at Playday number 6. Of course, there's 3 more Playdays after this one, which means another 9 points maximum that any team can collect. It's do or die now in EU. Well, though, let's have a chat with our victors. We've got Rogue on the line. Hello, Leon.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm pretty good. You know, a close win, but a win's a win. 3 points in the box. And SI, I believe we've qualified for now. So good day.
Okay, yeah, there you go. It is completely set in stone now. Congrats, Leon. You're going to SI. How's that feel?
Yeah, pretty good. Second one in back-to-back years.
Yeah.
So I'm here to win this one. So.
I mean, last year you had to go through quarterfinals at a major to actually get to qualify. Now you're already pretty comfy just through the league days.
Yeah, big chilling. You know, we've got loads of time to prep now. But obviously we're going to win the major first, and then we'll win that.
Fair enough. Well, lovely cat evening, I have to say, and.
Hello.
My heart is though I'll tell you, Leon, between us, I did have the pleasure of taking care of 2 cats over the past few days.
I saw.
So I was very happy. I had a cat brushing up against my beard and taking care of it. So
it was very cute.
Thank you very much. You're very cute, Leon. Anyways, though, what happened here in the game? Because despite the victory and the 3 points, it still was a close game on Bank. Why was that?
Yeah. I think defense-wise, in hindsight, we should have maybe should have done some better calls for retaking on that basement when they planted as a 1v3 instead of sending everyone above.
Yeah.
We should have just stacked up on the diffuser and just held instead. And then, yeah, just some miscommunication on the defense there. And then on attacks, their basement defense is really awkward to attack just because of the way they play it. Like they don't really give anything. They're constantly just hiding in corners and stuff. So it's kind of hard to do anything there because you've got to if you want to coordinate killing these people, then you've basically got to be executing at the same time. So yeah, other than that though, our attacks were good.
Fair enough. And why are you specifically banning the Dokebi? Is this map specific? Is this, specific because you just don't want to deal with the operator? Is it someone on the other team?
Dan crutches on that Dokebi quite a bit.
Fair enough.
We've noticed from them playing. So we just thought we'd get rid of that operator because there's nothing really better to ban against these guys.
Did the Elsa ban do anything to you?
No, that was the weirdest ban I've ever seen in my life. I don't know why they banned Osa. We've never played Osa, really. I guess they were just scared of us maybe going direct on the basement. But even then, I don't remember the last time we actually did that attack, so I don't know what they're watching to get this info off of us.
Fair enough. There you go. Some answers for those pressing questions. Now you go up against Wolves in the next Playday, and I just had a chat with Rise earlier, and he was saying, you know, it's always a good time when we go up against Rogue. You know, they're a tough team, they're tough competition. We, at least in his mind, they believe that you two belong in the top 2 or 3 of this region. What do you echo that, or?
Yeah, I agree. I think, you know, we're quite like long-time rivals. I think like last stage as well, it was kind of a battle for first spot. And I think it's going to be the exact same this stage as well. I don't really see any other teams below us that can really take those 2 spots from us and Wolves. So
I
definitely think it's... I mean, did you see him last week? I don't think so.
Did you see him this week?
Yeah, it looked just as bad.
There you go.
Maybe worse.
That's all I needed to hear out of you. Leon, though, thank you very much. Anything you'd like to say to the fans out there?
No, thank you very much for all your support. Yeah, thank you all to the Quay fans as well in the chat, everywhere. You know, they're giving us loads of love, and we feel really welcomed into this new organization, even if we're not under their name fully yet. But yeah, we appreciate everyone on Rogue and in Koi for the love they give us.
I hear them screaming "Estamos aquí" in the back. I think that's definitely a clear one from my side, at least here. Anyways, Leon, thank you very much. For all the fans out there, make sure you're tuning in to watch our Super Week on Thursday. We'll see Rogue going up against Wolves. Probably be the match today. Come on, let's be honest. Till then, though, Leon, take care.
Definitely.
We'll see you. Bye-bye.
See you later, Milos. Enjoy the rest of the games. Or the game.
And here we are. Always a good time to chat with Leon. Anything you took out of that, Jack?
Quite a few things, to be fair. That Osa ban, I had no idea as well. I'm messaging Tristan and I'm just like, what's going on? Why have they banned Osa? Like Leon said, must have just been for the half clear. I think, you know, Rogue were somewhat, I think, a little bit sloppy today, but they got away with it. You know, they lost a couple of the retakes, like Leon said. They lost a couple of Lockers attacks when, you know, I was so expecting that they would go and do a half clear and just beat them in quick fashion. But anyway, they get the job done, they get the 3 points, they go into SI, they're probably going to the major, the top of the league, Spoit's MVP. What else is new?
I'm not surprised by the Spoit MVP. I mean, specific that one round where we have a clip of as well is, you know, there's so much going down. It's an open area attack. There's so much going down on the side of Cafeteria. They're trying to get the door open. They're trying to go for an execute. And then all of a sudden, on the other side, from that marble hallway, is Spoit just saying hello, coming in there, picking up 2 kills. That specifically really put him towards the MVP status.
Well, you really have to feel for outsiders in this case, but you got a clip for us, Jack.
Yep, it's just what Anne was saying about was when, and the thing that I love about Rogue is that they've somewhat got it all. They've got the good strategy, they've got the team play, and when it goes wrong, this is absolutely going wrong at this moment in time, and then guess who pops up? Spoit out of absolutely nowhere. 3 versus 5. Outsiders playing that late execute game. Spoit gets 1, Spoit gets 2. Spoit will then get 3 and open the round completely up. And that's what you want, is when your team's got strategy on lock, when your team's got team play on lock, when your team does the right bans, when it does the right counter analysis, the map pool's great, but still some things go wrong inside of rounds. You want that little bit of stardust, and Spoit's bringing that to this team.
Specifically, that counterband you're talking about is the fact where I really like they banned the Goyo. We've seen outsiders play with Goyo so often on this map. It really fits well in their playstyle of playing that passive, playing that frustrating, we'll wait on site for you to go and do an execute, and then there's no Goyo for them to rely on anymore. So I think that was a really good ban from Rogue as well. You mentioned the basement attacks being a little fiddly from them. I think what outsiders did really well was with the Kate tricking constantly. That really, well, stopped Rogue from being able to open up multiple hatches, and that leads to you having to push from like a one-dimensional side, and that was where Always stepped up massively as well with that 3K. I think 2 with the shotgun and 1 with the SMG. But yeah, that was a little bit scrappy for Rogue, but like you said, indeed 3 points, and that's all that matters for them.
Final words, Jack, on this?
Oh, look, I think it's somewhat expected, but it was a lot closer, and I was worrying for my hairline, and I still am, because it's a bit questionable, but do you know what I mean?
I've been worrying for my hairline for the past few months. Don't worry about it. Oh, well. Anyways, that's a bold joke. Anyways, thank you very much, my friends. We still have one more game to go through today, and I hope you're ready for it. It's Navi versus G2. Can Navi collect points? It's been a while. If we're really honest, a couple weeks. Will G2 actually show up? question to answer in just a few.
At the very end, there's been a fight on the way here. Outsiders.
A really big fucking hole coming right up. A really big fucking hole coming right up. A really big fucking hole coming right up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Our final game of this evening is about to begin. Navi versus G2 Esports. It's a lot on the line for both of these teams, where Navi can potentially kind of ruffle some feathers in the top 4, but G2 is also looking for that because, well, how many times can you play a miracle run? They're aiming for twice in a row. So, hey, let's just see how much they believe in said miracles. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Milosh. With me are Anne and Fresh. And let's talk about G2. Jack, help us out.
Well, G2, they're, like you say, Milosh, how many times can they do a miracle run? It's not been the best start, G2. That being said, they've got 2 wins, they're in with a shout, and they've got a pretty handy fixture run coming up. Na'Vi today, M&M on Thursday, looking at BDS, and then finishing up against Outsiders. Which realistically means, out of those games, at least 3 of them are completely winnable and tightable for G2. And it's teams that are in and around. G2 are not currently in the top 4, so it's teams that are in and around the top 4 that they can go up against. So a miracle run can actually happen again. Now, in terms of the team, they should never be in a position to have to complete a miracle run because they've probably got 5 of the best players in this league. They've put them together, but it's just not quite working out.
No. For me, the big problem is here, if you're relying on solo fragging players and there's only 1 player going positive by a margin of 2, that's not enough. You can't just try and rely on that type of stuff when the fragging power isn't there and when the team isn't playing together like a team. We see, for example, all of the players have planted, but a maximum of 1 or 2 times. That is so different if you look at the enemy team where you have a very consistent planter all the time.
Yeah. It's very easy to just look at stats and be like, oh, you can very clearly see who has defined roles in teams or who does what. Even on Rogue, where it's a little bit more fluid. Whereas with G2, they've all got a big mix of operators. They've all got like 1 or 2 plants. None of them are going positive. Very similar performances. And it is kind of this jack of all trades, master of none type approach for all of the players. And let's bear in mind that all of these players, if they were in different teams, would be the star person. And I don't know, again, it's that old super team concept and, does it work, does it not? It absolutely can work, but they've not figured out the keys yet.
It's taken a while, let's be honest. But if we move on to Na'Vi, and you're just mentioning how they're playing, in the beginning of this stage, Jack, you were saying that Na'Vi got the best out of the transfers, working out well, so they got good players, they got everything together, even though this is kind of, tier 3 talent, most of them, that are going into EU League.
Well, yeah, they're a team that recently started to shape up more. They're really building the path to becoming a good team. And I'm curious what they can do against a team that someone seems lost at times when it comes to working together as an actual unit. We see indeed the constant factor when it comes to plans in with Kayak. He's on 7 plans so far. And in general, this team, even if you talk about Leader, for example, he has a really high clutch factor. He's got the most clutches out of all EUL players, a number of 4 in total. And then you have Nath, for example. He could be a really annoying factor for this team, especially if he's being a little bit of a ratty player at times. And, well, maybe against a team like G2, that could be really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I think so. And just coming back to the point of the transfers as well, Milosh, is like, the one thing that I did quantify this with is that I think they won the transfer window, but I think that's a long-term view. I think there was going to be some pain in the short term of a little bit of inexperience. Now, they're down the bottom of the league. They are currently, 7th? But in 4 of their 5 games, they've hit overtime or better. They are absolutely competitive with everybody. It's just those moments in rounds that's cost them points and games. And that will come with time. I really like this roster. There's a lot of balance to it.
There's a lot of up-and-coming talent on the team, to say the least. And if anything, they can serve to massively upset G2 and really rain on their parade. Let's be completely fair. Though, head-to-head for this matchup, we were talking about this talent and the big players that are in there. Skitty and Doki. Now, something's ringing a bell, but I can't quite put my finger on it, Jack.
Well, the thing about that is, Milosh, this head-to-head is all around Doki and Doki. So it's Doki and the guy that replaced Doki, Doki 2.0, aka Skiddy, on this roster. Obviously, both frontline players, both incredibly gifted players. If the World Cup ever happens, this Team UK would have these 2 on the front line because they are that good at opening the rounds, that good at fragging. And, both really good players. You could say, Doki a little bit underperforming, but Skiddy's having a great season as well. But we just wanted to highlight, the guy that left Na'Vi and the guy that replaced him and the head-to-head between them.
I love to see how Skitty is just there. He just finds ground for himself. He just gets opening picks. He's able to clutch, for example, a 1v4 they did against M&M as well last week. So he's really that player on the team at the moment.
All right, let's take a look at our map and then for the series, now that we have the rosters and the superstar players that we'd like to see in the... Oh, we're going to see a bank again. Damn it. Yeah, I know. G2 end up picking it. Fabian, I'm looking at you right now. It's an attacking start for them as Na'Vi have picked up defense. Does it make sense to you, Anne?
Well, G2 have once lost it against Secret, 7-8 this season. They usually get banned against them more than that they actually ban it themselves. Na'Vi also seem to have lost it against Secret at 7-8. So it's well, both have performed the same way, kind of. Well, now it's up to them to perform against each other.
Fabian actually texts me and he goes, "Are you happy with these map bans finally?" And I said, "Do you know what? I am. I've got a couple of criticisms, but I am. Because I think G2 were always known as a really good bank team. If I was Na'Vi, I wouldn't really want to be getting G2 on bank, but I wonder if Na'Vi's pool's a little bit limiting factor. They played the theme park, didn't work out. Skyscraper, again, G2's good map. Chalet, they've had to ban a few maps away that they're forced to ban. G2 have therefore taken the best map available, that's bank. I quite like it from G2's point of view. It set them up well.
All right, friends, thank you very much. That is our last matchup now set and ready. G2 versus Na'Vi. We'll toss it to our casters for yet another bank. It's Fluke and Hap. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh, for Bank Electric Boogaloo Part 2. As we get right back into it for G2, who has struggled to win it here, and Na'Vi, who's done the exact same thing for a very important matchup for the middle of the table. How much more can we say about this? Can we...
There's a lot of history.
There is a lot.
Na'Vi and G2 goes back the millennia.
The most iconic map that stands out to me, though, is no longer the map pool. Consular.
No.
The comebacks we have seen out there from Na'Vi. Incredible. But as we get going, and you know, we've just confirmed our first European team for the Sixth Invitational. It was actually looking after the last major that G2 was finding themselves in a good position to, well, confirm themselves halfway through the stage as well. Because back then we said all they need is 8th or 7th locked in,
and then it's good.
And then they have enough points. But if you look at the right tops of your screen, it is currently 8th place. They're not doing too well.
Yeah, it is bad.
Yeah, it's not good. That's so I'd say it's devastating, as Alamar just put out.
And you're looking at 3 of the top 4 today pulling 3 points. 4 of the top 5 today pulling 3 points.
Yeah, I don't think G2 is going to be making it to the major anymore.
Well, both of them are on 7, so it's the fact that they're sort of slugging out right now. You know, every team the G2 might face, if they win today, it slightly changes in that outsiders wouldn't be above them, but currently every team ahead of them is still above them. Same with Na'Vi. It's not an easy route for teams that have already made more of a claim staked.
No, it is not going to be an easy route for either of these two teams to make it to the major. Luckily, G2 has the Sixth Invitational to look forward to if they do manage to put up at least a bit of a performance this stage. And again, it was mentioned before by Fresh, like 3 out of the 4 next games are supposedly winnable for G2. Let's say they get 2, they will be going to SI. They have a bit of a break right before that, can prepare themselves truly find out what the issue has been in the team, because they got together. Their goal long-term was to make it to a major. They instantly did that.
They did it.
They did it the second time around. They are the only team together with Exit that reached both majors and both quarterfinals at the time. Now, Exit has been knocked out. It's not going to be the major.
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert. G2 still technically can, but it's looking unlikely, like they'll go for a 3rd one. But yeah, who knows? Maybe Miracle runs are their hobbies.
5 seconds to insertion.
You wouldn't want it as a hobby.
No. The fans won't want that either.
No.
It's not good for their hearts.
No, it's not good.
Must be very stressful.
Okay. Na'Vi, your performance most recently was missing quite a lot of bits. Skitty was outstanding. Skitty was unbelievable in the previous showdown.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it was on the back of rounds, just not really being cemented against what was kind of a solid swing round from Eminem. This game, I want to see what the reset's been over the past week, because we know what you could be capable of, and it's been a bit of up and down. And this is another game where you're sort of, again, a team that can be along the lines of G2. The fight here starts in Skitty. Currently hanging around just on long desk. There's drones, there's pressure, and there's Doki. Hey, Fresh, remember that comparison you're making on the desk? Well, there's the first, and there's the second. Teb also picked up by Blur.
And that was probably just a good drone coming out from G2, realizing where he was rotating through. from Pre-Fire coming through, finding out that kill as well. Nate now playing from below. There's a bit of an opening made by an explosive. Wanted to look through, but is aware of the fact that he still has that nitro in pocket. Wants to use it well. Do not let it go to waste. As you can clearly see, no one and Na'Vi actually on the actual site. All of them are seemingly off for it for now. Springs are coming through to know exactly where he is and hoping to chase him down as well. Oh, there he goes. From the top down. Leader will find Doki though, so that's at least a response for Na'Vi.
Yeah, they find one, they sort of stop this onslaught, but you're still looking at this basement site and you're looking at Kayak trying to get a bit of a bite before he drops down. He's hoping he goes unchecked, but look at the outline in the top left. G2 is checking, they're droning, they're getting themselves set up. Unfortunately, the wrong way in the wrong place. Oh! That was almost a little bit dangerous there. There's the pings on the next player. Alamau gets knifed. The first one we've seen in a while. The second. Oh, there's the kick. Cold Kayak finds two. Looks for the third. And Kayak has suddenly dragged this round back round. Citizen, all that's left. I mean, it's a sentence that any team would generally like to have if you are the team that has one player left. But still, from what was a solid lockdown with the pings and the intel and a lot of confidence of a player against the roster he was on once upon a time. The triple, including the opening knife, has been his. The fourth, it's his as well. Kayak takes the round.
Kayak, who went from G2 to Na'Vi, up against all three of the ex-Na'Vi players, locks them down right there. And that first one, that first engagement, Emmy, where he tried to sneak, hoped to catch a bit more than he potentially could have. The turnaround, that must have been like heartbeat instantly to like 900. Presses the knife button just in range. But that could, like, if if that knife was out of reach, that would have been 4v1 after that. Yeah, here we go again. Oh my God. So he wants to play this sneaky, trigger discipline. It's important. And then turns around, Alamau heard something.
Yeah.
And then the lack of information, not able to lock out Kayak. They had no clue where he'd gone. And they're just one step behind every single time. Kayak instantly able to respond, pre-fire when necessary.
I mean, I'm curious where the intel was coming from because they had a direct ping on the player on the top of the stairs.
Yeah.
You hope it's not the default cam. I would have to, you'd have to sort of go back and watch it. They knew by the looks of it that the player was coming around on blue, or they just expected that rotation. There wasn't a direct ping onto that, but you could see the way he'd sort of stepped up and then he was going for a fight on that exact sort of meter and caught the player as soon as they rounded the stairs. Either way, fantastically played by Kayak. Hey, remember at the start of the round when I sort of said the rounds that Na'Vi took in that previous showdown were big clutch rounds?
Well, yeah, that's
you
one
still
of
don't,
them.
It's one of them. You hope for some stability here, Na'Vi. I don't want to be the sort of bearer of bad news, but there were these massive impressive plays in the previous game, and Na'Vi knows this more than anybody else, that they have to try and build this structure with the new roster, and here, off the back of that, find that thread that they can tie together here.
And it's kind of what we saw, right? With Blur, Saves, Doki leaving Na'Vi, going to other teams. It was like, what is really left of the old Na'Vi now? It's basically a completely new team that needs to find themselves some pace. And as Fresh said, they might have won the transfer window with some of the moves they have made, but they're all relatively inexperienced players that need to get the experience on tier 1 level. And they're slowly starting to get to that here. As they're up against G2, Doki needs to be very careful for this repelling. A missed opportunity there, Tab.
Yeah, that was unfortunate from the side of Tab. If it's stuck on the Vector, that would have potentially been a kill. Sometimes siege timing pulls away from you, and he pulled that out a little bit too late. Doki with the pre-fire, but they take the drop onto Janitors. There is obviously still that player inside stock. It's Nave. He has the hatch to drop as well, if he wants to, if he feels he can take that decision. The bit of pace, it's still a steady idea of getting this drone intel, the control of the players around. You can see there's some caution being paid towards the approach here onto open, but Nafe is still unchecked.
Now, there was some devastation on the G2 side after Twitch was banned, and you can see it now playing, of course, with those mirror windows towards the top of square. This forces G2 to find a different way in, and that will be either by hatch drops or by pushing down the elevator hallway, as the top of square, well, that is going to be locked off for now, so they need to try and find a way through on either of these two approaches, and maybe even both, as, well, Nave might just find Alamar for free as he just sprints past.
I mean, again, trigger discipline might be something. There is a ping.
Yeah, that's the hatch though.
And there it is. And there's the reveal. There's one. There's two. Alamau has twice been caught by an unknown entity. Somebody is underneath this hatch. Does get the catch there. Virtue was there, but so was Leader. And they were all over the map, ready to strike Nafe with that early one. And then from the back of that, 2 players left, Doki and Citizen 2, that made a name in an RV roster once upon a time. Leader gets caught out by an explosion around the corner. The second should get the lock-in, but they also get him right on the mirror. As you said, it's going to be something that pops up with the Twitch ban. Pop right back down. Na'Vi 2 rounds in a row.
And I'm going to be very harsh here, but this is literally just mistake on mistake on mistake that G2 makes. They don't drone out the full top floor. They lose 2 players to a player, to Oryx, who has been hiding in stock the entire round. They don't respond in time, but eventually manage to get the kill as the hatch comes through and then get caught sprinting into the next player. Then you just walk right in front of a mirror window, which is still being manned by one of the Na'Vi players. It's like they didn't even try to win that round anymore after they lost the first 2 players. But, you know, that aside, well done by Nafe. He had that trigger discipline. He waited and waited until the time was right, drops out just in time, and puts Na'Vi into that giant leapfrog of a lead in the round. And all they had to do was close it out from there. They did that well. And, you know, how we talked about M&M when they won it based off clutches the majority of the time. We had a clutch the first round. This one was G2 making mistakes and Na'Vi locking off and capitalizing off them.
That was it. That was Na'Vi being in the right place, the sort of balance and cool, if you want to talk about experience. Obviously, Nafe is one of the names that has a lot of that from this roster. And demonstrated there, just sort of held on, got the strike onto the first. I think at that point he was thinking, well, it's about a minute left, I'm going to take the rotate anyway. You know, it's Oryx, you can play yourself all the way down to the bottom, which he then tried to do. Virtue was there to go for the catch. Virtue in that position, you know, it's a good place to play. I guess that's that sort of counterbalance. But as he said, G2, they're making a few slightly slippy mistakes here. They're sort of giving a little bit too much, I think, to Na'Vi, and they've got to make sure that they can try and rein that back in sooner rather than later. Cams all the way across here on the lobby side. There's the little sneaky Valkyrie cam and the idea of Kayak maybe trying to find a fight and somebody going in through the door, but it's watched from far, far away.
I mean, you can say that, but I think it's the second time that G2's actually suffered from misinformation. I think they expected it to be clear. Maybe they just, you know, put in a drone, they checked the room roughly, but not the corners, and that's how they've been losing out twice so far. So they really need to get on point here with their droning game, because otherwise they can continue losing out on these kind of situations. As it's 2-0 right now, well, they've opened up onto Kanto, they're opening up a long angle, but they need to find these entries yet again.
Well, the pressure's going to start coming now over onto the side of Square. Now that Kanto's open, you can see, we've talked about this site being one where it's quite a wide take. You have to sort of have a presence on the windows on the far end. They're going to see if they can try and force the players out. The one in Janitors, it's going to make things very tricky, so instead the rotate comes all the way from underneath. Down in the garage. Citizen might try and fight and bite his way up right underneath the site. There's a single player, I believe, currently there maybe, still holding onto the position in the lockdown. It's Nafe that sort of has that C4 waiting and watching. They might see if they can try and isolate at least one engagement.
I mean, they know where 2 of these players are on the G2 side, but they just need to find themselves an opening first before they can really work towards those players. And as Citizen is approaching the bottom of Square right now, have they droned out Nafe? I believe they have, as Alamau is currently watching him. That should be a free kill for Citizen here. As he pings on through, it is going to be the bleepers that go off. His position has been given out as he deals the first scrap of damage.
Lines come through the Candelas and Doki's inside the site. Doki's putting the pressure in and Doki gets caught out by Teb. That happened inside the site. Skiddy is at least able to get the flank round and Blood does get one off the back of it, but suddenly they found themselves losing a bit of presence. Virtue and Blur trying to force their way up on the one side. They still have Alamau on the windows itself. He's sort of breaking and battering down some pressure. The elevators is going to turn into the next engagement. Kayak, he's ready and waiting, catches the drone, hopes to catch a player on the back of it. Could take a drop, but it might be watched. There's Nafe offering some support. Blur suffers as he wants to swing his round up the stairs, but you're looking at 20 seconds, and they're still trying to find a route through onto the floor, let alone the site itself. Alamau's off the window. The 2 remaining players goes down to none. Na'Vi have a 3rd round.
Don't know what to say on G2's behalf right here, but Na'Vi are playing this perfectly well. They're reading into the weaknesses of G2, for example, Citizen comes up the blue stairs, gives his position away on the beepers. Instantly a flank comes through from the open area through the kitchen to go for a 2v1 fight onto Citizen. Isolate them. Make sure they have the advantage. Now a tactical timeout called by G2. 45 seconds needed to discuss what exactly is going wrong. And well, it might be cohesion, it might be droning, or a combination of the two of them. But for now, Na'Vi is really having their number right here, not giving anything to G2 at all.
That's it. It's that sort of moment here for G2. Is they're playing a little bit lost. They haven't quite got this connection across the board. Na'Vi, they've locked down these defenses. They've been able to get these early engagements, but what you're seeing is almost a bit of a quicker response from the guns of Na'Vi. Citizen was pinged ahead round. Alamau had the hot drone. They knew exactly where the player underneath was. The beepers was the call to arms and the swing. It happened. Yeah, split second afterwards, the beepers actually popped in. Whoops.
Na'Vi, we've just been praising you.
Na'Vi.
Luckily, you do have the Kona stations.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Salvation station's good to work here, but to be honest,
it's painful to see a round start that way. Luckily, yes, the Thunderbird. Otherwise, this would have been basically a free kill to G2 already if you look at the amount of HP that's lost. Just by a single impact. And that was to create that rotation. Well, they have that rotation now, after they use the second. But they're able to heal themselves back up. I believe it's
5 seconds left before insertion.
actually only one activated on Leader there, I believe. But Leader and Tap needing to make some visits to the Salvation stations in a bit to find themselves back in full HP, and in that case, there would be no harm done.
Okay, as I was saying about G2,
yes.
You know, the swing then came around. The support for that player came from the side of Na'Vi. They dropped the hit open. They were able to get the swing round onto the door of Kitchen itself. You know, and then at that point, you've got Doki trying to do bits inside the site, trying to be that lead-in that Fresh talked about, and trying to be that entry statistic on a positive light. Couldn't quite get the back of the Candelas, and then when he goes down, Alamau's still on the windows. The Virtue and Blur were still inside lobby. This, we might see.
Kill.
Yeah, the Pulse, he's watching and waiting.
I mean, there's definitely going to be an entry up on the top floor, at least when they clear out Tab, or when they force out Tab. That's when they will start to try and enter. Doki will find out with a grenade kill, and that was just the entry he was talking about. That will allow them to try and get up onto that top floor now to work some verticality. But that C4 might catch them off as they do.
Seeing attention paid to stock. Hey, remember all the times we've seen these tucked-in players go wrong? Well, there's one caught off. Skitty finds Alamau. I'm not sure if he was just sort of ahead of the pack there, ahead of the drone, but...
Not drone again.
Yeah, it might be the engagement that pulls itself away. They're still waiting for this approach. They don't quite have the confidence to go through. Blur finally takes the swing, and Leader doesn't have that as the reaction. It's able to slip by.
Just the light there, didn't have the sound cue. That is why it was checking on the cardiac sensor, and a bit too slow then if you see him in there. Hope that he chooses the right way out, which wasn't the case this time. A lot of verticality being created though by Virtue, using the Buck Skeleton key to open up some floorings towards the actual site. This is what we discussed last game. The entire top floor is going to be soft. The entire top floor can be used to get angles, and that is what is making it so difficult to defend. As G2 is opening that up slightly, they're opening and eyeing up the teller's office as well. But for that, they do need to take control of the elevator and the elevator hallway. They think it's clear because of the grenade that just popped inside, but Nath didn't take a single point of damage there.
Nath, he's tucked in on the corner. There's the fight. It goes Doki's way, though. He's doing his best to keep driving into the gun game that this game requires. 30 seconds. They've got the breakthrough onto the site. The eyes are inside as well. It's a bit of a tricky one here to break it through, but Leader does find a bite back. Blur, he's flirting with the idea of a plant. He has Citizen offering all the support and the cover. Do they have an idea? Harvey aren't quite reacting to it, but Virtue is caught out on the drop of the hatch. He pulled the attention away. Forced them into the 3 versus 2. They're going to see if they can maybe try and get a rotate here. They're tucked around either side of the door for now. I think it's a little bit too risky to go out, so instead keep it level behind and ready to serve on the side here. The first fight. Oh, it's a freebie for Leader. Swung around on the other side. Citizen, he's looking for revenge. He does not find it. And you can see the joy on Nathan there, as it's now 4 in a row. All 4 sites covered, locked, and loaded by Na'Vi.
Skinny already jumped up to the top floor with the Arc's ability as well, so they had verticality going for them. They had angles from two horizontal sides at the very same time. And with that, well, G2, you know, they tried to hold those angles, but it didn't work out in the end. Especially when the first one gets picked up from lobby, you're finding yourself in a 1v3, facing literally 3 different sites to be attacked from. As we're having a little bit of a quick pause.
Little pause.
Cheeky disconnect that needs to be resolved, and it's back on the way again.
All right, 4 in a row for Na'Vi. As I said, all 4 sites, they've done it. They've collected all the sort of badges, the tokens.
Yeah, they've completed bank.
So now they're going to see if they can achieve a hunt and double it down for that missing one. The perfect half so far. G2, they've had their attack timeout, and they still, unfortunately, missing a little bit with the connection of their opponents. Kayak, he's pulled a reverse James Bond, post the memes.
I mean, we have to say, back in the top 4, Alamau, again, being caught off, then the drop down comes through. It keeps on happening. It just, every single time one of the G2 players dies, due to a lack of information. Like, the droning game is not working out for them. And I don't know if that's due to either them being complacent or Na'Vi slotting back into the positions after they have been droned out, just slipping through the gaps.
I mean, look at this
time
roster.
and time again.
It's the Monty, it's a Gridlock,
I don't want to
and a Nomad. They're playing a game where they're going to sort of say, we're taking control of what we're going to take control of, and we're going to lock it up in a sort of very solid play here. It's rare you see the Gridlock. It's even rarer you see a Gridlock and a Nomad in a combination. Even Nomad's dropped off in the current meta, and this is the sole purpose. The Valcam's going to give some idea.
I think they've made a mistake, though, Emmy.
Yes.
There's no hard breach. Normally you would be able to carry it. Oh, luckily, okay, it's soft. I was going to say, like, it's going to be quite difficult for them to get through this way. If you want to be using that to shield for a bit of a turtle setup, trying to get that plant down. But it is left soft, so they can open it up with Virtue right away. So, pardon me, wasn't a mistake.
Well, Monty's now inside, and the start of the control and the rotations is coming through the track stingers. If you don't see Gridlock much, well, this is what they do. They can sort of limit the movement. You can break them. It costs a bit of noise. You can try and crawl through them. It hurts you and costs a bit of noise. The air jabs were also going off on the top as well. But that's seen enough that you don't really need to explain the play against that. And they've got a lockdown. And they've got themselves here inside server with the kit. And they're going to go for a bit of a reverse plant here with the Monty. There is the pings on the player above the hatch itself. You can see they're still getting that intel as best as they can. And what are you looking at in the pockets? Well, Citizen getting his first for the game. Dropped the hatch, took the fight, and the plant is pushed away by the smoke canister. The first goes off. And some of the stuns over the cover here of Kayak. He has the C4 in pocket as well. They're sort of waiting at this moment in time with Leader on the back end of the shield.
G2 trying to play this from multiple different angles whilst taking out the danger that is coming in from the hatches. Blur is looking to waste some utility as he's attempting the plant every now and then. Second smoke canister about to be tossed out as the plant is attempted. Will land on place as well. Chips out a little bit more, and again the cancel comes through. But this will run out at some point. There's only one more smoke canister left currently in the hands of Leader, and there's 2 more nitros to be used. As Skitty is retaking that top floor, he's hoping to make sure none of these hatches can be used against him, but he has been spotted out.
Yeah, Skitty caught there on the drone, and obviously we saw the work going on to limit the rotations he can make. His options are quite thin, so instead he's going to have to try and find a reverse route. There's Doki going down, there's the plant. Leader finds Doki, that C4 finds nothing, but Nath is able to move up and get some revenge. Citizen does find one, that C4 also finds nothing.
Stick to.
There's Alamau, he swings around, gets one. Kayak cannot quite get the connection with the fight as Alamau pushes deeper, forces them into an impossible situation. Leader does find Blur, that's the kick cold, and you're looking at 10 seconds now as Leader. He's on the rotate round. He's able to find the top control here. Leader with the retake over the verticality. They've got to pick up sticks and head to the other side right now. They've lost control of it, but Leader with a quad kill puts them in the dust. And it is 5 in a row for Na'Vi.
Okay, so let's just recap that round, Emmy. Whilst the half of G2 is taking care of a roamer and like control of that top floor, the other half is making sure utility gets wasted. They've done that well. All of it is gone. They execute onto the site. They almost have full site control. But Leader snuck himself back up to the top floor. Finds one, plays ring around the rosy with the second, finds that kill as well as he goes for a quad kill. leaving only one G2 player alive in the end right there, and they do not get the connection. G2 is being played right now in any way possible. Either the information is missing, the timing is off in that last round. Like, they've done it well. They've locked off whatever was important for them. The square was not going to be used by any of the defenders, but the other hatches were, as the retake came through. And this must just hurt them because, again, G2 did make so much happen. They had the man advantage. It was a 4v2. They had the side almost under control. They just missed leader going back up to the top floor again. Maybe a bit too much utility placed onto the square area rather than also spreading it out towards the main stairs area.
Na'Vi, 5 rounds. G2 attack timeout has been utilized. They're on their attack of bank. They need one. They need something here. That round, it should have been theirs. They did so much right. They had everything you could pretty much possibly bring to limit a flank. And yes, they get flanked. They get flanked with a massive man advantage. The pings and the hot droning on one of the flankers, they just forgot about the second. What can they do here? Their last chance, their last swing. And the first goes against them. Caught out there, the Amru wanted to do something a bit of a blindside.
Well.
Leader's able to find Alamal there. It's 2 that are against them. Doki at least gets leader on the far end. The swing around onto the site itself. You can see Citizen is trying to ping out. Pluck a player from the far end. Cannot quite get the connection with the back of open though. All right, so G2 lost those first 2 engagements. They hope to get up the hat trip blower and potentially put a diffuser down on the ground, but that diffuser is now cold in the basement as well and needs to be recovered. 1:30 on the clock. G2 players up at the top floor, still trying to make a dent into the first as Na'Vi is realizing what they're currently up against and they're starting to drop back towards the side, maybe even further than that, and looking to take control of that diffuser. The pings onto the player on the quad wall. There's 2 of them, one tucked right on the close corner there for the swing on anyone that pulls the fight. They're trying to get a bit of width. They're trying to get a lucky breath. They're a little bit too low to actually catch one of them there who did try and swing into a fight. That's unfortunate siege timing. Oh, there's 3 of them in a box and a C4 plucks one of them out of it. The kid is still 2 stories below. Doki, he's desperately trying to find a spot of safety or a semblance of a fight that he can try and win. But look at that, the far end. They've rotated into the box. They have the reveal at least on that, but Doki cannot quite cement the kill. They're tucked now. They might just run out, and they do. They're rotating around. Virtue finds Nath in the meantime. There's a spray back. Virtue has now gone down. Teb gets the lockdown with the secondary. They're looking for one more at this point. They don't find it. And with a flawless half, if this was an in-flight movie, I think G2 fans would be walking out.
This is quite literally, I think, the worst ever half I've seen G2 play. And I know we've seen a lot of bad games from G2 over the past couple of stages, but whew, I just don't know what to say. I don't have any criticism anymore for them that I haven't already given to them. Everything is just going wrong. Nothing is connecting. They try, like in that last round, they try to go for some solo swings. They send Alamau up through the basement on the hope for the main stairs to see if he can find someone rotating. They send Blur down below on the hatch to see if he can maybe find a kill like we've seen in the previous game we've seen. And then go up at the diffuser, go for a massive execute. But you lose both those engagements on that first try, on the first couple of seconds. I don't know what to say. It's... Na'Vi is just completely picking apart every single move that G2's making here. They are playing this perfectly, and G2 is playing this terrible so far. And I've mentioned my reasons. I'm not going to be mentioning them again unless they pop up, but it is painful to watch, this is.
You know, when we came into the studio today,
yes,
Demo said, I'm really irritated that you guys get.
I really wanted to cast a Na'Vi G2 game.
I really wanted to cast a Na'Vi G2 game.
Just Na'Vi T-Hunt this is.
I mean, it's a game of 2 halves. We've seen comebacks before. Maybe I'm being an optimist in the situation, but what else can you be at this point in time? G2 have everything to do ahead of them, and Na'Vi have been in such a good balance of control. Doki isn't going to risk it. He knows the lockdown's been sharp, and he's instead going to get some backup and support here inside open. They have the player at the top of blue. They've got themselves a bit of a route round here. They're going to see if they can try and get the first scrap and scrape. And Na'Vi just have to be successful once for them to lock this out, take 3 points, and really probably put a pin in G2's hopes of getting to the major.
You know, and this is also not like it's release Villa or release Theme Park, where it would be common to see 5 or 6 defensive rounds in a row without question. No, this is Bank. This is way more even on the board. Usually like a 3-3 or maybe even a 4-2 for the attackers is what we're aiming towards. C4 will start off strong though. Alama will find an entry onto tab. That is going to be at least a little bit of a help here for G2 to at least chase some rounds home. So who knows, maybe round differential at the end of the stage might make a difference whether or not you are qualified for SI or not.
Bit of a scratch, bit of a scrape, and the first body is theirs. It's not the most common sentence we've been able to say about G2 here, but what can they build behind it? That is the main point of this. There is still always a chance. That's the joy of a game like Siege, is the economy that you bring into this is more of a stress and a momentum and emotional thing more than anything else. Every round is winnable. Not that you should be giving a speech, but again, you just got to try and hold hope if you're a G2 fan at this point. Na'Vi, I mean, it's been cruise control throughout this game. We talked about the importance of a player like Skiddy, but the fact that Kayak still hasn't died in this game this far in.
I'm hoping to take up the hand of Nath there, but is unable to successfully do so. The hatch, however, in control of Na'Vi. The diffuser on top of this hatch, so they need to find themselves a way in safely, and that might come due to some distractions elsewhere. Flashbangs coming in from the vault. Leader will go for a drop if he finds a kill here. Certainly some of the guns of G2 are starting to aim his direction as Nate finds himself inside. He's going for the plant.
He's going for the plant. The fight goes into the way of Leader on the back end. Who's going to stop this one? Nobody, apparently. He's tucked around on the back of the bomb. He's able to get a scrape onto Alamau, but they do take out Leader on the back end. Kayak gets one over the shoulder. Kayak gets one more over the shoulder, all down to Doki. He's been able to bite and get into a fight a few times. The man is tucked and lying behind the desk. Do they know? Oh, he's scraped and scratched from the door, but he doesn't find it. A 7-0 for the guns of Na'Vi. And it's been a devastating day for G2 today.
Kayak went 10-0 there, by the way. Locked it off with a final 3 casual kills.
He cannot die.
He cannot die.
He cannot die.
The man is unstoppable.
What is going to be his rating for this game?
That might just be the highest ever rating we've ever seen, considering he hasn't died.
Did you see Skiddy's smile at the end there? They know
I would smile as well.
They know what they did.
This is the worst performance we've ever seen of G2. Like, period. That's it. Because now we're talking about that. Let's go to a break, I guess, and just... I don't know. Do you have anything to analyze? Positive points?
Yeah, Na'Vi.
Let's talk about G2 positive points.
No, but you cannot just, not G2 played a bad game, but Na'Vi
played it perfectly.
The impressive performance, the growth that they had, you got to focus on the positives on this. Na'Vi played a great game of Bank. They made a statement and a return to force. It's one that G2 is going to want to forget. People have bad days and people have atrocious days. And that's one that I don't think you'd categorize as either. We're going to go to a quick break before we're back with the desk to try and break that one down.
That was a game. Let's talk to someone. Yo, hey, Skitty, what's up?
Hello. I'm doing great.
How are you doing?
How are you doing?
You feel great. I saw you smiling through the whole game. What's going on?
Just is incredible. You know, it's a great game. Just happy to be here. Happy to take part. Happy to win.
Happy to take part. How does it feel wiping the floor with Doki?
It feels great, but it's the same as beating anyone.
Come on, that little
It's
that
the same
little
as beating
smirk
anyone.
doesn't lie. It's telling the whole truth, my dude. Anyways, congratulations on the win. And this is completely out of your own skill and what you guys had to offer in this game. How did you go into this last week preparing for a big game against G2?
We kind of prepared, like, we know they're a quick, open team. They like to be all around the map. They do have some methodical pushes, but we were really prepping for, like, wide open defenses, wide open attacks, like how they move around the map. So we were just focusing on keeping, like, comms clean, so we understand where everyone is, like focusing on, like, tiny little micro plays on, like, individual players. I think that's what helped a lot in the game.
Do you feel that the defense start really helped you get into the groove?
Yeah, definitely, because statistically, I mean, we're a stronger team on defense. So previously we've started games, like, on the uphill battle, and, like, you obviously don't want that. So if you can start ahead and keep your momentum rather than having to claw back the game and, like, get 1 point rather than 2 or 3, like 1 even.
And, you know, this is something that we talked about in the beginning of the stage, and Jack specifically highlighted, is that, you know, Navi as a roster is a long-term investment. You're bringing in some players that have, you know, decent experience with some others that are just getting their feet wet here in Tier 1 Siege and EUL, and everything's working. Do you, at least for us watching it from here, from your point of view as someone in the middle of it all, do you feel that this is the truth?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with the roster changes we've made, like, even me, we've just took massive gambles on up and coming T3 players instead of reusing, like, older players that have just been around the scene and haven't like done much in recent times. So we want someone new rather than, like, someone like that, because we can build a future rather than because everyone can improve when you're young and talented.
No resting on laurels. It's just looking forward into the future of Siege. You know, the old geezers, they gotta take a hike. You know, at some point it's gotta happen. But, you know, with this, you end up getting a massive victory, and you set yourself up to play against BDS on Thursday. And I had a chat with them earlier today. They had a close game against TT9. I don't know if you had the chance to watch the game, but it seemed like they're going to keep it running and they're going to be playing from boot camp again. Is that something that sits in the back of your mind as a difficulty to overcome?
Maybe a little bit, but it doesn't really matter. It's because everything or anything can happen on the day, like, even if you're on boot camp or not. So it's always nice to be wary of that they got a little more synergy or whatever. But if we just focus on ourselves, I feel like it just won't be a problem.
Fair enough. Well, anything you want to say to all the Navi fans out there, and maybe a bit something to the G2 fans out there, just for some consolation?
Well, to the Navi fans, thank you for supporting us through this stage. It means a lot. Tuning in every Playday, it means a lot to us. And to the G2 fans, unlucky.
GG next. That's all you got to say at the end. Skitty, thank you very much. Congratulations on the massive win today against G2. For all the fans of Navi, make sure you're tuning in for Navi versus BDS. That'll be this Thursday. Remember, this is our Super Week for EU League. Skitty, thank you so much for joining us. Take care. Hope to see you on Thursday. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was game. Good to hear from Skitty, though.
Yes, absolutely. And I think we should focus on Navi, because that was truly, regardless of their opponent, truly a goddamn excellent performance. Now, I want to highlight Kayak and Leader. We'll go into Kayak in the MVP screen. Look at the EPS. 2 high CPSs recorded in EUL. 172, 169 inside of this game. That is absolutely sensational. Like, they have played a perfect game of Siege. There's literally... You've had to review that if you're Na'Vi, you're like, what did we do wrong? Nothing. It's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, Kayak was definitely having the time of his life. Going 10 in
He's
0.
played Terrorist Hunt.
Yeah,
172.
Emmy mentioned it on the cast, like it's a Navi 2 and almost at this point. It was absolutely insane. I mean, Kayak must have been having the time of his life there, going 10 and 0 like that. I feel like, especially in that first round where you got the 4K, and I think this was a trend that came back in the game. They were just continuously peaking GT players that were having their back towards the Navi players at the moment they were getting peaked. So it feels like they were partially unaware of what was going on. If you think about the interview with Skitty, he mentions open defenses and the clear comms. I think that worked really well for them today, whereas they have the opportunities for flanks, and they are indeed flanking players that are not even looking at them. Yeah. With, for example, Leader coming through Marble into lobby. You really shouldn't be getting away with that.
Kayak more like aircraft carrier today. Not gonna lie, but this is. Thank you very much. I'm very proud of my jokes. I think I need to note down every time they actually do work on the broadcast, Jack. But that to say, again, very impressive from Na'Vi today. The big hurdle now is to look what happens versus BDS, because with BDS you never know what you get. Right now, at least in the past couple of play days, right? This is something that needs a lot more preparation.
My main concern is it's not only BDS, it's also Wolves and Outsiders that Navi have to face up again in the upcoming 3 fixtures. That's difficult, but it's not impossible.
They proved it.
The quality is very clearly there. Regardless of, and I said this in the pre-game, which feels about 5 minutes ago, by the way.
True.
I said this in the pre-game, that the quality for Navi's there. They've lost rounds, they've been a little bit uncomposed, that lack of experience. They've strung it together today, and it's resulted in a 7-0. We know how good they can be. They've now put themselves right in contention for the top 4, right in that mix. They go and beat one of their big teams in the next couple of weeks, the next play day or next week. We could well be seeing Navi at the major.
If anything, the minimum bar here is that Navi can play gatekeepers for any team, just because of the quality of Siege that we saw them really showing us. Not just today. Today is one thing. It's kind of a statistical outlier, even though I'm no stats man myself. But if we're looking at the entire stage, Navi definitely has had a massive improvement. Everybody has to fear what they have to offer. Okay? Yep. It's time for us to wrap up our day. Jack, do you have something?
I do have something.
Go ahead, please.
There is copium. There is copium, G2 fans.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to quote a percentage at you right now. It's not 4%. It's nearly double 4%. 7% chance G2 go to the major.
Shas, are you co-streaming this? What do you think of those percentages? Let us know down below. Thank you very much.
Fabian's got more to work with than Shas had.
Looking forward to it. I'll tell you that much. Anyways, here is what our day looks like here in EUL Playdate number 6. Do or die stage now with 3 more Playdays left. And that's 9 points in total that any team can collect. A long day, honestly, that was salvaged back on schedule at the end. 7-5 BDS versus TT9. 7-4 M&M versus Team Secret. 7-4 Wolves versus Heroics. 7-5 Rogue versus Outsiders. Highly recommend you go back and rewatch that game. And finally, 7-0 Navi versus Jihu. That was what we had. Our rankings right after look like this. Who is at the top? It's Rogue with 14 points, 13 for Wolves, and BDS tied at those spots. 11 for M&M, 10 for Navi and Heroic, 8 for Outsiders, 7 for G2, 4 for Team Secret, and none for TT9, although they have been at 7-5 multiple times this stage. You know what? I'll give you a point myself. There you go. You put a magic point on there. You put an asterisk on top. Not actually a point. But our next Playday, here's what it looks like. That is Playday number 7. We might have somebody decided then, but it is highly unlikely. We'll probably have to wait at least until Playday 8 to get a couple teams out of the 4 qualified and set. Outsiders versus TT9 is up first. So for all the CIS and Russian Siege fans out there, this is the game to watch. BDS versus Navi comes up right after our match of the day. Wolves versus Rogue. I repeat, Wolves versus Rogue. Make sure you're tuning in for this matchup. Very much looking forward to it. G2 versus M&M, and finally Heroic versus Team Secret. That will round out our day. And that is this Thursday, Playday number 7. It's Super Week, which means double the siege, at least for Europe. The best region, not Tier 3, not any of that. Get to watch it on Thursday, same starting time as we had today with APAC North, of course, in between. We'll all be back for it. And speaking of all of us, I'd like to say hello to Emmy and Hap. What's up? That was a very short cast today. How you feeling?
Yeah, right. You?
I'm very tired.
All right. I've written a list on what G2 can improve on.
Go on.
Oh, what is it?
Is there droning, communication, flank watch, retake ability, entry conversion, just general map control,
map knowledge.
This goes on, map knowledge, crossfires, retake, post plan, speaking, whatever.
They should probably turn the monitors on when they play as well.
That's a smart idea. I mean, it generally helps if you can see where the enemy is. They lacked that today as well.
Hey, it was, though, Fabian that used to say he could beat most teams with his monitor off. So that was not a valid strategy with this squad, though. Got to look back at it. Emmy.
Hi.
How are you today?
Yeah, I'm all right. You've already asked.
I'm asking how you are.
How long you got? How long do you have? No, I'm good. Thanks. You?
I'm all right.
Oh, that's good. What about you, Anne? You good?
I'm good, yeah.
How are you today? It's
Yeah.
your first time with us here in EUL. I'm very happy about
You're
it.
taller than I expected.
Yeah.
I am sitting on a box.
I was.
Didn't have to say that.
Production actually brought out a box of boxes.
Yeah, it's a
It was the
box
most
in a
amazing
box.
creation. It's like
In a box.
It's a proper production box thing for
It's
different
like a
heights.
Russian doll.
It's probably
and
the
then
best one.
Yeah,
I've
it's
seen
literally a
so
box
far.
pulling out boxes.
Look,
Yeah.
I think I know at
It's
least
just like that.
I know at least 3 of you here like stats, not Emmy.
Do you like stats? You
I
can
don't
say
like
You like
I don't
stats?
mind them.
Yeah,
Don't
you
mind.
don't have to gatekeep Emmy out of stats.
I know. We're inclusive here, man.
Stats are
You're
for
so
everybody.
hateful to me. You never ask me how I am.
Have you? You never listen.
I'm doing very well,
This
thank
is
you.
not couples therapy, right?
Anyways, here's some stats for you because these have been updated to the percentages of who can make it to the major and to SI.
06.
We talked about it earlier. Rogue, 100% the first team confirmed from Europe that will be going to 6 Invitational come February. At least that's how usually the timing is. We're just looking off of that. Wolves at 99.9%. So hopefully, maybe we'll see what happens in our next Playday. BDS at 95, 82, and then Navi at 6%. You know, we're looking at the entirety of the year. G2 at 99.9% at SI. No need for a pity invite, as what happened ages before. But who knows? Then again, for the major, 90% for Rogue, 84% for Wolves, 77 for BDS, 51 for M&M, 43 for Navi, and going down and down and down to TT9. Who, I mean, Team C, come on, 0.05. You know what Sprabuni and Wrath are doing it when they're like, oh, well, there's a 0.01% chance of them actually making it.
Actually goes further than that. But
Yep.
It's when you get
They actually round up.
That's why it's called statistics. Is you can't just ignore them. That's a statistic.
If you
Milos.
write down
you can say I don't
0.
like them, but I at least know what they are.
If they go for 0, Milos, they're lying.
Yeah, then it's not a statistic.
Because then
it's just a guess.
Then what happens if they pull a
just
G2?
making things up, Milos.
They make it.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all?
No,
we're
Sprabuni
making.
and Wrath specifically are not.
You can make numbers say whatever you want them to say.
That's true.
No,
you
you
can
cannot.
manipulate them.
Yes, you
actually.
can.
However,
There you go. I have Mr. Actually on my side.
actually, you can, but these numbers, they have been found in a certain way, which is difficult to explain, but the easy version is every single possible result gets tossed into a pool, certain amount of simulations come out, and then how many times of those, times it's been run, they qualify is the percentage that comes out. So let's say
Didn't you get a master's in this?
No, I didn't
Only-
get a master's. I got a bachelor's
A
degree, and it
oh.
wasn't in statistics.
Actually.
Happy's the actually
Business
guy.
IT
Yeah.
and management. Which has
Congratulations,
statistics in
Hap.
it partially,
Can we get
but
some congrats, Hap? Because he
that's
did
been
it.
a while already. It's like last stage. It's a bit late now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Overachiever. Some of us only have one bachelor's
I just want to
degree.
say it's supposed to take 4 years. It took me 7.
Hey, mine was supposed to take 3 years. It took me 6. So here we are.
We're both. There we go.
Let's go. That says something about us, I think. Anyways, on that note,
Man,
it is
we're all dumb.
true.
Sports.
True. Anyways, it is 2 minutes to midnight. One of my favorite songs ever made for all the English rock fans.
It's 1 past midnight. Look at the clock.
Not here.
What?
You don't have to break
now
that.
people know that we're in the future. We've kept that.
We kept that secret for so long.
Every single stream, there's
Anne's
so many
figuring
people
out how
that
Twitch delay works right now.
Hands worked out.
Yep.
I just feel very dumb right now.
See, this is like ruining Santa for Anne.
Yeah, yeah.
did this
No,
on
I was
purpose
thinking
as
about us
well,
being in
like.
the future. So we're on Tuesday whilst they're on Monday still.
She still thinks that in the back room.
Yeah. I just feel very
not
dumb right now.
here.
I think it's late. Yeah.
We're not NAL. Cue the music production.
You're such a Gemini.
It's time.
What star sign do you think I am?
I don't. Actually, you're the same as mine.
Yeah, we're
Because
literally
we're born on the
our
same
birthday
day.
I saw that trick question. What star sign are you,
Good
Milos?
for you, Jack. What?
What star sign are you?
I feel like Jack's a Taurus. I don't know star signs. I
Tourist?
just wanted
Why
to
would he
say
be
it.
a tourist?
He's a tourist.
Tourist.
Yeah.
Pisces.
What's
Change that
Des?
to Tory.
Pisces.
We're done with the show. We're
Pisces.
just talking about star signs now. You can go home.
I don't know. Anyways,
Or farm your packs. Whatever you want.
exactly. Anyways, Jack, and thank you very much for this work today. Thank you very much, Hap and Emmy and Ollie and Demo who joined us today on the cast. That was a lot of fun having everybody on here.
Wow.
Yeah. Thank you, Ace, for being in chat.
Tall.
Thank you. Thank you, Medics and Easy, for observing the entire production team. We'll see you on Wednesday for APAC North. That's early in the morning for us here in Europe. But also, reminder, on Thursday, we'll be back same time for more EUL. That'll be Playday number 7 out of 9. Till then, take care. We love you. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Are you a Gemini or a Taurus?
Another round that comes down to the wire there. BDS get the job. It's going to be no Wolves. They take a full 3 points here on Chalet.
massive no!
Champion himself leads Rogue to their second regulation victory.
Rogue, one more round away. EU winners of the Berlin Major. Vivu manages to get the final kill.
It's an exceptionally hard-fought victory for the #1 team in Europe.
Wow, so deeply. Gladiators shut down. A flawless round from Kanto. He is activating at just the right time. Point button Mowgli. You just cannot stop this man. It's a team that has the ability to go for a good run into this.